Hey YouTube, Fallout here, and today we are going to do something I've done only one time before, but we're going to do an updated version for 2023. I am going to review and go over every weapon perk in all of D2. Recording this right now as of Season of the Witch, that would be Season 22. So if you watch this video later in 2023 or in 2024 and think, oh, hey, he forgot, whatever perk. Just keep in mind that they keep adding new perks, so I'm going to review what we have right now. If I make a mistake in today's video, I do apologize. There's a lot of numbers. Many of them I have in my head. I have a list of notes here that I'll be referring to every now and then. But if I make a mistake, please feel free to correct me down in the comment section. Happens every now and then. If you're a new player, we have timestamps, even if you're a veteran player. If you want to check any perk at all that I mentioned in today's video, we will hopefully have a timestamp down below that you can go right to and get information on that perk. And yeah, so hopefully this will be a good resource if you want to re-familiarize yourself with any weapon perk in the game, or if you're new and you want to learn about any given weapon perk. So with that out of the way, here we go. Okay, first up we have Adagio. After defeating a target, this weapon fires, charges, or draws more slowly and deals increased damage for a brief time. This is a very interesting weapon perk. You basically get more damage, but the offset is that you're going to be shooting your weapon slower, or you're going to be taking a longer time to charge up your weapon in the instance of like a bow or something like that, pull the arrow back. I believe you get a 30% more damage for most guns, although I have written here that you get only 20% more damage for bows and shotguns, which would make sense. I think there was a time where you got 30% across the board, and it was potentially creating some problems in PvP, so Bungie changed the damage amount between 30% for most weapons and 20% for shotguns and bows. Like I mentioned, it's an interesting perk. I think it is used more commonly in PvP than PvE. I think in PvE, you have more options on the table to get extra damage out of your weapons that don't really have the downside that come with a perk like Adagio. On PvP, I mean, it's going to depend largely on the weapon that you bring to the table. I often don't like this perk, again, because I'm not down with the slower fire rate of your weapon. However, if you have something like a shotgun, even though you're only getting a extra 20% damage output, shotguns don't really often in PvP care too much about the rate of fire. I mean, there are situations where you might want to fire 2 shots at like mid-range to get a kill rather than, up close. I mean, or if you whiff a shot. But for the most part, if you're good enough that you should be getting most of your kills in just 1 shot anyway, Adagio can actually be helpful. So you can get 1 kill, now you have 20% more damage output on your shotgun for a number of seconds. You can engage another Guardian, and that extra damage will kind of artificially extend your 1-hit kill range in PvP, and you're not really going to miss the rate of fire so much because shotguns are usually a bam, one and done perk anyway. In terms of the bows, I don't believe 20% extra damage on its own is going to allow you to get a 1-hit headshot on most bows in PvP, or any bows, I think, in PvP. And because of that alone, probably not really worth it. I mean, you could be deadlier at team shooting and dealing more damage from downtown with a bow, but I don't know a lot of people who use bows who are very into Adagio because of the extended draw time. So yeah, there you go. Okay, next up we have Adaptive Munitions. This weapon adapts its damage output and effectiveness against enemy energy shields that don't match the weapon's damage type. This was an interesting perk in the game for sure, and it did help people out a lot, but the viability has gone down ever since Lightfall came out and Bungie removed the match game modifier in PvE. If you're a relatively new player or you have a bad memory, match game would severely punish you if you tried to break the shield of an enemy and you were using a different element that did not match. And people really, really hated that modifier. One of the most hated, I would say, PvE modifiers in the entire game. Bungie removed it for whatever reason. God bless them for doing that, by the way. But now that they've done that, the viability on Adaptive Munitions goes down because we're not going to be as punished as we used to be if we tried to mix and match in endgame PvE activities by trying to break the shield of a combatant. Here's a fun tip, though, that I heard from Aegis. Shout out to Aegis. If you're not following them already, go ahead and check them out. The buff offered by Adaptive Munitions for breaking shields that don't match. It also applies to barrier champion shields, apparently, which I actually did not know. Meaning that you can use this weapon perk to break the shield of a barrier champion even faster than you would normally with any given weapon. So again, it's kind of a niche weapon perk. It used to have much more viability than it does right now. But yeah, if you wanted a way to break a barrier champion a little bit quicker, depending on what weapon you're bringing to the table, you could do that. But definitely not a weapon perk that is now as popular as it used to be. Moving on, we come to Adrenaline Junkie. This weapon gains increased damage and handling from final blows with grenades or this weapon. This is a great perk in both PvE and PvP. Admittedly, you're probably going to get more use out of the perk in PvE because you're going to be killing probably a lot more enemies in PvE than you are in PvP. And it is also way easier to get a grenade kill in PvE because PvE enemies are stupid and, the Thrall will just run right at you. They don't care. Just throw a nade right at their face. Human players are much trickier, of course. But again, the perk is going to be fine in PvE or PvP. There are 5 levels of extra damage, and I believe it caps out at 33%, I'm pretty sure. That might be different PvE, PvP. I don't think it is. I think that's the same damage cap off for both PvE and PvP. You can get 1 stack up the ladder for getting a kill with the weapon, but if you get a kill with the grenade, you automatically go right to the 5th stack, that extra 33% damage, which is very, very nice, obviously. If you're in PvE and you have a grenade-heavy build, you can use this to clear ads much, much quicker. Or, I mean, not even that difficult to ramp up. What, you kill like 5 Thrall, 5 Fallen, bam, you're at max stacks already. In PvP, if you have a grenade-focused build, this can be absolutely devastating to the other team, depending on how good you are with being very tricky with your grenades. If you are a young Ahamkara Spine Hunter, first of all, you know what you did, and second of all, you can use young Ahamkara Spine Trip Mine and a Adrenaline Junkie weapon. Maybe, like, if you haven't tried that before, try a Crafted Amit with that. And getting a young Ahamkara grenade kill, not difficult to do at all. And activating Adrenaline Junkie in PvP is insane on the right weapon. You can completely liquefy people. I believe the duration is like 5 seconds, probably about 5 seconds. And you can refresh the duration on a weapon kill or another grenade kill. So an excellent perk in PvP for sure. A little tricky to activate in the right circumstances, but just a great perk. Good extra damage, thumbs up all around. Okay, next up we have Air Assault, which I think in my original version of this video like 2 years ago, I forgot to cover this perk. So Redemption arc here for Air Assault, which used to be the laughably worst perk in the game. And it's gotten a little bit of a glow up, although people don't really enjoy what it is tied to. But anyway, final blows grant a stacking bonus to airborne effectiveness. Final blows while airborne grant increased stacks. So Air Assault, a perk on a weapon that you would never use in PvE. Literally no PvE player ever cares about Air Assault. And some PvP players don't care about Air Assault either, but it is a weapon perk designed for PvP. So basically any weapon that you have with Air Assault will get a passive buff to your AE, I think plus 10. And if you get a kill with your weapon, you get more stacks. I think you get, what does it say here? 30 AE per stack for 5 seconds, max of 2 stacks. Okay, if you're on the ground, 1 stack, and if you're in the air, 2. So the more you get kills with your weapon with Air Assault, you're building these stacks, which give you more AE, and additional AE can make you more effective and more accurate when you're in the air. So this is going to completely depend on how much PvP you spend playing in the air. If you're like a Stompy Hunter or maybe a Heat Rises Warlock or something like that, any character that is going to spend Strand Hunter significant time in the air, you might be interested in a weapon with Air Assault. It could be very interesting to you. Some players simply don't give a crap. They're just going to play in the air to the best of their ability, regardless of the AE stat of their weapon. So again, depending on how much time you like to jump or fly around or do whatever, this perk could be very appealing to you, or it could be not appealing at all to you. I love playing a Stasis Stompy Hunter, and I just kind of say F it. Like, I don't really have many weapons with Air Assault. But again, the viability will depend on the player and the playstyle and what you like to do. So do with that info what you will. Next up, we come to Envious Assassin, where overflowing the magazine based on the number of rapid kills before reloading. Many a PvE player are familiar with Envious Assassin. It is definitely more potent on some weapons than other weapons, but for the most part, very helpful perk. You know, you get a bunch of kills, great on any weapon that can help you with ad clear, and then you reload, and depending on the number of kills you got beforehand, after you reload, you just beef up the amount of shots that you have crammed into your magazine. I think the best example of a weapon that takes good advantage of Envious Assassin is, say it with me now, Forbearance, the crafted Forbearance. Literally one of the best PvE weapons in the game. Forbearance with chain reaction and Envious Assassin is just crazy. You fire your little, like the wave frame shot along the ground. You got a bunch of kills, boom, chain explosions going off left and right. You reload, bam, now you got 2 in the mag, and you can just spam that around. It's one of the perks that makes the Forbearance so good at being like just one of the best ad clear weapons in the game. Again, there are other weapons for sure that can take great use of Envious Assassin. It's not just the Forbearance. But yeah, the viability of the perk is obviously going to depend on the weapon overall. But if you have a good weapon that you really enjoy using in an ad clear capacity, Envious Assassin can make it even better, which is quite nice. And it can work on some power weapons as well. Not really a perk that I hear most people talking about in PvP. I don't really think anyone I know, myself included, does not really use Envious Assassin in PvP. Probably a perk more designed for PvE. But yeah, keep an eye on it and use it to make ad clear weapons even better. Or if you have something like a rocket launcher and you want to get a little crafty and silly with it and overflow the mag there, no one's going to stop you. Okay, next we have Archer's Tempo. Draw time decreases after each precision hit. If you are a bow player in D2, you probably really enjoy this perk for either PvP or PvE. Now, there is an exception. I have a good friend of mine named Stadia Time. Maybe you know him. If you don't, go check him out. But he's probably the one bow user, or one of the few bow users, who does not usually take advantage of the Archer's Tempo perk. And the reason for that is because he is the type of player who does a bow into hand cannon swap, meaning he'll shoot you with a bow and then he will quick swap into a hand cannon and shoot you for a very fast kill in PvP. And those types of players, in addition to going to hell, are not going to get any viability out of Archer's Tempo because they're not using bows the way that Bungie and God intended. Like, they're not Hawkeye-ing it out here. They're doing hot swap shenanigans, right? But for the people who use bows the way that bows were intended to be used, Archer's Tempo is going to be a great value to you because the more you get those headshots, you're notching up and putting out those arrows quicker and quicker, which is quite nice. And yeah, I'm not a big bow guy, but when I do use bows every now and then, when the mood hits me right, Archer's Tempo, primo perk, excellent. No notes. Next up, we have Assassin's Blade. Sword final blows boost movement speed and damage output. I don't know a lot of people who use or talk about this perk in really any capacity. When people use a sword in D2 around the time of me recording this video in Season 22, they're using it for usually one of two things. They're either going to, one, shatter skate or well skate or whatever, or fly around the map with Eager Edge, people who are doing like, PvE speedruns or PvP Crucible, Eager Edge, montage, breaking people's ankles and shenanigans like that, moving around very quickly. Or they're going to be using a sword for single target DPS damage, like when people all put on the Lament or the other sword from Deepstone Crypt, which I can't remember right now, and they just wail on Crota at the end of the Crota's End raid. That is primarily the two reasons that people would use a sword currently in D2. So Assassin's Blade is like, you get the final blow and then you get better movement speed and extra damage output, which is like, okay, yay, but that would mean that you're using your sword to final blow like red bar enemies and then just kind of run around quicker, I guess, which not necessarily a bad thing, but I mean, not a perk really sought after because it doesn't help you very much with those two things I mentioned earlier. I know I mentioned moving faster, but having faster movement speed after sorting a red bar is very different than, shatter skating or eager edging around the map. Those are two way totally different things. But if you're a person who really enjoys using swords, you can maybe try it out in PvP. You cut a Guardian's head off, and yay, you get to run around a little bit quicker, I guess. It's just not really a perk I hear about or is talked about very much in the circles that I'm in. But again, if you're a big sword lover and you want to try it out, God love you. Go have fun. Next up, we have Auto-Loading Holster. The holstered weapon is automatically reloaded after a short period of time. There are going to be many perks that we go over today that are going to be specifically designed for PvE or PvP. Some of them will cover both. It's 100% a PvE perk, and it does its job very, very, very well. Auto-Loading Holster, I think the time before reloading is like 2.5 seconds, which is... It can feel like a long time sometimes in the middle of a DPS phase, but it's kind of short and usually used on things like rocket launchers, especially if you're going to do something like the Izanagi Burden rocket swap combo for DPSing a really big target. Auto-Loading Holster comes in huge because that lets you do the entire Izanagi rocket swap DPS combo, which again, fantastic. Even after all this time, rocket swapping Izanagi is primo damage in PvE, unless you're dealing damage to a boss who takes unique damage, like Crota taking extra damage from swords. Another thing that Auto-Loading Holster works very, very well on is blinding grenade launchers, which I think has been renamed to disrupting grenade launchers. I'm just going to use blinding because it's the term that has been burned into my memory by Bungie. But a grenade launcher, a blinding grenade launcher with Auto-Loading Holster is excellent in endgame PvE content. Almost every day one raid that I have beaten in the past, however many day one raids that I've beaten, all of my day one raid loadouts feature at least one, variant of a build that includes like, an SMG and an auto-loading blinding grenade launcher. It's just so good. You just fire it out, manual release the detonation on the grenade. Everybody gets blinded. You swap to your primary weapon. You just gun them all down. And then you hear that little and your grenade launcher has automatically been reloaded while you were shooting and killing people. And then you take it out again and you blind everybody. It is just a fantastic perk in PvE. So many applications. It's just always helpful and good. And I just really love it to death. Yeah. So again, not many people, I don't think anybody I know in PvP talks about Auto-Loading Holster. Maybe here's a good exception. Maybe if you're using like a wave frame grenade launcher in PvP, you're doing one of those things where you're doing like maybe kind of like a disruption break wave frame into a kinetic kill with like DMT or Ace or something like that in PvP, then yeah, sure, Auto-Loading Holster can come in the clutch because single shot grenade launchers, I don't believe, are able to be auto-loaded via the holster mod on your leg armor. So you need Auto-Loading Holster in order to trigger that grenade activation. So if you're using a loadout like that in PvP, sure, Auto-Loading Holster will probably help you there. But for the most part, a perk designed for PvE and a fantastic perk for PvE. Next up, we come to Backup Plan. Grants reduced charge time and increased handling speed for a short time immediately after swapping to this weapon. Backup Plan has been in the game for a while. It is a perk tied 100% to fusion rifles. And the viability is going to depend on how much you love and use fusion rifles. But I use fusion rifles every now and then. I'm mainly a shotgun guy, but I don't really enjoy Backup Plan very much. Some people really do enjoy it very much. They love the viability that it brings to the table in PvP. The part that kind of bums me out a little bit is the reduced damage. I believe you get a 20% reduced damage output from using Backup Plan. So don't think of it as like, oh, you'll whip out your fusion rifle and it just gives you a blinding quick charge time and there's no downsides. Yeah, you get the faster charge time, but you get the lower damage output as well. So it can throw off the number of bolts per kill, the bolts connected to give you a kill in PvP. It can really hurt your kill output Now, I think the whole point is that if someone rolls up around the corner on you and you weren't expecting them at all and you had a primary weapon out, you could quickly swap to your fusion rifle and then charge up like that and then kill them. And hopefully you would connect with the majority or all of your bolts if they're like 5 to 6 or whatever meters in front of you. So sure, it depends on how you play. It depends on how you use fusion rifles or how much you primary in PvP. I don't like relying on it. I like kind of running around with my fusion rifle out and hugging corners and like kind of tap charging and psyching people out and stuff like that. Some people, again, really enjoy backup plan. I would say if you're going to use it, give it a try on maybe something like a high impact fusion rifle, because the fusion rifles with the faster charge times, you're probably gonna you're not gonna need that faster charge time anyway. Especially, it's really gonna benefit the slower charge time fusion rifles the most. Again, not really something that I enjoy using, but if you're a fusion lover or if you want to try out fusions in PvP, give backup plan a try on a high impact fusion rifle, see if it works for you, and if it doesn't, then don't worry about it. Okay, next we come to Bait and Switch, and this is a really, really popular perk right now. Deal damage with all equipped weapons within a short time to give this weapon a damage boost. So basically, here it is in a nutshell. Let's say you have a rocket launcher or a linear fusion rifle with the perk Bait and Switch. So what you have to do is within a 7-second window, you have to deal damage to a target with all 3 of your weapons, or just deal damage with all 3 of your equipped weapons. And when you've done that within a 7-second window, then Bait and Switch will activate, and you now have a 10-second window where you get 35% more damage output, not on all 3 of your weapons, just the one with Bait and Switch. 35% extra damage output for 10 seconds in PvE is just insane. It's just a really very generous perk used a lot in endgame PvE content right now. It is used on the Cataclysmic Linear Fusion Rifle, which is what I had been using for a long time, ever since I got one from the raid. It is also the Primo perk on the crafted Apex rocket launcher. I believe it's Bait and Switch and Reconstruction together. Yeah, I do things like, a weapon that I love with Bait and Switch. It doesn't have Bait and Switch on it, but I include it in the rotation, is Wither Horde. Because, I take out Wither Horde, I tag an enemy, you're doing chip damage, swap to, an energy weapon, tickle them a little bit, and then you take out your power weapon and shoot them one time, and bam, now Bait and Switch is activated. And again, 35% extra damage for 10 seconds. And because it is a extra damage dealing weapon perk, it stacks with things like, Warlock Radiant Well or, whatever. And it's just so good. If you are a newish player or you want to be more familiar with dealing big damage in raid content or dungeon content or whatever, you should look into getting a weapon with Bait and Switch. Again, the crafted Apex rocket launcher from the Last Wish raid is fantastic with this perk. Same thing for the Cataclysmic Linear Fusion Rifle. Really try to get something when there is a new season in D2 coming out and we have info in the API about all the new weapons coming down the pipeline. Make that a priority. Look through every weapon and be like, okay, what new weapon is dropping with Bait and Switch right now? Because again, just a phenomenal perk in PvE. Moving on, we come to Barrel Constructor, which I believe is a new perk in Season 22. Final blows with this weapon significantly reduce the projectile spread of its next shot for an improved duration. So this is a shotgun perk in Season of the Witch. And basically, I've heard that it is a 20% constriction on the barrel for the projectile spread for the next 8 seconds after getting a kill with your shotgun. Now, you probably might hear about that on paper and think, wow, what a phenomenal perk for PvP. Because, you get a kill, you have an 8-second window where, yeah, it's a little bit tighter, and having a tighter projectile spread is great for shotguns, because if you had a really wide projectile spread, the chance is very good that you're going to miss landing a couple of the pellets from the buckshot when pulling the trigger, and the more pellets that you don't connect with, the other guy is going to live, and he's going to shove you into a locker. So you want to have a tight projectile spread and land as many projectiles, pellets as you can on the other guy. So Barrel Constrictor on paper is really good, but the problem, at least for me, is that perks on shotguns in PvP, super, super competitive. I have like 3 perks that I run on the vast majority of my shotguns, which opening shot, threat detector, or surplus. It's either threat detector or surplus paired together with opening shot. That's like the holy trinity for me of shotgun perks in PvP. And unfortunately, I can't really fit Barrel Constrictor into that holy trinity, because then I would either be removing opening shot, which I am never doing. The only shotgun in the game in PvP that I run without opening shot is the conditional finality, because of the crazy utility that it brings to the table, allowing you to freeze charging Juggernaut Titans, or allowing you to freeze a Ward of Dawn Bubble Titan in Trials, which is crazy. Every other shotgun in PvP that I use must have opening shot, because it is so good. And Barrel Constrictor just doesn't fit into what I look for. I mean, it's what I look for in a shotgun, but I just simply don't have room. So if Bungie ever nerfs opening shot, God help us, maybe I'll be pulling Barrel Constrictor off the bench to, tag in for PvP. But until that time happens, it's just going to be probably a pretty good perk that will remain on the bench. Next, we come to Bipod. Increases rocket launcher ammo and reserves, but reduces damage, blast radius, and reload speed. So this is a tricky one. A lot of people have been talking about the numbers on Bipod ever since the perk came out. I think when the perk first came out, everyone kind of immediately threw up their hands and went, completely not worth it, because the damage penalty was too great. Bungie realized that nobody was using the perk because the trade-off was not good enough. The juice wasn't worth the squeeze, so to say. So they changed it, and now it's more worth it than it was before, but it's still kind of not the go-to for major DPS in, endgame content like raids and stuff like that. And I've spoken with a couple of content creators on this perk specifically, because again, it's just a very tricky perk. Calculating DPS and stuff like that is like a whole other crazy world, which you can very easily get lost in. So shout out to ATP and Aegis. I connected with both of them regarding this perk. The reduced damage that you get from Bipod right now, I think it is reduced damage by 25%. But, you get the extra rocket in the mag, which is quite nice. You get more reserves. It's just, it's good in small bursts. Like if you're in a situation where you're in a very tight window, a very short window to deal damage to a target, maybe like a mini boss or something like that, Bipod is there to help you really push out the damage in that short window of time. But yeah, probably more recommended in raid encounters where there's maybe not a big boss that you have to pump a lot of damage into, something like the Crota Bridge encounter, I guess. But for the most part, if there's a big raid boss that you are, trying to maximize your DPS potential and pump a lot of damage into, Bipod, probably not really recommended at this time. It would probably be much more recommended to do something like, I don't know, bait and switch or something like that. That could always change. It's going to depend on a lot of things. It's going to depend on the weapon. It's going to depend on the boss and the encounter and the situation and how much time you have. None of this stuff is ever carved in stone. It's not like a never use Bipod or, blah, blah, blah. So it's just something to keep an eye on. Again, I would recommend following Aegis and ATP, all the players. They're both very knowledgeable YouTubers, and they like to have discussions about DPS, and I would like to continue talking to them about DPS discussions because it's really fun and enlightening. But for right now, yeah, keep an eye on Bipod. Good for short windows, but not a completely goated damage perk at this time. Moving on, we come to Blunt Execution Rounds. Damaging nearby combatants with melee abilities dramatically increases handling and damage. Expires after a short duration or on the next shot. This is a weapon perk, which is very rare because it is limited to just one weapon in the game, which is the BXR, the battle rifle. The gun, which is sort of taken heavily directly from the Halo franchise because, Bungie made Halo. So basically, here's how it works. When you deal melee damage, and it has to be close melee damage, you can't do like a cross-map hunter throwing knife or something like that. It has to be within 15 meters. you get a lot of extra damage for your next shot. It's not like Kill Clip where you can just keep pumping out the damage at a consistent number. For PvE, that number is 500% apparently, which is very high. And for PvP, which is where people use the perk most, it is 100% damage on your next shot. So the strength of the Blunt Execution Round perk is going to be heavily dependent on how much you enjoy using the BXR. So I have a friend, Drewski, who absolutely loves this weapon. It's like one of his favorite PvP weapons of all time, and he puts in damn good work with it. And last time I checked with him, he very much enjoys this perk a lot. I haven't used the BXR in a minute, but I should, because Bungie actually nerfed BXR not too long ago. They hurt the zoom value, which a lot of people were upset about, and then they undid the nerf to the zoom value, and now people are like, the BXR stands are happy about it again. But as you can imagine, great perk, because all you have to do is just melee an enemy, which can happen kind of frequently in PvP, and your next shot is going to just smoke somebody, do a lot of damage. Now you can do either one of two things. You could kind of melee somebody who might not have engaged with you. Maybe they were shooting somebody else and you meleeed them and kind of took them by surprise, and then you can just shoot them with the 100% damage extra shot and put them down right away. Or maybe you were shooting them and they're approaching you and you finish them with a melee, and now you have a really interesting scenario because now you have a 100% extra damage output shot, which you can just send out at the next person you see, which is quite nice. I think you have 10 seconds to fire out that shot, which is very generous. So again, if you are a fan of the BXR, you probably already know all about this perk. So if you're a new player, I guess you can still get the BXR from doing Dares of Eternity. Go try it. I've heard the BXR is far more enjoyable on controller, which I believe. So give it a whirl and slap people, get that extra damage, have fun in PvP. Okay, next up we have Bottomless Grief. Increases magazine size. When you're the last living member of your fire team, each final blow refills your magazine. This is currently a retired perk, as far as I know, meaning that you could have it if you're a veteran player in your vault on a few weapons that maybe haven't dusted off in a while. If you're a new player, I wouldn't worry about it for now until Bungie, if Bungie decides to bring it back into the game. I mean, yeah, I can see why Bungie retired this perk. Probably not very popular. I don't think I used it really on any of my weapons. It was a perk designed for PvP. Maybe one of those trials hero moment shining perks, but there is a much better, or there was a much better shining hero moment perk that greatly IMO outshone Bottomless Grief. I mean, yeah, it doesn't work when you're a solo player. You literally have to be the final last living member of your team. So limited usage right there. But even if you did play trials, like there would be much more competition for whatever weapon that you're using. I think Bottomless Grief frequently lived. It doesn't matter if it lived in column 3 or column 4, whatever weapon you rocked. There would be so much perk competition. I'm sure there were times where maybe a player got their bacon saved because they were the last living member of the fire team, and Bottomless Grief, oh, they got to kill, auto reload. If you're doing the Jackie Chan bad guy strategy of if the enemy team was dumb enough to challenge you one at a time rather than challenging you all at once, which they should be doing. Yeah, it's a retired perk, probably for the best. I wouldn't recommend digging through your vault to resurrect it for any reason. Okay, now we come to Box Breathing, a perk which used to be phenomenal, but really, really fell off. Aiming this weapon for a short period without firing grants bonus range and precision damage that resets after firing or exiting zoom. Back in the day, if you don't know, Box Breathing worked consistently, meaning like all you had to do was hard scope with your gun, and you have now activated Box Breathing, and you could just ping, ping, ping for extra damage shots. It was a very, very good perk in PvE, to the point where basically it was the only thing a lot of people were using to deal damage. And Bungie was like, well, we can't have that, so we nerfed it, and now it only lasts until you fire that one shot. And I really don't know of hardly anybody at all in the PvE world who genuinely uses this in their big DPS raid boss strategies or anything like that. Again, the perk has really, really fallen off lately. Oddly enough, though, the perk actually has been on the rise in PvP, if you can believe that. So the perk can be found on a couple of scout rifles, including the Hung Jury, the Adept Hung Jury, and what's that other one called? The Glissando. 180 RPM scout rifles, which normally are a 4-tap in PvP, become a 3-tap in PvP if you have box breathing. So basically, you just kind of hard scope a little bit to trigger the perk. Bam, now you've got a 3-tap kill, which is a very short time to kill. And there are a couple PvP players I know, Defy Fly, I think is one of them, who use this perk to great effect in top-level PvP. So if that kind of sounds appealing to you, if you're maybe a scout rifle player, try to get a box-breathing Hung Jury. I think you can focus one from Commander Zavala at the tower. That might be a worthwhile endeavor. Get that shockingly good time to kill with box breathing and give it a whirl in PvP. Okay, next we come to Cascade Point, and this is one of those perks that can be good in both PvE or PvP. I really enjoy those types of perks. Final blows or sustained precision hits with another weapon increase this weapon's rate of fire for a short duration. So basically, here's how it works. You get a final blow with a different weapon, or you get a lot of headshots in a row with a different weapon. You have now activated Cascade Point on your other weapons. You swap to Cascade Point, and for a brief window of time, 2.5 seconds, which is a very, very, very short window, but you have the ability to just beam people. Like your rate of fire, the firing delay goes down. You're just like, you just pump out the shots very much quicker than you would before. So as you can imagine, there is a lot of potential on the table with this perk, even though it has a very, very short window for you to take advantage of the perk. So in PvP, hilarious. If you kill somebody with, a shotgun or a sniper or a fusion or whatever, you get a kill with your special weapon. Now you have a 5-second window. So basically, when you get a kill, you have a 5-second window to take out your weapon with Cascade Point. And when you take out the weapon with Cascade Point, I think these numbers are correct, then you have that 2.5-second window to take advantage of the fast firing rate. So you get a kill with a fusion or a shotgun or whatever, and then you whip out your primary weapon, and the next poor bastard that walks into your line of sight is going to get smoked. Your time to kill is going to just go way down because you are just firing so fast, and catching people off guard with a Cascade Point weapon in PvP is nothing short of hilarious. It's just a fantastic way to catch someone by surprise. Viable too, because again, you're lowering your time to kill, which is terrific. Try that out. There's a couple good weapons that, True Vanguard, before he switched to Starfield or whatever that guy's doing these days, he had a lot of clips I'd seen on Twitter, big lover of Cascade Point. Just very fun, borderline troll perk for PvP, but very effective. In PvE, you have scenarios where you could swap to a gun and pump out a lot of big damage quickly. One example would be the Cataphract Grenade Launcher, which I think is it drops from Trials, but that can drop with Cascade Point. Grenade launchers with Cascade Point are good DPS damage windows because basically you can use a different weapon to hit a raid boss or whatever with many precision hits, which has now activated Cascade Point. So you swap to your heavy grenade launcher and empty the entire drum in 2.5 seconds, which would normally take a lot longer. And then you swap back. In a perfect world, maybe your grenade launcher has Cascade Point and Autoloading Holster together, because then you keep shooting at them with, sniper or whatever to re-trigger Cascade Point, and then you take out the grenade launcher again, empty the mag, empty the drum in 2.5 seconds. So a very interesting perk and viable on both sides of the game. Absolutely worth your time checking out. I know a lot of people who play PvE don't enjoy stepping foot into Trials for good reason. But if you have the stomach to go and do it, I would say try to go get a Cataphract Grenade Launcher with that perk because it might help you out a lot. Next up, we have Celerity. This is another currently retired perk, one that I'm kind of wishing that Bungie would bring back. Increases weapon handling and reload. Gain the following effects when you are the last living member of your fire team. Increased target acquisition, increased handling and reload speed, reduced flinch from incoming fire. So we briefly, not too long ago, spoke about Bottomless Grief, another retired weapon perk for the time being. That is a perk that is dead and buried and can stay. It can stay 6 feet under. Celerity, on the other hand, is a formerly excellent perk if you play comp or if you play trials, especially. It suffers from the same problem that Bottomless Grief did, where it would only turn on if you are the last living member of your fire team. It won't work if you are just a straight up solo player, which makes sense. Otherwise, it would probably be too easy to take advantage of. But the benefits offered by Celerity were way stronger than Bottomless Grief. Increased target acquisition. By the way, Celerity gave your weapon a permanent handling and reload buff, which by itself is okay. Handling much more important to me in PvP than reload. But yeah, when you become the last living member of your fire team, good lord, the target acquisition, the even more handling, the reduced flinch from incoming fire, as I may have or will mention in the future at some point in today's video. Anything you can do in PvP to reduce the amount of incoming flinch you're taking from weapon fire is big to the average PvP player. Big, big, big. So Celerity, not often a perk that you'd be able to take advantage of, but when you were able to take advantage of it, especially in trials, if you were maybe in a 1v1, you versus the lone guy and the revives are far away and you're just engaging each other, your ability to win that 1v1 duel would be significantly increased, I would say, especially in a primary fight, if you had a weapon with Celerity turned on. Fantastic perk. Unfortunately, I have been through many a vault cleaning on stream with my community and with people like Dado, and a lot of my weapons that I really should not have deleted have been deleted, which had access to the perk Celerity. I believe I have 2 Shire's Wrath SMGs, which still have Celerity. I believe I have a fusion rifle with Celerity. Really wish I had an Igneous Hammer or maybe a Messenger with Celerity for purely research purposes. I do not. Really bummed about it. If you're a veteran player, I would comb through your vault and maybe look for any of those, especially if you play trials. If you're a new player, sorry, maybe Bungie will bring it back one day, but for right now, a pretty fun limited use weapon perk, but when it kicks in, whew, does it kick in. And next up, we come to a Chain Reaction. Each final blow with this weapon creates an elemental damage explosion. This perk is completely designed, in my opinion, for PvE. Now, for the most part, most weapons in the game that are capable of dropping with Chain Reaction are power weapons. So in PvP, you could get into situations where you pick up a rocket launcher or a grenade launcher with Chain Reaction, you get a kill, and then, the body flies off and explodes, and you get a little, area control. You've cleaned out a room better thanks to Chain Reaction. But again, mainly designed for PvE. 2 weapons in the game can roll with Chain Reaction that are not power weapons. They are the Forbearance and the Salvager's Salvo Grenade Launcher. And that perk on those grenade launchers is terrific. Again, I've mentioned this earlier when I talked about Envious Assassin, but the crafted Forbearance wave frame grenade launcher is literally one of the best weapons in all of PvE right now in terms of just pumping out crazy ad clear damage and just damaging majors and stuff like that. It is a terrific, terrific perk. I love when there are situations where a perk that normally belongs on one weapon, like Chain Reaction belonging on a rocket launcher, grenade launcher, a couple swords, leaving the neighborhood and going to a weapon where it completely does not belong. And that is one of the situations for why Forbearance is one of the strongest weapons in the game. So in the future, when we get word of new guns coming down the pipe in Season 24 or Season 23, excuse me, keep your eyes peeled. I always love to be like, oh, is there a new gun coming out with Chain Reaction? Odds probably point to no. I can't imagine now that Bungie has seen how good Forbearance is for this long. I don't think they're going to repeat their mistake of giving us another weapon with Chain Reaction that does not deserve it. But for the most part, it's a good weapon perk, good on power weapons for ad clear potential, but great on grenade launchers or that are able to roll that perk on it. Okay, next up we come to Chill Clip. Direct hits with the top half of the magazine cause a detonation that slows nearby targets. Chill Clip is a very, very good perk in PvE. It recently took a little bit of a hit because it was too good. Basically, if you had a fusion rifle, for example, the Riptide, Chill Clip Riptide, very popular. If you had that weapon and that perk together, you could basically handle any champion in the game by yourself if you were playing on a solar class, or if you had the ability to otherwise become Radiant. So basically, with Chill Clip, you can deal with Overload because slow stuns Overload champions. You can deal with Unstoppable because freeze stuns Unstoppable champions. And you can deal with Barrier champions because all you have to do is just become Radiant, however. And you now have the ability to break a Barrier champion shield. So they've changed the amount of how much slow you apply when you hit an enemy with Chill Clip. Used to be you could freeze an Unstoppable champion in 2 shots of a fusion rifle. Now it takes 3. So it's still very, very good. You still have kind of this army of one mentality where you just slap on a fusion rifle, you know, Chill Clip, Riptide, or whatever, and you go into a GM Nightfall. You can handle any champion that Bungie throws at you potentially. Now it just takes 1 extra shot, which is like, all right, little slap on the wrist there. It's still really good for PvE, you know. On the PvP side of the fence, don't really know any people who talk about Chill Clip a lot. Now, in theory, a Chill Clip fusion rifle would be beast if you got it to activate, because you would hit somebody with your fusion rifle and now they're slowed. So in theory, you could use it at very long ranges to not intentionally just tag somebody with it, and it's like, oh, you've dealt big damage and now they're slowed, and you can change to a primary and they can't really run away from you, and you just gun them down immediately. But the problem is that in PvP, you have to pick up a lot of special ammo. So, you know, you would have to get a lot of kills on people and pick up their ammo to build up the mag in your fusion rifle. And now when you're at the top half of the mag, then you could activate Chill Clip. But that for a lot of people is like too much work. Too much work. I would prefer perks on my fusion rifle in PvP that help me all the time, as opposed to a couple perks that you have to like wait and build up before they help you. But you could be different. Bungie could also be very silly in the future if they wanted to maybe release a fusion rifle with like a 3 magazine by default, meaning that you could get 1 shot of Chill Clip to activate right away every time you spawn into PvP, although that kind of sounds like a nightmare. But so I don't know, keep your eyes peeled, but that is sort of Chill Clip in a nutshell. Very viable in PvE for champion and mini boss hurtin', and PvP, trolly, but not super viable. Next, we come to close to melee. Glaive projectile final blows improve glaive melee damage. Glaive projectile or melee damage will extend the duration. I'm not much of a glaive guy. Not much of a glaive guy. There are very few of them. There are few in a handful in PvE, probably more in PvE than there are in PvP, because in PvE, you at the very least get to take advantage of that great incoming DR, which admittedly has saved my bacon when I soloed the Lightblade Grandmaster, which was a huge pain in the dick. I did it with a melee, I believe, unless I'm making up stories. But yeah, that was pretty crazy. The DR will help a lot. In PvP, I see almost no glaive users at all, and for good reason. They're difficult to use, but I was hopeful, maybe not hopeful. I was thinking that with the extra melee damage given by close to melee, you could change the 3-hit melee, because in PvP, if you try to beat somebody with a glaive, it is a 3-hit kill. I was hoping that close to melee would take it from a 3-hit kill to a 2-hit kill. It does not, which is incredibly depressing. It gives a 30% buff in melee damage, which, again, sizable on paper. 30% is great. But it only takes your melee damage up to 92 total, which is not enough, excuse me, for a 2-tap kill in PvP. Now, if you had something like an Arc Buddy or something, you know, Arc Soul, pew pew pew, shoot over the shoulder, I'm sure you could combine that with close to melee to get a 2-whack kill up close, but still, I don't know. It's just and on the PvE side, if I'm using a glaive in PvE, again, it is to take advantage of the great damage reduction that glaives give you. And if I'm trying to stay alive in difficult endgame content with a glaive, I probably want to be far away from the enemy. I don't want to be up close meleeing people because they'll just gangbang me and slap me and I'll be dead immediately. I want to be at range, blocking Hive boomer shots with a Glaive with the excellent DR. So I don't really see a world where I'm ever very excited about close to melee. There could be some very niche uses of this perk. I would recommend consulting your local friendly Glaive expert, which admittedly is not me. But I would be shocked if I heard from a lot of people that this was secretly a goated perk for most PvE endgame activities. Okay, next we come to Clown Cartridge. Reloading this weapon randomly overfills it from reserves. This is a great weapon perk for PvE, and the strength of the perk kind of depends on the weapon that you're pairing it with. It will randomly grant 10 to 50% increased reload, increased mag capacity after a reload, and it always rounds up, which is quite nice. And the one weapon that people use this the most on, at least to my knowledge, is the Hothead rocket launcher, which has been in the game for a while. As when you reload with a rocket launcher, it will always reload up to 2 in the mag, guaranteed every time. So basically, you fire out 1 rocket, you reload, Clown Cartridge takes that schniz up to 2 every time, which is excellent because in PvE, as many of you know, reloading is kind of the eternal enemy that anything you can do to minimize the pain of reloading will be beneficial in PvE because you want to pump out as much damage as you can in as short of a time window as you can. And Clown Cartridge on the Hothead helps with that a lot. So if you're a new player looking for a good rocket launcher and you don't have one yet, I think you can focus them at the tower with Zavala right now and just go for a Clown Cartridge Hothead rocket launcher. It's pretty hot. And keep your eyes peeled in future seasons if any rocket launchers continue to drop with Clown Cartridge, because again, a very worthwhile perk for PvE. Okay, next up we have Cluster Bomb. Rockets spawn cluster bombs upon detonation. Basically, you shoot a rocket, you get the explosion, and then, 6 to 8, I think it might be 8 or something, mini little frag bombs come out, cluster bombs, and they scatter an area. The last I checked, the higher your blast radius was on your rocket launcher, the further the cluster bombs spread out from the blast point origin. So I guess if you are in PvP and you want to have a power weapon that kind of can very easily spread big damage across a whole room of enemy guardians, you want one with high blast radius because, again, spreads out the cluster bombs further, so you can damage more people in the room with just one shot. But for the most part, not a lot of people on the PvE side use cluster bombs. And the reason for that is that rocket launchers right now have a lot of strong perk competition. You've got things like Bait and Switch, which we've already covered. We've got Explosive Light, which we have yet to cover. But those are kind of the perks that people really want for big boy endgame PvE damage dealing. Really hard to argue with the buff given by Bait and Switch. Really, really difficult to argue against those numbers. And Cluster Bomb is not going to win that argument. So fine probably if maybe you're the team Divinity user, the designated div bitch, and you are therefore going to be using your Divinity in major damage phases. So you have the ability to use your power weapon maybe to help out with, ad clear and major killing and champion killing and stuff like that. So you could put on a Cluster Bomb rocket to maybe clear things out a little bit better, but for a situation like that, I would probably prefer maybe a machine gun, like a reconstruction machine gun. But yeah, Cluster Bomb, it's not a bad perk. It just has a lot of competition in PvE, so I would probably mainly use it for spreading out damage further, I guess, in PvP. Okay, moving on, we come to Collective Action. Collecting elemental pickups or throwing a Strand Tangle grants a stacking period of increased damage. Elemental pickups include Fire Sprites, Void Breaches, Stasis Shards, Ionic Traces, and Strand Tangles. Anything associated with a 3.0 build, if you pick that up, you will activate Collective Action. So Collective Action is a 20% damage output in PvE and 10% in PvP. I believe there was a point in time where it was 20% across the board, but that was really making things difficult because in PvP, people were using a 120 RPM hand cannon to very easily activate collective action by breaking a stasis crystal and then getting a free 20% damage buff, allowing them to 2-tap basically anybody in the game, which ran wild for a little bit before I think Bungie split the difference between 20% PvE, 10% in PvP. It's still a good perk, though. On the PvP front, collective action is kind of like a stasis version of Radiant for a solar player. So it's very easy for a stasis player usually to make a crystal, a glacier grenade or whatever. You just break it, you collect the shard, you've just activated collective action, and you get a stronger damage output, 10%. Not amazing, but nothing to sneeze at. And basically a stasis version of Radiant for icy players in PvP, which is not bad. And on the PvE side, the amount of, the strength of the perk is going to be directly tied to what kind of build you have put together. If you are capable of generating a lot of, void breaches or tangles or whatever, then you're going to get a lot of viability out of collective action. I think it's also going to depend on what you have in the seasonal artifact at any given time. Because if you have a seasonal artifact that does not promote a lot of, extra schniz dropping all over the floor, you're not going to get as much viability. But if you have a season where you're getting, a bunch of perks in the seasonal artifact that really mesh, like with right now with Strand, you could get a lot of viability out of collective action, and 20% free damage in PvE is pretty good. So it's going to depend completely on what kind of build you have and how frequently you are generating these things to drop, which could be quite nice. So just kind of a decent, solid perk all around. Okay, next up we have Compulsive Reloader. Grants increased reload speed when close to a full magazine. So apparently if you are 50% or higher in your magazine, you will have a faster reload, 50 extra reload on your weapon, which is nice, but not really a perk that I choose to hunt down on a lot of my weapons for either PvE or PvP. Now, in theory, you could pair it together with a fusion rifle that has the ability to roll Reservoir Burst, where, you're getting that extra damage output at the top of the mag, extra damage in the explosion, and then you're just kind of reloading very fast to make sure that you're continually re-procking Reservoir Burst, which could be really fun. You could also use it on a weapon in PvP with the Suros Synergy Origin trait, which is when you reload, you get extra flinch protection, incoming flinch reduction on something like the Cantata hand cannon. So you could, continually reload near the top half of the mag for a fast reload, and then you get the extra flinch protection right before you get into an engagement with your hand cannon, which could be quite nice. Sort of, fun little niche uses right there. I don't really use it very much because, again, in the example of the Cantata, it means I would probably be missing out on something like Moving Target or like Rapid Hit, just to try and go off the top of my head about what it rolls in column 3 of the Cantata. And it's pretty good perk competition for a hand cannon. I don't know. I wouldn't say it's a terrible perk, but limited viability probably for sure. Okay, next up, had to take a little break there to sleep and eat and stuff. Controlled Burst. Landing every shot in a burst grants this weapon increased damage and reduced charge time over a short duration. This is a perk designated for fusion rifles and a very, very interesting perk. After you hit with every bolt in your fusion rifle charge up, you get a 20% improvement to your outgoing weapon damage and 10% increased charge time, which is quite nice. Usually on fusion rifles, if you have something that makes your charge time faster, that results in less damage output, not more, but this perk is apparently an exception to that rule. So very interesting, although the duration is very short. Apparently the duration is only around 2 seconds. So if you're hoping to maybe take advantage of a fusion rifle in PvP with this perk, I don't know, maybe think again. It could help you out, but the other enemy would have to be basically right there. You'd have to have 2 enemies within striking distance, one to kill and proc controlled burst, and then the other to immediately charge up your fusion rifle and liquefy. And there are probably scenarios where that will unfold in that way, but for the vast majority of time spent in 3v3, or sorry, PvP in general, especially if you're in a 3v3 game type, maybe like Trials, you probably won't get that much viability out of Controlled Burst. 6v6 maybe, but the perk will really shine in PvE. Damaging bigger, beefier targets with a fusion rifle that has access to Controlled Burst sounds like a lot of fun. I'm actually trying to get a Nox Perennial, I think is the name of the fusion rifle, because it has Controlled Burst and Envious Assassin on it together, which is a combination that I really, really want. I figure once you get that going, I mean, if you get Envious Assassin, you make your mag go up, and then you find a champion or just a mini boss or whatever, and you just keep pumping that damage into him repeatedly. The extra Controlled Burst damage seems like a really fun combo. So definitely a perk, I would say, that has potential in PvE. You can try it in PvP, but I wouldn't expect big results across the board. Next up, we come to another perk, which can be found on a lot of fusion rifles, called Cornered, faster charge time or draw time when surrounded by combatants. So if you have two enemies within a 15-meter range of you, 15 meters is a perk, a number, by the way, that Bungie uses very frequently in terms of having an enemy nearby you. Perks like Threat Detector and a bunch of others, they're all within a 15-meter radius. So it might be worthwhile, if you're unfamiliar with how close that is, to go into a private match and kind of get a good idea with the heavy ammo crate how far away 15 meters is. But if you have two enemies within 15 meters of you, you get a faster charge time, 15% decreased charge time, or, draw time for if it's a bow or a fusion rifle on your weapon. I am not a fan of this perk. Some people are, and that is fine. I have a very specific problem with it. I think if you're in PvP and there are two enemies within 15 meters of you, you are about to get mollywopped. It's very likely that you're about to get shotgunned, or you're about to get Antaeus warded, shoulder charged, or you're going to get Warlock slide arc melee, something like that. Like, you're just two enemies within a 15-meter range of you, you're about to get popped. And you could make it work if you're a really good fusion rifle player. You could get a double kill out of that thanks to Cornered. But with how long fusions take to charge, even with the decreased charge time, one of those two players within 15 meters of you would have to either make a mistake or be a potato to not kill you in the time it would take for you to double fusion them both, for the most part. If you're a real big fusion lover, sure. I mean, I'm sure it may have saved your bacon plenty of times. I would much rather use a perk in PvP on a fusion rifle like Under Pressure or Tap the Trigger, Firmly Planted, Elemental Capacitor, something that will give me more viability more of the time than something like Cornered, which is kind of like a little niche and, again, very risky. If you're a bow user and you have two enemies within 15 meters of you, you are absolutely going to get plowed in PvP because you have even less you have less damage output than a fusion rifle in the same situation. So, I mean, I guess you could use it in PvE. If you're really into fusions and bows in PvE, sure, that could probably be a big thing, because there's probably a lot of times when multiple enemies within close range of you and you're not going to really panic too much because it's PvE, which is a completely different world. So sure, you could get a lot of mileage out of that perk in PvE, but then you still have the same problem of perk competition. So if you're going to use Cornered, you're going to lose access to things like Controlled Burst. You're going to lose access to things like Reservoir Burst and, Frenzy and yada, yada, yada. So I guess it's a perk you can absolutely run if you feel like it might be appealing to you. But personally, at the time of me recording this video, I am not a big fan of this perk. Next up, we have Counterattack. Blocking an attack immediately after guarding increases damage for a short duration. This would be a perk found on many swords in the game. And here's the numbers. Upon blocking an attack, you have a 50% increased damage output window for 2 seconds. Now, that isn't bad in terms of being able to deal extra damage. 50% more damage is a lot. That's a big, big number. Again, the only problem with Counterattack is that the difficulty to proc could border on annoying, and having to do that repeatedly with such a short window, 2 seconds of, 50% damage output, very frustrating and not something a lot of people will be able to take advantage of very consistently. I think most people who are going to be using a sword for big damage and DPS are probably going to lean towards Surrounded or even Whirlwind Blade, which are, you know, smaller damage numbers, but far easier to take advantage of than something like Counterattack, where you're going to have to like basically standing there guarding with your sword, begging for the enemy to quickly hit you. You get, oh, 2 seconds extra damage. Oh, come on, hit me again, hit me again. Like you're wasting time with the block animation trying to get them to hit you, which they might not because PvE enemies are stupid. And then you get the 50% damage output for 2 seconds, which is a really tiny window. Not a terrible perk, could be good for solo content or, you know, I don't know if you just enjoy using swords in general in PvE, go enjoy that fantasy. But I think for the most part, people are going to use sword damage perks that are easier to take advantage of. Next up, we have Danger Zone. The blast radius of this weapon increases when surrounded by combatants. While active, this weapon deals significantly less damage to the wielder. This is a very interesting perk, probably far more common in PvE, I would say, than PvP. I guess if there's a situation where you're really jonesing to nuke an enemy with a grenade or a rocket launcher, but you just don't want to kill yourself, I mean, I guess it could help you out, but using Danger Zone would limit your access to other perks, like probably Reconstruction. Not sure it's a perk a lot of people would immediately dive for, given the options available on rocket and grenade launchers when the competition is pretty fierce. One thing that you could do for Danger Zone is put it on a blinding grenade launcher for PvE. I've mentioned before, I think they're called disruption grenade launchers now. The blinding nade launchers in PvE are super, super good, very viable, and you could just use that perk to expand the blast radius, meaning you have a wider area of targets that can be blinded by your launcher, and you can be very confident about shooting it at your own feet or bouncing it off a wall into yourself if you're, 2 inches from a wall. You can be more devil may care with your blinding grenade launcher and deal less damage to yourself with a wider group of enemies able to be blinded. So that would be a perk I would recommend for maybe that. Not so much, I guess, the rocket or grenade launcher DPS crowd. Moving on, we have Demolitionist. Kills with this weapon generate grenade energy. Activating your grenade ability reloads this weapon from reserves. Okay, let's talk about PvP and PvE. Either way, kills with whatever weapon has the perk demo will give you additional grenade energy. I believe if you have a sniper or a fusion, any special weapon with demo, you will get even more grenade energy back on a kill with one of those weapons. For PvP, depending on how many grenades you throw per game, I guess depending on the type of build you're rocking, this could be a great perk in PvP. If you are a young Ahamkara Spine Hunter, you might not even need it because of how generous the recharge rate is on trip mines, but you could be even more annoying with a weapon with Demolitionist on it. Or, if you're a Stasis Guardian with a Glacier Grenade or a Duskfield build, something like that, a demo weapon could be a great benefit to you. On the other hand, in PvE, Demolitionist not too long ago was an incredible perk for one specific piece of armor, the Starfire Protocol, which you could use for just crazy outgoing damage because basically you would have the ability to fire a rocket at a big boss, and then you're spamming, fusion grenades at the boss, which is 1, dealing big damage and exploding twice, and 2, it is also auto-reloading your hothead rocket launcher because of the fact that by throwing the grenade, you are reloading the rocket launcher via the Demolitionist perk. Bungie had to severely neuter that strategy because it was just across the board the most goated damage output of all time. But it's not a bad perk since then. The rocket launcher meta has definitely changed significantly since the days of Starfire Protocol spam. Now we're looking at more of like a kind of bait and switch type meta. But again, does not make Demolitionist a bad perk. All it would take would be just the right launcher and build combo again for something like that to rise up. And again, for short damage windows, if you just want to fire a rocket, grenade, another rocket, there's nothing wrong with it's a great strategy for a short window of time to auto reload your rocket or grenade launcher with demo and then just keep chucking nades. So sort of a less popular than it used to be, but still a good perk overall. All right, next up we have Desperado. Reloading after a precision final blow increases your rate of fire. This used to be a weapon perk that was only available on 1-2 guns in the game, just the unique, the Redrix's broadsword and the Claymore. Just a weapon perk only unique to those very 2 particular weapons. And I think Bungie wanted to expand the perk to be on more pulse rifles because it was an interesting perk, but they had to kind of change it because in its current state, in its original state, it was extremely, extremely, extremely good, to the point where if they had put it on other weapons, it would have completely turned into a pulse-dominated landscape across the board. So for a 6-second window, I think you get like just a significant rate of fire boost on your weapon, which like reduces firing delay by 30% for 6 seconds. That's really, really good. If you get a kill in PvP and you have a weapon with Desperado, you have a very fun window ahead of you where anyone who challenges you might immediately regret it, because you have the ability to just really, really crank out the damage and smoke a few people. Kind of like an interesting, like the other side of the coin of a kill clip, where a kill clip, you know, higher damage output. This is just faster bullet firing. I think in its current state, while fun, I don't often recommend Desperado. It is definitely a good perk, don't get me wrong. It can be really fun and deadly in PvP. I just kind of view it as maybe a shadow of its former self, and for good reason. Again, if they had put the perk on every gun in the old state, it would have been way too oppressive. It's still fun. If you are a new player and you want to try it out, I definitely recommend doing that. It's not really for me anymore. I have it laying around just in case they ever decide to, you know, give it a jump start or something like that. But by no means a bad perk in PvP. By no means at all. Just, yeah, go give it a whirl, especially if you're into pulse rifles. Pump out that damage, take people by surprise, make them remember the power of Desperado. Okay, next we have Destabilizing Rounds. Final blows cause nearby targets to become volatile. This is a really fun perk in PvE. So you get a kill and then, you know, reload around the target. Other enemies become volatile, and that pairs together with a lot of... Did I say you need to reload? You don't need to reload. Just get a final blow, and then all the targets in the area, you know, become volatile. It will pair very nicely with other 3.0 fragments if you play a lot of Void. If you use Echo of Cessation, you can defeat a volatile target, and then you can generate a Void Breach. And then if you have the Echo of Starvation, I think you pick up a Void Breach, and then you now have Devour. So it's a lot of fun interactions, an easy way to spread volatile around in PvE if you enjoy ad clear, and synergizes very well with a lot of what the Void 3.0 kit has to offer. Now, the additional strength of this perk will go up or down, like many perks we'll talk about today, depending on what is in the seasonal artifact. So if we are in a season where the seasonal artifact is really dry on a lot of Void stuff, and maybe it's leaning more towards you using a Strand build or an Arc build or whatever, then yeah, it's still a good perk, but you're going to see less of it because Void is simply just not the flavor of the month. And then on the other hand, if we have a month where the seasonal artifact is just exploding to the brim with perks or whatever, encouraging you to use a Void 3.0 build, then obviously the viability of Destabilizing Rounds is going to go up. So make your own call. I wouldn't recommend it for PvP, but in PvE, very fun. Great way to synergize and strengthen your Void 3.0 kit. Okay, next up we have Discord. Final blows with another weapon grant this weapon increased speed for aiming down sights, accuracy, and airborne effectiveness for a short time. When Discord is active, final blows refund ammo. This is a very interesting perk, clearly under the umbrella of who cares for PvE, very blatantly designed for use in PvP. I think the numbers are you get a kill and then with a different weapon, and then you swap to your Discord weapon, and then for 7 seconds, you get all of those benefits that I just mentioned, which again, better ADS speed, a better accuracy cone, and better airborne effectiveness. I think it gives you like 30 airborne effectiveness, which is just excellent. So this is a really good weapon perk, but it's just... It depends on the weapon. It depends on the weapon. And it also depends on how much of an ape you are, or how much of a special weapon, I guess, abuser you are in PvP. Because the amount of benefit that you're going to get out of the perk Discord is directly tied, of course, to how much you are going to gank people with, your shotgun, your fusion, your sniper rifle, your whatever. If you manage to use them a lot and you're okay with missing out on whatever other perks you might be able to get, for example, if you used Nation of Beasts hand cannon, if you had Discord, you would potentially be missing out on Keep Away, Perpetual Motion, Opening Shot, all which are terrific perks. If you're okay with that trade-off, then you're probably going to do really well with this weapon perk, because all those things that I mentioned are very, very good. Having a better ADS speed is great. Having better weapon accuracy, any perk in PvP that gives you better weapon accuracy is usually rock goddamn solid. And of course, extra AE, depending on how much you jump, that is going to benefit you a lot. If you're a Stompy Hunter, Strand Hunter, if you're a Floofy Solar Warlock, all that stuff is really going to benefit you. So again, good perk. Just make sure that you're okay with the trade-off. Make sure that whatever weapon you want to use that has the perk Discord, go check it out. See what other perks are in that column that you might be potentially giving up on. And if you're okay with making that trade, make that trade. Solid perk, good duration, great for the neutral game, especially if you're a filthy special ape. Go have fun. Okay, moving on, we come to Disruption Break. Breaking an enemy's shield with this weapon makes them more vulnerable to kinetic damage for a brief period of time. This has kind of specific usage in PvP. We'll talk about PvE in just a minute. In PvP, for the most part, when I see this, which is rare, by the way, it is usually on a grenade launcher, even like a wave frame grenade launcher. You damage the enemy guardian with your wave frame or whatever to de-shield them, because you're not going to get a one-hit kill with your grenade launcher anyway. You're probably going to de-shield them, especially if you hit with a wave frame, and then you swap to a kinetic to finish them off, because now that they are weak, they are also going to be slim pickings because they are weaker to incoming kinetic damage for a brief window of time. And you can use this in very interesting ways. If you are a big fan of the Ace of Spades, you can tag somebody with a wave frame, finish them off with Ace, which should be easy to do because now they're weaker to kinetic damage. And not only have you finished a weak target very quickly, but now you can reload your Ace and take advantage of Memento Mori, which is a fantastic perk in PvP to take advantage of. So that is the kind of niche PvP usage. And in PvE, it's fine. It's nothing insane, I would say. It's good to have. I have a Truth Teller grenade launcher, which I very much enjoy using because it is an auto-loading disruption / blinding grenade launcher, which again, love those for PvE, and mine also has disruption break. So when I fire it at an enemy, they all get blind. If that enemy happens to have a void shield and I crack that shield with Truth Teller, not only are they blind, but they are now going to be easier to be killed. They're going to get killed easier by my kinetic weapon damage and everybody else's, and it's fine. It's a fine perk for PvE. Nothing insane, but a decent perk. I would recommend giving it a try in PvP if you're okay with going to hell, and that is Disruption Break in a nutshell. Next, we come to Dual Loader. Reloads 2 shells at a time, but reduces reload speed. PvP, this falls under the umbrella of who cares at all. I am never going to be excited about getting a Dual Loader shotgun in PvP. Maybe if we get some kind of crazy new perk in column 4, which has unbelievable synergy with Dual Loader, then maybe I'll change my mind. PvP, really, who cares? PvE, fine, totally fine. There's a lot of situations where people might find themselves dealing, big damage up close to a target, like a mini boss or whatever, and, you're near the end of the mag, and you want to, fire, reload 2 at a time, fire, reload 2 at a time. That doesn't happen too often, but if you have a shotgun with Dual Loader, it should be fine. Some perk competition on the PvE front, it's probably going to live in column 3, meaning you're going to have competition from, Autoloading Holster, Lead from Gold, or something like that. But for the most part, just a fine perk for PvE. Nothing too crazy, I don't think. I believe the enhanced version, if you craft a weapon with Dual Loader, you get 3 back reload. Hope I'm not wrong about that, or you'll let me know in the comment section, I'm sure. But yeah, just a fine perk for PvE. Okay, next up we have a perk I don't have too much to say about. We have Duelist Trance. Sword final blows grant increased charge rate and defense until this weapon is stowed. So swords recently went through a fair amount of changes. Bungie made a bunch of tweaks to them. Guarding now has pretty good DR by default. The charge rate for swords is pretty good by default. As I'm going to mention, or I think have mentioned already in today's video, for the most part, sword usage falls under one of two categories. One is zooming around the map at light speed and being a speedrunner, and two is dealing big damage to a single target, like Crota, for example. Duelist Trance is just one of the many perks on swords that I'm just not super wild about. You could feel differently. If you do, that's fine. But yeah, using your sword for, just mowing through ad clear for extra charge rate and defense, I guess fine. There could be a situation where maybe you're dealing with the mini boss or something like that, and you whack a red bar to get more defense before going back to damaging the big boy. I guess there would be nothing wrong with doing that. It's probably going to depend on the game type or the situation, whatever it is that you're playing, and a couple of other factors. But for the most part, perk that I'm not super wild about. That could change in the future, but yeah. Moving on, we come to Dragonfly. Precision kills create an elemental damage explosion. Dragonfly is the elemental version of Firefly, which is, for the most part, the kinetic version. So yeah, basically exactly what it sounds like. You shoot an enemy in the head, and if you get a kill, you get a little elemental boom boom explosion, damage in a small radius around where the body was, and that's all she wrote. Dragonfly is a good perk in PvE, solid at, delivering a little extra oomph to your ad clear. It may have been power crept a little bit over the years. We have a lot of very tempting perk options on the table in terms of dealing, more damage to groups and stuff like that. Better ad clear perks in the year of our Lord 2023. But Dragonfly remains a good perk for sure. In PvP, I know extremely few people, borderline no people, who are excited to receive a primary elemental weapon with Dragonfly on it. It's not really a perk that a lot of people are, oh man, I got the God roll, I got a Dragonfly or something like that. It certainly can help you if you're playing 6v6 and they're all huddled together, or you're playing a team of 3v3 in trials and maybe they're all super holding hands. I'm not saying it's never going to help you in PvP, but I feel like the vast majority of people I know who are diehard PvP players, myself included, always usually opt in for perks that are going to help you 100% of the time, despite the, tightness of how close other people are playing together. Perks like rangefinder, moving target, keep away, opening shot, the list of perks that are basically always on and going to help your primary shot, as opposed to Dragonfly, which could only help a certain portion of the time. Moving on, we come to Dynamic Sway Reduction. Improves accuracy and stability while continuously holding down the trigger. PvE. No one cares. This is a perk that was completely designed for PvP and PvP alone. And if you use auto rifles or you use SMGs, and especially if you play on controller, you can probably skip this part entirely because you already know how good this perk is. You probably have it, like you're married to this perk because it is very, very effective. Any perk in PvP that benefits you or, makes you just perform better for playing no differently than you normally would, especially for just holding down the trigger of the gun, usually going to be a very popular perk. So while Dynamic Sway will help you out if you use both or either mouse and keyboard or controller, I think it benefits you a little bit more on controller because the stability buffs in Destiny 2, I think, are slightly more noticeable on controller. But again, I use sometimes SMGs or auto rifles on M&K that have Dynamic Sway Reduction, and it's just a great perk. It'll help you no matter what input method you play on, but again, going to help you a little bit more if you play on controller. Anything that improves your accuracy in PvP, I've mentioned this before, is going to be a chef's kiss perk for your weapon. Plenty of auto rifles and SMGs kind of feel okay, and then they get elevated to nice by just firing them if you have dynamic sway reduction. Just an excellent perk. I think it ramps up the more you hold down the trigger. I think the cap is like 10 shots, but again, just shooting the trigger and having a better stability better accuracy cone is just going to be excellent in PvP. Try it out if you are a new player and haven't used it yet. Okay, next we have Eager Edge. Gain increased sword lunge distance immediately after swapping to this weapon. So the vast majority of people who love Eager Edge are all PvE players, and it's a really fun perk, admittedly, for zooming around and either just moving quickly or trying to speedrun and glitch and do a whole bunch of zany, goofy crap, which I'm sure Bungie constantly is gritting their teeth about, but they've kind of put themselves into this situation because if Bungie ever nerfs or removes Eager Edge or, changes how it works, they're going to have an army of angry PvE players storming the gates of the castle because of how pretty much universally adored this perk is on the PvE front. So you should probably, if you're new to the game and you have no idea what I'm talking about, try to go look up some tutorials on how to take advantage of Eager Edge to, fly around the map like an asshole. It really is really fun. Basically, like I've mentioned earlier, one of the two uses of a sword in PvE is to fly around crazy quick or to do big DPS to a target like Crota. On the PvP side, Eager Edge is used, but not as highly frequently as it is seen in PvE. In PvP, Eager Edge is more seen as kind of like if you want to style on people and break ankles. I'm sure there are some people who genuinely love zooming around in PvP, in comp or trials or whatever, to try and get to a different part of the map quicker on power round, to try to flank the enemy quicker, try to break ankles and team shot the enemy. I feel like it's way overcomplicated. I would rather just pick up a grenade launcher or a rocket launcher, like a grenade, like my Blast Batu, and just get a triple kill. I feel like it's way easier to do that, but it is fun in PvP to put on an Eager Edge sword and zoom around by some people and, break their necks and yada, 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 fun stuff. But a very loved perk at the time of me recording this video that I'm sure Bungie hopes to maybe tweak one day, but probably will not due to fear of community backlash. Moving on, we have Eddy Current. Temporarily increases reload speed after sprinting. The effect is improved when you are amplified. So basically, after sprinting for 3 seconds, you have an increased reload speed window on your weapon. And yeah, that's it. I don't hear a lot of people talking about Eddy Current at the moment. Probably a perk maybe in need of some love from Bungie. I have one on my 120 RPM Adagio combined action hand cannon, a hand cannon which I really love because Adagio allows me to 2-tap people in PvP, which is fun. Kill Clip can also let you 2-tap people on a 120 RPM hand cannon, but Kill Clip will only allow you to do it up to 9 Resil. Adagio does slow down your rate of fire, which is a bummer, but it does let my 120 2-tap all levels of Resil. But I'm getting off track. The point of the story is that combined action has Eddy Current on it, which is fine because my reload speed on my 120 RPM is doo-doo to begin with. But that being said, if I had a different perk other than Eddy Current, I would probably be much happier because it's just, I don't know. I don't know. It's not that fantastic of a perk. I know nobody who would be doing backflips. Oh, I got my God roll. It dropped with Eddy Current. It just isn't a thing that I hear people say. If you enjoy using that perk for either PvP or PvE, good for you. I think the effect of having improved reload speed when you're amplified is interesting because I'm already pretty sure that you already get better reload speed when amplified. So I guess it makes it even better. But yeah, I think some uses for PvE, I'm sure maybe you could reload your weapon faster, like super quick when amplified and get back to shredding ads or something like that. But for the most part, not really a perk that I much care about. Moving on, we come to Elemental Capacitor, a interesting one and maybe difficult to understand if you're new, but I got you. Increased stats based on the currently equipped subclass, and the effect will be different. So if you're playing a solar class, you get increased reload speed. If you are playing Arc, you get increased handling. If you're playing Void, you get extra stability. If you're playing Stasis, you get extra recoil direction and increased movement speed when ADSing. And if you are Strand, you get improved AE, airborne effectiveness. So this perk, for the most part, is used in PvP. And almost all the benefits are good, with the exception being solar. Most PvP players don't super care about getting a quicker reload speed, especially when the other options are on the table are, stability, handling, AE, movement speed while ADSing, yada, yada, yada. I guess if you had a PvE weapon and you were using solar for the quicker reload speed, that could be, beneficial to you. But on the PvP side, basically you look for everyone that is not solar. If you are a shotgun player, I have a couple shotguns that I actually use Elemental Capacitor on because I pair it together with an Arc class. So at the time of me recording this video, Arc Striker Titans are still very good with the Antaeus wards, which are eventually going to get a nerf, as declared by Bungie. But if you have an Elemental Capacitor shotgun on an Arc Titan, that is really, really, really good because you get that lightning quick handling, which is excellent on a shotgun. If I play a Void Titan or a Void Hunter, then I have an AE weapon, which can boost my stability. If I'm playing on controller, that can be very, very beneficial. Extra stability when playing on controller. If you're playing a Strand class and you have an AE weapon and you jump a lot, that could be really beneficial. There's a lot of benefits that come with Elemental Capacitor. I don't know if it's like, depending on the gun, I don't know, a lot of people would call it maybe like an S tier or a top tier perk, but it is absolutely a good perk for sure. Very reliable, very consistent, depending on the weapon, depending on your subclass, that I would recommend more people try out. I think, again, my favorite is probably Arc, which I'm used most for the shotgun swapping. Stability for maybe a fusion rifle would also be excellent. Many uses on the table in PvP, depending on what you like to play. Next up, Encore. Can I get an Encore? Do you want more? Sorry. Final blows with grant a stacking stability, range, and accuracy bonus to this weapon. Precision final blows grant more stacks. Very straightforward perk for PvP. PvE side of the fence, who cares? Nobody cares about Encore. PvP perk. So you get 5 range and 8 stability and a smaller accuracy cone for 7 seconds when activating Encore. And a body shot kill will give you 1 stack, and a headshot kill will give you 2 stacks, which is quite nice. And you can refresh the duration of Encore by getting more kills with your weapon within that window of time. Good perk for PvP. Range, stability, and a tighter accuracy cone are great when paired together. Very, very, very good. I do think Encore has competition from perks that give you higher damage output, things like, kill clip or multi-kill clip or whatever, or other maybe perks that will just benefit you across the board depending on what column Encore drops in. There's a lot of highly valued PvP perks which have been in the game for a while, which again either give you more damage or just make you have a cleaner, more accurate shot, which don't require a kill. The damage parts usually require a kill. The perks that just help you all the time, rangefinder, opening shot, moving target, yada, yada, they don't require a kill. So Encore will probably have competition from those perks, the perks that benefit you all the time without requiring you to get a kill. That being said, I'm rambling a lot right now. Again, very good perk. Any perk that shrinks your accuracy cone is solid in PvP, and the added benefit of having more range and stability is great. I admittedly don't use Encore a ton. I have some weapons that I enjoy it on that I use from time to time. Not a wide handful. It's going to depend on the gun, the role, the player, the types of weapons you like to use. But that being said, if you have a certain weapon type that you enjoy and you want to experiment with Encore, go look and see if there is a version of the weapon type you enjoy that maybe drops with Encore. Go give it a whirl. You might really enjoy it. Next up, we have Energy Transfer, which is another sword-related perk, many under the umbrella in the camp of sword perks that Fallout does not care for very much. Guarding while receiving damage generates class ability energy. Fine, sure, great. Take a shot at home of water. Every time I say in today's video that people use swords for either zooming around the map like an asshole or for dealing big damage to a single target, and energy transfer doesn't really fit the bill for either. I have heard from some people that an energy transfer sword, you could potentially use it during a DPS Crota phase if he's going to slam and you block, and then you get your energy back faster, so you could maybe drop a Warlock Healing Rift if you are low on Radiant Warlock Wells at the time and need extra health before the next Warlock is able to drop their well. I guess. It seems like a really goddamn niche usage of this perk. I don't know. People who are diehard sword lovers will maybe find a way to chime up and tell me why they enjoy energy transfer. And again, if that is the case, that is fine. I am not a diehard sword lover. I use them when the situation calls for it. But yeah, not a perk I'm super wild about. But if you enjoy swords, then God love you. Okay, moving on, we have On Guard, another sword perk, which actually has some potential use. Quick attacks immediately after swapping to this sword do additional damage. So the extra damage is 30%, which is actually quite nice. But the window is very short, 1.5 seconds. So while On Guard is not a bad sword perk, it does have severe perk competition from things like Whirlwind Blade and Surrounded, which are easier, I would say, to activate and take advantage of and to maintain. The 1.5 second window on activation of On Guard is very short, and that would mean that you would have to repeatedly you just have to keep proccing it by swapping to a different weapon, swapping back to a sword, swapping to a different weapon, swapping back to a sword. It's too much work. I think people would just rather do the easy ramp up damage offered by Whirlwind, or just come at me bro damage offered by Surrounded. Not a terrible perk in terms of rating sword perks in particular, but not one I am particularly wild about, I would say. Next up, we have Enlightened Action, which is a new weapon perk in Season of the Witch. Dealing damage significantly improves reload, speed, and handling. So basically, weapon hits with a gun with this perk are going to give 10 handling and 10 reload speed for 2 seconds, and that will stack 5 times, meaning you can reach up to a total stat value of 50 at maximum number of 5 stacks. So this is a fine perk for PvE because, again, reloading in PvE is the enemy, and anything you can do to reduce the amount of times you need to reload, or the amount of time spent reloading, I guess would be better, is something that people always love to do in PvE. As little reloading time spent as you can is a thumbs up from most PvE players. So again, Enlightened Action is fine. Unfortunately, at the time of me recording this video, there are only 2 grenade launchers in the game's API capable of rolling Enlightened Action. And both of them also have field prep in the same column, which also gives you 50 reload speed, which is the same thing I believe you can achieve at max stacks of Enlightened Action by simply reloading when crouched. Now, you don't get the handling buff offered by Enlightened Action, but that is pretty good perk competition from something that just requires you to hit the crouch button, and you also get the extra inventory stat size as well from field prep. So a little bit of competition there, but not always going to be that way. Maybe in the future, more weapons will drop that have access to only one or the other perk. I would say it would be a weapon perk to keep your eye on. I'm sure there will be weapons coming down the line in Season 23 and beyond that may feature Enlightened Action as a more, you must take this kind of perk to minimize the time spent reloading or something like that. So Not a bad perk. I wouldn't use it in PvP by a mile, but in PvE will depend on the weapon and the situation, and I think it is a perk you should keep your eye on because it could be quite nice. Okay, next up we have Ensemble, improved handling and reload speed when allies are nearby. And this is another one of those perks from Bungie that has an activation distance of 15 meters. Same thing with Cornered and Threat Detectors, the same 15-meter range. So if you have an ally 15 meters nearby, you get 30 handling and 40 reload speed for the duration that they're around, and when they leave, the effect will linger for 1.5 seconds after they leave a 15-meter radius of you. So on the PvP side, reload speed, who cares? Extra handling is good depending on the weapon. I value handling the most on shotguns, and unfortunately, I'm not going to use Ensemble over something like Threat Detector because Threat Detector is easier to activate. You have to be near an enemy, which you're obviously going to be doing if you're trying to shoot them with a shotgun, as compared to Ensemble, which requires you to be near an ally, which can definitely come into play, but requires a lot of team cohesion to consistently proc in PvP. On the PvE side, definitely a good perk, because again, reloading is the enemy in PvE. Unfortunately, I feel like a lot of weapons that might benefit from Ensemble will probably have a lot of perk competition. Just to mention a perk we already spoke about a minute ago, Field Prep offers more reload speed for simply hitting the crouch button on your keyboard or controller. It does not require an enemy to be near you. It doesn't have a handling buff, but I feel like, yeah, same. It just kind of highlights the problem of a good perk that also has good competition in the current sandbox. So if you have a weapon where maybe Ensemble might be the only option and you want to reload quicker and get better handling, sure, by all means go for it. Definitely not a bad perk. Use it in PvE if your options are limited or if it's the best in slot for that particular category. And reload quicker, GG. Moving on, we come to a perk that was recently buffed and is now quite fun. Envious Assassin. Defeating targets with other weapons before drawing this one transfers ammo to the mag from reserves. This effect can overflow the mag based on the number of targets defeated. Sorry, I'm a little stuffy. Allergies, apparently. So this perk got buffed not too long ago. Very fun. It used to have kind of a time limit on you could kill a bunch of enemies, but then you had to whip out the weapon with Envious Assassin in a certain time window in order to take advantage of overflowing the magazine. If I remember correctly, Bungie has killed that requirement, meaning you can get a bunch of kills with weapon A, and then you have no time limit to swap to weapon B, which will now have the mag overflowed guaranteed, which is excellent. That is really, really incredible. And there are a lot of fun combinations that you can take advantage of, which are just now way more fun with this perk. If you have a fusion rifle like the Eremite with Envious Assassin and Reservoir Burst, you can get multiple kills with the primary weapon, swap to the Eremite, and now you have a beefed up overflowed mag, which can take advantage of Reservoir Burst, i.e. extra damage output, and makes enemies explode on a kill for multiple shots. Reservoir Burst usually is a perk that you have to just keep reloading to proc because it's at the top of the mag. And again, Envious Assassin, you overflow the mag. So there are a lot of very fun combinations. I mean, you could do the same thing with a rocket launcher. You could get a kill, multiple kills to overflow the mag of a rocket launcher. Now you got two in the chamber, and you don't have the penalties associated with a perk like Bipod. So many fun combos out there. Absolutely a very good perk, worth your experimentation and worth your time. PvP, who cares? Yeah, just whatever. Just use it in PvE. Moving on, we come to Explosive Head, which is the bow version of a similar perk called Timed Payload, which we'll cover later. Arrows explode after a short delay. Here's how it works. You fire an arrow at a target, and normally where you get 1 damage number on hitting an enemy, now you have 2 damage numbers. You have kind of an impact damage number and then an explosive damage number. So in PvP, there is no increase in damage. Whatever damage you would get in PvP, that number is taken and just divided into two different numbers. You are doing no extra damage in PvP. In PvE, Explosive Head will allow you to do slightly more damage. If you hit a body, you're going to do 15% more damage with Explosive Head than you normally would. And precision damage extra will be dependent on the crit multiplier of your bow. Excuse me, allergies. So again, timed payload, but for bows. If you're a PvE player, this perk is quite nice because you're able to do slightly more damage. Yay, good for you. In PvP, there are upsides and downsides, similar to what we will talk about later on with timed payload. The benefit of head, explosive head, in PvP is that when you hit a target, you are dealing two different types of flinch back to back. So normally in PvP, you get shot one time and you get flinched one time. Explosive head, you get shot one time and you get flinched twice. Once when you get hit by the arrow, and then you get flinched again when the explosive delayed head procs. So that can be potentially nice because you are flinching an enemy 2 times as opposed to 1, making it more difficult for them to accurately shoot back at you, the bow wielder. The downside is that the explosive part of the arrow happens on a slight delay, like timed payload, meaning if you are shooting people with a bow with explosive head in PvP, you are slightly delaying your time to kill. You're making it worse because normally if let's say an enemy was just weak enough to be killed by your arrow outright, normally they would die. But with explosive head, you hit them and, they're not quite dead yet because the explosive damage hasn't kicked in yet. And then it finally kicks in after a short delay. So in theory, you are slightly delaying your time to kill on the enemy by a hair. That might not make a difference. It might. You might be in a situation where you kill a guy and you trade because rather than killing him outright with an arrow, he only died to the explosive damage, which came in at a delay. So could benefit you in PvP. It could not. If you're a big bow fan or you want to try out bows, maybe give it a whirl. But know that there are upsides and downsides to PvP. Okay, moving on, we come to Explosive Light. Picking up an orb of power increases the next projectile's blast radius and damage. This is a very popular perk in PvE. One of the better extra damage dealing perks for rocket launchers and grenade launchers, I would say. You pick up an orb of power and you get 1 stack of explosive light, which will eventually come out the next time you use or fire your rocket launcher or grenade launcher. 1 shot is 1 stack, and you have a max of 6 stacks. Rocket launchers gain 25% increased impact and explosive damage, which is nice. Not quite as much as the legendary bait and switch, which is probably the #1 boner killer of explosive light, I would say, but still very good. Grenade launchers are difficult to explain. They get, D2 Foundry will tell you that they get an extra 60% explosive damage. Just remember that when you fire a grenade launcher or a rocket launcher, you get the impact damage and the explosive damage. Rocket launchers get the 25% to buff to both. The grenade launchers get the 60% damage buff, but only to the explosive damage, not the impact damage. It's annoying and stupid. But yeah, it's still a great perk for both rocket launchers and grenade launchers in PvE. It is super easy, not difficult at all, to generate orbs of power in D2 in the year of our Lord 2023. You've got plenty of options on the table. You've got even, armor mods where you pop your class ability and you just suck up all the nearby orbs of power. So very easy to do, and especially right before a big damage phase where your local Radiant Warlock is probably going to drop a Warlock well anyway, and you got orbs all over the ground, you just pick them up, boom, Explosive Light right there to help you immediately put out extra damage on your rocket launcher. If you're a new player and you don't yet have a really cracked bait and switch, rocket launcher or whatever, try to get something with Explosive Light. There are craftable options that you can get with Explosive Light, which is quite nice. It's not a bad perk at all. You might get a lot of people on, LFG just get bait and switch. But yeah, it could be difficult if you're a new player, right? So it's not a bad perk. Get it. Extra damage output in PvE is a big thumbs up. Take note, if you're a rocket launcher user, this does not buff the strength of your Wolfpack rounds, which completely makes sense because if it did, that would be completely insane, but it does not. Still, great extra damage dealing perk for PvE. Next up, we have Explosive Payload. Projectiles create an area of effect. Detonation on impact. This is very similar to a perk we just talked about, Explosive Head, which is for bows. This is kind of like timed payload on weapons that fire bullets, but unlike timed payload, there is no delay. So you shoot an enemy with a gun and the bullet will do impact damage and explosive damage together. If you're in PvP, you will do no extra damage. The damage number, which normally would be 1 damage number, is split into 2. And in PvE, again, you get extra damage from using this perk, slightly extra damage, which is nice, 15% in the body, like same thing with Explosive Head. And the benefits are there for both. In PvE, if you want that slight extra damage, good for you. I feel like there's probably better options for dealing extra damage, although Explosive Payload works all the time, which is quite nice. And in PvP, you have actually a better use of the visual flinch. Although, so I mentioned with Explosive Head, when you get shot, there's 2 instances of flinch. It's the same thing here with Explosive Payload, but the double flinch happens much closer together because with Explosive Head and timed payload, there is a delay before the explosion. So because they're more spread out, flinching the other person is going to be done. It's going to be a little bit more effective. With Explosive Payload, it happens instantly. So you get the impact damage and the explosion damage. So it's a little bit more of extra visual flinch for the other guy. It can make it harder for the other guy to shoot back due to the extra, visual flinch getting shot, and then your screen goes like red for 1 or 2 frames when you get hit with that explosive damage, which can be quite nice if you want to try and flinch people with a hand cannon. Fatebringer is an excellent hand cannon, which you can use in PvP with Explosive Payload. I enjoy it very much. Yeah, give it a whirl. And I forgot to mention this earlier. When you are using any weapon perk that has, an explosive payload factor like Explosive Head, especially with Explosive Payload or timed payload, because those are featured more predominantly on like hand cannons and stuff, the extra damage offered by the explosion is not affected by damage drop-off. So you can use these perks in PvP to help fight the effects of damage drop-off. So if I have a Fatebringer, normally I shoot you, and the further away you get, it's going to do less impact damage the further away you get. With Payload, the impact number will still go down as you shoot someone as they move far away from you, but the explosive payload number, sorry, long video, that number will not go down. So you are not perfectly countering damage drop-off. It's not like you're going to do the same amount of damage at 5 meters that you would at 50. But because that explosive payload damage number never goes down due to distance away, you are fighting the effects of damage fall off a little bit better. With Explosive Payload, same thing with timed payload. I would say give it a try in PvP with a weapon like Fatebringer to deal better, more consistent damage over long ranges and to deal extra visual flinch to the other guy. Moving on, we come to Eye of the Storm, another very fun hand cannon perk. This weapon becomes more accurate and boosts handling as your health gets lower. This is one of, if I had to rank maybe my top 3 hand cannon perks in PvP, this would be on that list of the top 3. Eye of the Storm is an exceptional perk for PvP on hand cannons. It can definitely benefit you on other weapons as well. It is not a hand cannon only perk, but I enjoy it the most on hand cannons. I love hand cannons. I know, daring today, aren't we? JPEG.here. But yeah, if you're a hand cannon lover in PvP and you have not tried Eye of the Storm, I don't know how that happened, but please try Eye of the Storm. It is very consistent. It will only proc as you get more injured, which normally on some weapon perks I don't enjoy, but I really like it on Eye of the Storm. As I mentioned, any perk that you can get to shrink the size of your accuracy cone in PvP, chef's kiss. And Eye of the Storm will do that for you in the middle of a gunfight without requiring you to get a kill, which a lot of the perks that tighten your accuracy cone, require you to get a kill. Eye of the Storm does not. So if you're in the middle of a duel, in the middle of a 1v1, and you and another guy are shooting each other, Eye of the Storm could potentially help you win that duel. And it has kicked in for me many a time, saved my bacon many a time. I really, really enjoy this perk. Got it on, so many fucking hand cannons, I can't even remember them all. You know what? We're going to do a live exercise right here. I'm going to go here and see which of my favorite hand cannons have Eye of the Storm, because there will be many. Yes, Fatebringer, Austringer, Hawkmoon, excellent. Exalted Truth, the Cantata. Man, so many. I really, really wish that I had an Igneous Hammer with one. Can it drop with? I'm trying to remember. I think it can. I haven't played Trials all weekend because as of the recording of this video, we are now out of a crafted weapon madness weekend, but we are in Bungie getting DDoS repeatedly weekend. Yes, it is there. God damn it. I really wanted to get an Igneous Hammer with Eye of the Storm. Maybe I'll try and play later. I can't get through a card before the Bungie servers choke out, which is very fucking frustrating. Hopefully we get more communication on that. But yes, I'm getting way off track. Eye of the Storm. Excellent hand cannon perk in PvP. For the love of God, give it a whirl. Super good. Okay, next we come to Feeding Frenzy. Each rapid kill with this weapon progressively increases reload speed for a short time. Weapon kills will grant you 1 stack. There is a maximum of 5. There's a short window for you to take advantage of Feeding Frenzy. It's kind of like Outlaw in that sense, but a good, solid perk for PvE. Anything that helps you reload quicker is going to be effective to some degree in PvE, and I think Feeding Frenzy is available on machine guns, SMGs. A lot of really good SMGs, which are great at ad clear, are made even better by the addition of Feeding Frenzy, of course. Not too much to say about it. It's a very straightforward perk. PvP, don't really care. But PvE, go give it a try. Moving on, we come to Field Prep. Increased ammo reserves, faster reload stow and ready when you are crouching. Exactly what it sounds like. When you crouch and hit the reload button, you get 50 reload extra, which is just really solid, and you get the faster stow ready animation, and you improve your weapon reserves as well. All around, a very good perk. Over time, Field Prep has been a little power crept on the PvE side because we have things like Clown Cartridge, we got Reconstruction, which is big right now. Slow but steady competition for Field Prep in the area of PvE. But that being said, Field Prep is still good. It is by no means a bad perk. You get the extra reserves, which is solid. You just crouch for a better reload during a DPS phase, can help you pump out the damage quicker. I got a lot of good things to say about the perk. Again, it's going to depend on what weapon you want. If you're going to use something like Crafted Apex, I don't even know if that can rock Field Prep, but you know what I'm getting at. You probably want the better option, which would be Reconstruction. So it's going to depend on what weapon you're using and what other perks it has available to it. But if you're a new player and you're looking to kind of, keep up the pace with the big boys in the DPS department in your first ever raid or whatever, I wouldn't say that Field Prep is a bad choice. It's a good perk, good competition, but rock solid overall. Moving on, we come to Firefly. Precision kills with this weapon increase reload speed and cause the target to explode, dealing solar damage to nearby enemies. Firefly is the kinetic alternative to Dragonfly. And Firefly is a little bit spicier because unlike Dragonfly, Firefly gets the extra reload speed, which is quite nice for PvE. Firefly made infamous and popular by the Fatebringer hand cannon. Super fun for ad clear. You get a headshot kill, big explosion, and then you get that lightning quick reload and you get to keep doing it. Very fun. Excellent perk for PvE, I would say. Very fun for ad clear and effective since the introduction into the game overall. Moving on, we come to Firing Line. This weapon deals increased precision damage when near 2 or more allies. Within 15 meters, again, there's that 15-meter range that keeps coming up, of 2 allies, you get the perk to turn on, and you get 20% increased precision damage. Quality perk for PvE. Of course, it's going to face severe competition from perks like Bait and Switch, which give significantly more damage output. But As far as extra damage perks go in the land of PvE, you can do a lot worse than Firing Line. You know what I mean? It's pretty good. All you have to do is be standing near 2 allies. Not difficult to do at all, by the way. Extra headshot damage. Bingo bongo. If you're a new player, it's good. It's solid. If they're down the line, maybe we get, if Bungie ever nerfs bait and switch, knock on wood, maybe Firing Line might rise more in viability. There are certain enemies in D2 which specifically take more damage in the dome, like Callie in the Last Wish raid, although I guess in that case you would still probably want to use the Cataclysmic linear fusion rifle, which can shoot in the head and also has access to bait and switch. But yeah, not a bad perk, solid damage, could be a contender for a Bungie buff or, you know, a buff in the event that bait and switch gets nerfed. I want to quickly clarify what I said earlier regarding Callie. What I mean by that is she takes even more damage in the head as a raid boss than other enemies in the game do. And Anno just brought up that I said she takes more damage if you shoot her in the head. Everyone takes more damage if you shoot them in the head. Callie takes even more damage if you shoot her in the head. Just wanted to make that clear before I confused any new players to D2. Moving on, we come to Firmly Planted, increased accuracy, stability, and handling when firing when crouched. This is a PvP specific perk. When crouched, you get better handling, stability, you get that smaller accuracy cone size, which, as I've mentioned multiple times today, anything you can do to shrink the accuracy cone, chef's kiss. And I think you also get slower accuracy cone growth with Firmly Planted, which is quite nice. The perk Firmly Planted is mostly used on fusion rifles. Unfortunately, it has gone down slightly in viability over the years because it was insane. Bungie basically looked at the data and was like, wow, Firmly Planted fusions are fucking bananas. And it was just dominating. Like, if you looked at the best PvP fusion rifle rolls, they almost all had Firmly Planted. So the effects on Firmly Planted still work on a fusion rifle in PvP, but the effects have been halved on fusion rifles last I checked. Still good though, even with a half effect as compared with other weapons, getting better stability on a fusion rifle, getting better handling, getting the tighter accuracy cone, which is great when you're trying to land as many bolts on a target as possible. That is primo. You can slide around the corner while charging a fusion rifle, slide into a Firmly Planted, fire that bolt at some poor schmuck not too far away, and liquefy him with your fusion rifle. It is a tight perk. You can also try it on snipers if you want to slide around the corner into a Firmly Planted sniper shot or a pulse rifle shot or something like that. But for the most part, mainly used on pulse rifles in PvP and not as good as it used to be, but still quite good. Moving on, we come to Flash Counter. Melee blocked immediately after guarding disorients and weakens the attacker. So another sword perk. And on paper, this one actually sounds quite good if you're a new player, because you block an incoming attack with a sword, you block a melee attack, and then if you time it right, you suppress and weaken the enemy, and they take 20% increased damage for 4 seconds, which is quite nice. Here's the thing. I've mentioned today that sword use is primarily boiled down to, for the most part, flying around the map like crazy or dealing big damage to a single target, like, for example, Crota. If you are looking at the latter, it seems quite nice that you would get a 20% incoming, or the enemy will take 20% more damage from being debuffed by you activating Flash Counter. If you're in that situation, it is very, very, very likely, if you're all going to gang up on a boss at close range and beat the crap out of him with a sword, that someone is already going to bring an effective debuff to that raid encounter or to that damage encounter in general. You have things like the Tractor Cannon and the Hunter Tether, both which outrank Flash Counter. Flash Counter is a 20% debuff on the enemy. The Tractor Cannon and the Hunter Tether are both a 30% debuff on the enemy. And debuffs do not stack. If you put multiple debuffs on one target, the game is just going to take the better number. So if you use Flash Counter on Crota, who has already been Tractor Cannoned, your Flash Counter is doing nothing because your 20% debuff is outranked by Tractor Cannon's 30% debuff. So, and also the 4-second duration is great, but the Hunter Tether and the Tractor Cannon debuff last for significantly longer. So Flash Counter, while not a bad perk, is going to face stiff competition from other debuff options on the table. That being said, if you're a solo player and you're trying to, or, I don't know, you're trying to do a Lost Sector or something like that, Flash Counter absolutely could be beneficial. You could have a mini boss come up and try to smack you. You block him. Now he's suppressed and he's weakened. You can't use a sword and Tractor Cannon at the same time, and now you just cut his head off. So not necessarily a bad perk, but not the most optimal way to debuff a big target if your goal is to wail on him with big damage. Moving on, we come to Focused Fury. Dealing half of the mag as precision damage grants this weapon bonus damage. The shot count is reset whenever the weapon is reloaded or stowed. So if you score 50% of the mag as a headshot, then this perk will turn on, and you get 20% increased damage output for 11 seconds, which is very nice. 11 seconds is a long duration in the land of D2. In the PvE world, this perk is going to face some competition if you're trying to deal heavy power weapon damage. It's going to face competition from perks like, what else? Bait and Switch, which outranks it. But it will also face competition from Firing Line, which is also a 20% outgoing damage buff, but does not require you to land a certain number of headshots in order to activate. You just need to be standing near a teammate or two, which is much easier to turn on. You could use Focused Fury on primary weapons for better, stronger ad clear. It could be a thumbs up decision from me. And there's viability in PvP too, although it is rare. I don't see a lot of people using Focused Fury in PvP, but the few clips that I have seen and talked to some people about some spicy potential roles, like on the weapons like the Peace of Mind, if you are able to get Focused Fury to turn on, you are going to be sitting pretty for a while. Admittedly, you will probably get much more viability out of this perk in PvP in 6v6, which almost borders on who cares. I mean, unless you really enjoy playing Controller Iron Banner, in which case go nuts. Go try it out. I probably wouldn't bring it into something like Trials or any, endgame 3v3 PvP activity. But if you are able to turn on Focused Fury in PvP, enjoy the next 11 seconds of your life, because you're going to have a lot of fun. Moving right along, we come to 4th times the charm. Rapidly landing precision hits will return 2 rounds to the magazine. PvP, nobody cares. This is a PvE perk exclusively, and it is excellent at what it brings to the table. Just like it says, you rapidly land 4 shots, 2 immediately back in the mag. Beautiful. You're going to see a lot of high-level machine guns taking advantage of this perk. I can't remember the name of whatever that mission was where you got the Wicked Implement exotic scout rifle. That mission that had a timer, that had a lot of people, a lot of casual players who maybe hadn't done many exotic missions before really struggled with. If you just put a divinity bubble on the final boss and then had your teammates light it up with 4th times the charm machine guns, it was just like a breeze, a walk in the park, because you were just beaming the target for a lot of damage. Ideally, you have an extra damage dealing perk like Target Lock, which we will get to down the road, but you are delaying your inevitable reload by repeatedly proccing 4th times the charm over and over and over and over and over, and kind of artificially extending the depth of your magazine. So a very, very, very good perk. Great on a lot of weapons if your goal is to deal sustained damage and delay the inevitable reload for as long as you can. Moving on, we come to Fragile Focus. This weapon gains bonus range until your shield is destroyed. The bonus returns more quickly once your shield has regenerated to full strength. Fragile Focus, a perk for PvP. I've thrown a little shade at it every now and then, but it probably doesn't deserve all the shade that I throw at it, because it's kind of almost like a we have opening shot at home. But there are upsides and downsides to both Fragile Focus and opening shot. Opening shot gives you also a tiny accuracy bonus, which, chef's kiss, Fragile Focus does not, but the benefit that Fragile Focus has over Opening Shot is that you can re-proc or repeatedly take advantage of Fragile Focus potentially multiple times in a row without needing to take a break, whereas you cannot do that with Opening Shot. So that is what Fragile Focus brings to the table. If you are engaging with an enemy in PvP who either you are peak shooting perfectly or flinching the bejesus out of, or they haven't maybe turned their attention to you yet, you are getting multiple procs of Fragile Focus as long as you have not taken any damage, which admittedly is not bad. I think for the most part, I would prefer Opening Shot for the benefit also to the accuracy cone, which is something I really enjoy, despite the fact that you can't proc it repeatedly. But to each their own. There are some SMGs which are quite filthy with the Fragile Focus, as long as you are, again, dealing damage and you have not yet taken return damage. I think it is a perk worth experimenting with in PvP if it happens to drop on any weapons that you really enjoy. PvE, who cares? But yeah, give it a shot. Okay, next up we have Frenzy. Being in combat for an extended time increases damage, handling, and reload speed for this weapon until you are out of combat. If you're a new player, here is how the perk works under the hood. So basically, every time you either take or deal damage successfully, you are keeping a volleyball in the air. So I shoot you, I have dealt damage. Now I have to deal more damage within a 5-second window. I have 5 more seconds to keep that volleyball in the air. And I have to keep doing that, either taking or receiving damage in 5-second windows until I hit 12 seconds total. And when I have done that, Frenzy will turn on. In PvE, this is quite nice because it is very easy to deal damage repeatedly to a bunch of trash red bars for a 12-second window total. And when you get it to turn on, it will give you 15% damage. Not the best extra damage dealing perk in PvE, certainly faces competition from things like Rampage and other stuff like that, but quite good, considering that how easy it is to activate Frenzy in PvE. I have it on many of my ad clear SMGs, and it is quite nice, because again, it also improves your handling and reload to a noticeable degree. In PvP, this is very, very tricky. If you are able to consistently find that you activate Frenzy with little difficulty, it can give you a lot of upside. I almost never use Frenzy because a lot of engagements in PvP are often over way quicker than a 12-second window. Of course, there are situations where it can turn on for sure. If you're kind of playing cat and mouse with a bunch of people in either comp or trials, you can get Frenzy to turn on. If you're a hunter, you could try to use Gemini gestures. So the analogy I used to keep the ball in the air, if you've dealt damage and like 3 seconds have gone by and no one has shot you, or you haven't dealt any more damage and you really want to keep the Frenzy ball in the air, you can dodge with Gemini gestures, which deals 1 damage to enemy players who you can't even see who are behind corners. So in theory, you could use the Geminis to keep your timer alive and have better hopes of activating Frenzy in PvP. That being said, I would much rather use other perks that are likely to help me more frequently during a game of PvP, whether that be a extra damage dealing perk like Kill Clip, or a perk that is just active all the time like Rangefinder. I would so much rather have that activated than Frenzy, the hope, the long shot prayer that I will get Frenzy to activate. But again, if you are able to activate it consistently, good for you. All the best. Okay, next up we have Full Court. Increases detonation damage as the projectile travels further before exploding. So a quick correction on the verbiage of this perk. Apparently, the bonus damage is not necessarily tied onto distance traveled. It is based on time before detonation, which is kind of an interesting distinction, but just to clarify. And you can reach a maximum of 25% more explosive damage with this perk. Again, explosive damage, Not necessarily the same thing as impact damage when using a grenade launcher, because those are different numbers, which is frustrating to explain and talk about. Good news is, even though Full Court gives you basically extra damage for free, at the top level, it is going to be outclassed by options like Explosive Light, which we talked about, which is what, a 60%, like, again, buff to the explosive damage no matter how you cut it. That is going to be a better buff than Full Court or something like Bait and Switch. So not necessarily a bad perk, because it will activate seemingly for free with not very difficult activation criteria, but there are better options on the table for pumping out additional damage. Next up, we come to Genesis. Breaking a combatant shield with this weapon fills its magazine from reserves. Energy weapons regenerate ammo on a hit when matching damage type to the combatant's shield. Fine. It's fine. It's fine perk. If you enjoy it, good. I just feel like there's not a lot of people I hear talking about getting their Genesis God roll. Depends on if you're playing a PvE activity with a lot of shielded enemies. Could really help you out there. But for the most part, I think that Genesis is kind of outclassed by a lot of other options on the table. Of course, everything is going to depend on the activity and the player and what weapon you're using and what other perks are available in that column, but not really a perk that I get very excited about or care much about. Moving on, we come to Golden Tricorn, which is a very interesting perk. Final blows with this weapon grant bonus damage. When the buff is active, a grenade or melee kill of the same type will greatly increase the damage and duration. Let's talk numbers here. So if you get a regular weapon kill with Golden Tricorn, then for 7 seconds, you are going to get a 15% extra damage output on that weapon, which, not bad. 7 seconds is a very good duration, longer than Kill Clip. The damage buff output is not as strong as Kill Clip, but again, hard to argue with a free 15% for 7 seconds. Now, during that window, if you get a grenade or melee kill, the damage buff number goes up to 50% increased damage for 10 seconds. Let's talk about PvE really quick. Solid. Depending on how frequently you are able to spam either a grenade or a melee kill, you can get a lot of value out of Golden Tricorn. Significantly easier to activate, for sure, in PvE on the regular. For PvP, this can be very tricky to activate. If you have a build where you are able to get a kill and then relatively quickly you are able to get a follow-up kill with a grenade or melee in a way that is fairly reliable to you, really, really, really laughably high upside. I have frequently used a Golden Tricorn on a solar Jurassic Green pulse rifle in combination with the Athres's Embrace exotic armor for a solar hunter, which is basically they work really well together. You use the pulse rifle to get a bunch of headshots, you get a kill. With the headshots, you have ramped up the power of Athres's Embrace. I throw a silly little wall bank throwing knife. It auto tracks to a Guardian, gets a kill because I powered it up with the headshotting. And now I have a 10-second window where I can pump out 50% more damage with my Jurassic Green. Again, if you have a build where you can consistently take advantage of Golden Tricorn, you can just annihilate people. It is laughably stupid. Very difficult to proc in PvP, to the point where I know some people who just don't even bother. They would rather have more consistent extra damage dealing perks. Again, the good news is, even if you get just one kill, 15% extra damage output for 7 seconds, that is not bad. But yeah, you have a lot of people who really go all out in terms of trying to make a silly build where Golden Tricorn will turn on and work for them. And when it does, you're pretty much going to win whatever primary gunfight engagement you get into. Very fun perk. Give it a try. Next up, we come to Grave Robber. Melee final blows reload this weapon's magazine from reserves. Correction from D2 Foundry. All equipped weapons get refilled from reserves on melee kills, which is excellent. Fine, very fine perk for PvE. If you're just in the middle of an ad clear moment, you smack a weak red bar, every weapon refilled. That's quite nice, I would say. That would pair well with certain perks like Swashbuckler for extra damage output, yada yada. PvP, sword, who cares? Depending on how much you melee, I guess could benefit you, but I would probably get a lot of more mileage out of other perks in PvP. But if you're a PvE player and you got a melee heavy build, that seems like it could be right up your alley. Give that a try. No, I mean, the only downside would be what other perks on the table could you be missing out on if you're running Grave Robber, depending on what weapon you got. Could be missing out on things like Lead from Gold or other high quality PvE perks. But yeah, a fine perk for PvE. Okay, moving right along, we have one that I've had many a discussion with many a PvP player about. I love talking about this with my fellow PvP players. It is Gut Shot Straight. Aiming down sights increases body shot damage, decreases target acquisition. A very interesting perk. If you are a cracked PvP player, you have admittedly less use, or you will get less mileage out of this perk. However, as much as people love to simply just say, just aim for the head, idiot, you just get headshots, you never need this perk, right? No PvP player, even the best PvP players in the world, will occasionally miss or get a body shot when they have intended to get a headshot. Let's talk numbers here real quick. The increased body shot damage is going to be 20% on the majority of weapons, hand cannon, bow, scout, auto rifle, but on a pulse or trace rifle or a sidearm or SMG, that number will drop down to 10%, which makes sense because you're probably going to be doing a lot more bullet spraying with those guns and you don't want to benefit them too much for not being an accurate player. Man, so the trade-off is you get lower target acquisition for slightly more damage to the body. The viability of this perk is going to highly depend on the weapon it is being used on and the player. I never use this perk. Never, ever, ever. For weapons that are more spray and pray, I prefer perks that more consistently help me improve my shot. Here's a great example. The Amit auto rifle, which I know a lot of people have kind of PTSD about after Crafted Weapon Weekend. The regular Amit auto rifle, I know a couple people, one of them being my good friend Drewski, who uses the Crafted Amit, and he uses Gut Shot Straight because you're obviously going to aim for the head, but in the event that you potentially miss a headshot and instead connect in the body, Gut Shot Straight is going to still make the Amit a very lethal and forgiving weapon if you miss a headshot. I, on the other hand, opt for, I think, tap the trigger in column 4 on the Amit because, I feel like it helps improve my shot. Tap the trigger is an excellent perk on either input method, M&K or controller, and I value that perk a little bit more. But there are times when I simply miss, maybe the enemy is going around a corner or just doing whatever, and I connect with the body and they maybe make it out with like that much health. And I think to myself, if I had Gut Shot Straight, that guy would be dead. It is a really interesting perk. I think that if you want to use it, it's fine. You just have to make sure that you are very confident because it will hurt your target acquisition, which in Destiny 2 lingo, it's going to hurt your aim assist, meaning it might make it harder for you to land shots more consistently. So use it at your own risk. I don't very much enjoy it, but I do know some people who do, depending on the gun. Worth experimenting for sure. Worth experimenting for sure. If we get new perks that come out with Gut Shot Straight, I will always experiment to see if I like it on that individual weapon or not. Most of the time for me, it'll be a no, but I'm never going to rule it out completely. Moving on, we come to Hatchling. Precision final blows or rapidly defeating targets with a non-precision weapon spawns a Threadling at the target's location. If you're making a Threadling build in PvE, or even if you're not, I guess, sure, Why not? The downside about rocking Hatchling on a PvE weapon is you're probably missing out on a couple other spicy perks depending on what weapon you're rolling with. But if you're getting a lot of precision final blows and you get extra hatchlings on the field, that's just free damage, baby. So, I mean, could help you clean up ads a little bit more efficiently. I would definitely not call it a bad perk. In PvP, this perk can be fun because the hatchling is a very fun way of forcing player movement. So if you have 2 or 3 players kind of huddled and camping behind a structure or a wall or whatever together, and one peeks out too aggressively and you headshot kill him, you get the little threadling there. And if the other players are weak enough where they might take lethal damage from a threadling, they now are forced to leave their position and run from the little worm inching after them, which can be fun. But or if they feel like if they have enough health and it's not going to kill them, they can just sit there and tank it. Either way, not an ideal situation for the players who are dealing with that hatchling. Not super incredible, unbelievable. Just I would rather go for perks that more consistently help me shoot better in PvP. But again, at the motto for hatchling should be not a bad perk. Not a bad perk. Moving on, we come to Harmony. Final blows with other weapons improve this weapon's damage and performance for a short duration. Harmony is kind of an interesting extra damage output perk for PvP. I mean, I'm sure you could use it in PvE. That would be very fine. I think that most people I talk to prefer trying to squeeze this perk in if they can in PvP. So basically, you get a kill with another weapon, and then you get a small second window, like 3 seconds or something, to change to your weapon with Harmony, and you get a 20% improved damage output. Admittedly, not as good as Kill Clip. I believe Kill Clip is 25 and Harmony is 20. But still, depending on the weapon, it might not have access to Kill Clip, or depending on how much of a special ammo weapon fiend you are, you could have a lot easier time procking Harmony than you could procking Kill Clip. Back when this gun was supremely popular, the Peace of Mind pulse rifle, which is still really good, by the way, if you play on controller. I play majority of M&K these days, but when I played controller, plug it in, and I would use a Peace of Mind with Harmony on it. And that puppy is damned destructive. Getting that to turn on is just, you're going to burn through a lot of people who are not expecting it. Just a solid perk overall in PvP. Well, laundry's done. It's going to depend on what weapon you have and how comfortable you are with special weapon, killing and aping and all that stuff. But do not sleep on Harmony. I know for a lot of people, Kill Clip will be the far more appealing option, but do not sleep on Harmony. Now we come to Head Seeker. Body shots landed with this weapon increase precision damage and aim assist for a short time. Body shots landed while the perk is active. Refresh the timer. So if you're a new player, here's how here's how Head Seeker does not work. So it doesn't work like you fire one pulse rifle shot burst into the gut, and then you go up and aim at the head and do the next one in the head. It doesn't work like that. It's basically only able to be active during one burst. So it'll happen either one of two ways. So you shoot the other guy, and either the first bullet of the pulse rifle will hit the body, and then the weapon will continue to kick up, and then the next 2 bullets will hit in the head, which will be able to take advantage of Head Seeker, or it'll be 2 in the body, and then the third one will connect in the head, which will reap the extra damage from Head Seeker. So again, kind of almost like gut shot in a way, where if you are simply just accurate, bro, just land your shots, bro, you will never get viability out of Head Seeker, but even the best PvP players in the game occasionally miss or land body shots when they intend to hit the head. So with that in mind, Head Seeker actually viable on high impact pulse rifles in PvP. If you are a fan of pulse rifles in PvP, and for whatever reason you have sworn off Head Seeker, I think back in the day nobody really used it or cared, but it can help you lock up a 2-burst kill slightly easier. Normally you will get the 2-burst kill if you just tag twice in the head, but depending on the distance of how far away they are and their level of resil and how much damage they've already taken, Headseeker can help you lock up a 2-burst kill that you may not have otherwise gotten if you did not have Headseeker on your pulse rifle. So I would absolutely give it a try on high impact pulse rifles if that is what you are a fan of in PvP. Give it a try. Not for you, no worries, but yeah, when you get that 2-burst kill, that Headseeker may have helped you get, and you're like, yeah, it's a good feeling. It's a good feeling. Check it out. Moving on, we have Headstone. Precision Final Blow spawn a stasis crystal at the victim's location, which is exactly what it sounds like. If you're rocking a stasis build, Headseeker is a excellent perk in PvE or PvP because a lot of what it does will immediately synergize with much of what you can bring to the table with a Stasis 3.0 build. Couple of examples. If you get a headshot kill, you spawn a crystal. Now you can take advantage of Whisper of Chains. Simply by being near the crystal, you get incoming damage resist for free, which is excellent. You can break the crystal and get a better grenade recharge rate thanks to Whisper of Shards. Excellent. You can get extra damage on a nearby enemy by shooting and breaking that crystal thanks to Whisper of Fissures. There's just a lot of inherent stasis synergy built into the perk Headstone, which you can take advantage of, again, in either PvE or PvP. Even if you're not a stasis player, I mean, there could be small benefits to it. I mean, you're not going to get things like Whisper of Chains, yada, 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 but you get a kill. Crystal pops up. Now you've impeded in PvP the enemy's vision, maybe. You can still shoot and break that crystal. You won't get as much as you could get out of Whisper of Fissures, but they're still going to take little stasis explosion damage. You know what I mean? It synergizes better with certain builds, but by no means a bad perk across the board. Solid. Moving on is an interesting one, Heal Clip, which I recently got into an argument with my good friend Cool Guy about, which I'm sure he'll tell you all about a different time. Reloading after dealing a final blow grants Cure to you and your nearby allies. So Cure is different from Restoration. I have been vocal about not really being a big fan of this perk, depending on the weapon for sure, especially in PvP. If I'm in PvP and I get a kill and I want to reload and get a benefit from having reloaded after a kill, Cure is low on the list. I would rather have something like Kill Clip, Multi-Kill Clip. There's a bunch of extra things, Tunnel Vision, that I would rather have active instead of Heal Clip. That being said, Cure obviously can help you survive in gunfights more, depending on the situation, for sure. It is not a large amount of health that you are getting back after a reload on Cure. And most of the time in PvP, I'm running a high recovery build anyway. I think there's more viability in PvE for sure, because staying alive in PvE obviously very important, and there are much more opportunities to kill an enemy, quickly reload, take advantage of Cure. If you have a solar build in particular, there might be more opportunities for synergy with your Solar 3.0 build. There are a couple of fragments that will benefit you if you are applying Cure to you or a nearby ally. Try it out on your own, make your own decisions. There is viability there for sure. I am not a fan of this perk in PvP. Go talk to Cool Guy. Maybe he'll try to twist your arm, change your mind. But depending on the gun, I'll give it a try for sure. But other benefits I would probably much rather have in PvP. Try it out in PvE though. Moving on, we come to Heating Up. Final blows with this weapon increase accuracy and stability while improving vertical recoil. As you can probably imagine, as I've mentioned, any perk in PvP that has the ability to improve your accuracy cone is a thumbs up from ya boy, and Heating Up is no exception. The duration is 5.5 seconds, which is quite nice. The tighter accuracy cone, 15 stability, and the recoil direction as well, which is quite nice. And there's 2 stacks. So great perk. It's going to have competition from other weapon perks, which will give you more damage output, kill clip, multi-kill clip for sure. But do not sleep on heating up. Just because it doesn't give you an extra damage output buff does not mean it is a bad perk. It will help you beam people much easier than you would before. Again, I think most people are just going to go to kill clip, which is fine. I get the appeal. You can lock up the kill quicker, more damage, all that good shit. But just don't immediately cast heating up aside, because I think it's a really solid perk and worthy of your experimentation. Moving on, we come to High Ground. This weapon gains bonus damage when attacking targets from higher ground and increased reload. Yay. So you get 20% extra damage in PvE, 10% extra damage in PvP to a target who is lower than you. And I mentioned this in a recent YouTube video where I covered all the new weapon perks, specifically the ones that came out in Season of the Witch. But you have to be basically a full body length higher than the other guy. So you can't be 3 inches above them on like a slight incline, right? Doesn't work like that. Basically, if your foot is at level with or slightly higher than the top of their head, then High Ground will activate. And unfortunately, it does not work if you are jumping in the air. So if all you stompy hunter bros out there, or the strand, grapple hunters, you can't just fly over a dude's head, free 10% damage. That'd be really fun if it did work that way. I would be a completely different story, but it does not work that way. So, like I mentioned in my other YouTube video, there will be situations where maybe you want to go in to a private lobby and study whatever the trials map is that weekend. So you're like, oh, I can stand on this spot, this spot, and be able to consistently proc High Ground. I think I made a joke in that video that only lunatics like Cammy Cakes, shout out to Cammy, love that guy, are going to take advantage of this perk. And then I think somebody told me that he put out a video about High Ground, which is quite funny. But yeah, for normal players, I probably would not recommend High Ground. If you are a mad scientist player and you want to find interesting locations where you can bamboozle the enemy and take advantage of High Ground, by all means, go have fun. It sounds like a great time. Tag me with clips of that on Twitter. But I would rather have other perks on my weapon in PvP. That's just me. Moving on, we come to High Impact Reserves. Rounds at the end of the magazine deal more damage. So in PvE, this is going to kick in and give you anywhere between around 12% to 25% extra damage, depending on where in the magazine you are, from 50% to empty. And in PvP, that number is going to be different. Apparently in PvP, you're going to get 3 to 6% extra damage output, depending where you are in the mag. Now, that is fine for PvE. Extra damage for free is quite nice. In PvP, if you're a new player, you might be thinking, wow, 6% extra damage only at the back end of your magazine sounds really bad. Yeah, on a lot of weapons it is. But for certain weapons, i.e. fusion rifles, this is quite nice. You spawn into PvP when you have a fusion rifle with high impact reserves basically always being on, because you spawn in with only 2 shots in your fusion rifle, and you are going to be well within the bottom 50% of your magazine, turning on that particular perk. And even though you're only getting around 3 to 6% extra damage, that can be the difference between you getting a kill with a fusion rifle and you not getting a kill with a fusion rifle. You could get 1 bolt to miss, but because you get that extra damage output, depending on the other guy's level of resil, you could lock up the 1 shot. You could slightly extend the 1-hit kill range of your fusion rifle charge kill with high impact reserves, because maybe they were just outside of your normal kill range, so you're experiencing damage fall off, but the extra damage you get from high impact has kind of pushed you over the edge where you could get that 1-hit kill that you might not have been able to get before. It is not a bad perk at all on fusion rifles in PvP, but if you're a fusion rifle main in PvP, I am probably preaching to the choir right now, so no use in telling you how great it is. But if you're a new player to PvP and you enjoy fusion rifles, give one with high impact reserves a try. Now we have Hipfire Grip, and this one, the viability is going to depend on who you talk to and their playstyle, but increases accuracy, stability, and precision hit targeting when firing from the hip. When hip firing, additional stability, I think by 25. Checking notes here. 15 aim assist. You get the smaller accuracy cone size, which we've been over, and extra aim assist fall off distance. There's a lot going on with hip fire grip. The damage fall off does not, the damage fall off increase does not apply to last word shotgun, snipers, and fusions. Okay, so second time I've mentioned Cami Cakes in one video. Very unique PvP player who likes to think outside the box, let's say. Cami really enjoys the viability of hip fire grip in PvP, but then again, he fires a lot from the hip. I will only fire from the hip in PvP if I'm in a situation where I love 120 RPM hand cannons. Sometimes I'm either out of shotgun ammo or they're at a range where they're close enough where I don't want to ADS and they're weak. Maybe just one shot or two will put them down, and I'll just quickly hip fire my Igneous Hammer hand cannon to put them down. Those are usually the only times that I fire from the hip, or right now where we still have that very interesting shotgun bug where you are dealing less damage when you ADS with your shotgun than you do when you hip fire. Hopefully later in 2023, people will hear me talk about that and be like, what the fuck did he just say? Yeah, it's a weird glitch going on right now. You should basically be hip firing your shotguns right now in PvP. I don't often get viability out of the hip fire grip perk. It's going to depend on the user. I've talked to a bunch of other people who play PvP as much as I do, and many of them agree that they do not use hipfire grip. They don't use it a lot. Some of them do, though. Some of them routinely run shotguns with hipfire grip, and that was before the shotgun bug was going on, because they enjoy the perk hipfire grip and they just don't want to have the complication of ADSing during a shotgun encounter. So they're probably really loving this current meta that we're in right now. Yeah, it's going to depend on the user. You can give it a try. I know some people who like this on fusion rifles. Lego, the fusion guy, is not one of them. If I'm remembering correctly, last time I talked to him, he said, hell no. What are you, crazy? I always ADS my fusion rifle. Don't get on that hipfire garbage train. I don't know. It's going to be different. It's going to be different. If you like to hipfire, great. Go for it. Even when I hipfire, which is rare, I don't think I would want this perk over what other perks I may have available to me in PvP. Experiment on your own, come up with your own conclusion on that one. Next up, we have Impulse Amplifier. Massively increases projectile velocity, increases reload speed. 99% of people who use this perk are Glaive mains, which I am not a Glaive main. But if you use Glaives in PvP, all 12 of you out there probably nodding your heads that this is a good perk because it makes your projectile speed quicker, and missing shots with a Glaive in PvP is like the worst thing ever if you talk to a Glaive main. If they whiff a shot in PvP, it is like a Greek tragedy. They will just cry, and like all the viability of their Glaive. Oh, I can't believe I missed. It should be hit scan. Yeah. So used by Glaive mains in PvP. It's mostly it. Yeah, it can make your rocket travel faster, but again, rocket launchers have harsh perk competition, especially in PvE. So I probably wouldn't recommend it there. If that ever changes, I will let you know. Next, we have Immovable Object, another Glaive perk. Dealing ranged damage grants increased weapon energy when you're stationary with your shield raised. When blocking and stationary, Glaive projectile hits grant 90% increased weapon energy, which is actually quite fine. On the rare occasion that I use a Glaive, it'll probably be in PvE, and it is probably to take advantage of the very good damage reduction offered by glaives. Some really tough PvE content can be made easier if you have a glaive and you're able to just kind of delay your own death or just kind of slowly back into cover while soaking up a bunch of damage with your glaive. And immovable object landing a shot, getting more weapon energy, that's fine. That kind of taps into the what I think is probably the best feature of a glaive in PvE. I would consult your local glaive expert, which admittedly I am not, but I think this is a fine perk for glaive users everywhere. Moving on, we come to Incandescent. Defeating a target spreads a longer lasting scorch to those nearby. More powerful combatants and opposing guardians cause scorch in a larger radius. So, Incandescent is one of those perks which is mainly very fun in PvE for sure, because it makes Ad Clear all the more enjoyable, and it pairs very nicely with a lot of Solar 3.0 builds. But I hear some people, very few, talking a big game on Incandescent in PvP. One of those people being Grenader Jake, who knows a thing or two about PvP, constantly doing trials carries and stuff like that. He apparently likes Incandescent, which, shocking to me. I feel the perk viability is definitely there. I got an Igneous Hammer, which is one of my favorite hand cannons in the game, with Incandescent. I took it in to PvP. I used it for a while to try it out. When it works, it works. You get a kill, and bam, now people nearby are scorched. They are far easier to push and kill. And also with the scorched damage tick number, you know exactly where they are, which is nice. But at the end of the day, I'm still going to be more hyped about Incandescent in PvE. Fun in PvP for sure, and if you swear by it and you get good viability out of it, by all means, keep living your best life. It'll probably depend on the weapon for me, but for weapons like Igneous, I would rather have other things like Eye of the Storm or whatever. But yeah, try it out on your own. Definitely use it in PvE if you're a solar player and you want a lot of fun synergy with your weapon and your build. Try it in PvP. Maybe it could work for you. There could be like 5 people out there who never thought about trying Incandescent in PvP, watch today's video, try it, and they're like, I'm addicted now. So try it out. Next up, we have Invisible Hand. Repeatedly missing targets increases this weapon's stability for a short time. This buff lasts for a short duration after a target is hit. Upon missing multiple times within 2.5 seconds of each, without scoring a hit, 25 extra stability. Just hit your shots, bro. I don't know. I feel like this perk might be in need of some help. With an auto rifle, you have to miss 10 shots with an auto rifle for this perk to activate, 4 with a hand cannon. If you're going into PvP and you are missing 10 shots on a target in a row with an auto rifle or 4 on a hand cannon, use a different weapon. I don't know. I don't know what to say. Go practice shooting dregs or something. This is not a perk I would recommend for PvE or PvP. You use something else. Next up, Iron Gaze. This is one of 3 iron perks that we are going to talk about back to back to back. Massively improves weapon target acquisition at the cost of weapon range. I have much more hard feelings on Iron Grip and Iron Reach than I do on Iron Gaze. The penalty to your range is significant, and it's really going to depend on the weapon. If you are using a weapon with oodles of range to begin with, maybe the Iron Banner Scout Rifle comes to mind, then yeah, Iron Gaze could be primo because you already have gobs of range. So why not cut a little bit back, still use the weapon at the intended range that it's probably still going to perform at, and get a little extra aim assist. But for other weapons, the penalty to range often feels too severe for me to really feel good about. Things like 120 RPM hand cannons, like the Steady Hand, the Iron Banner hand cannon, it doesn't feel good to me with that much range being taken off the table. I think it's a perk worth experimenting with, depending on if we get new Iron Banner guns in the future that come with this perk. It is definitely one that I like to fiddle around with and make my decisions on based on how the gun feels. But for the most part, not wild about the Iron Gaze trade-off. Obviously a perk for, I would say, PvP only, but you make your own decision there. Moving on, we get to Iron Grip. Massively improves weapon stability at the cost of reload speed. Another PvP perk, Iron Banner related. I would say out of the 3 Iron Banner perks, Iron Grip is probably the one that I feel the best about using. Depending on how atrocious your reload speed already is, that will kind of affect how good you feel about Iron Grip. But weapons that can roll Iron Grip to get that significant bump in stability, I'll take that over a penalty to your reload. I feel like there's ways to buff up your reload. Of course, it's also going to depend on what class you're playing and what exotic maybe you're using. If you're an Ophidian aspect Warlock, you're probably going to not care super much about Iron Grip. Or if you're a Icarus Dash Rain of Fire Warlock, or if you're just a hunter and you just want to reload by dodging, it's, fine. I feel like out of everything you could sacrifice in PvP, reload, not that bad. So I would say Iron Grip is a thumbs up for the most part, depending on what else you have in that column that you could also put on that gun. I'm sure there's good competition for Iron Grip, but not a bad perk overall. And then finally, we come to Iron Reach, the third of the Iron Banner perks. Massively improves weapon range at the cost of stability. 20 extra range at the penalty of 30 stability. Again, this is going to depend a lot on the gun and also your input method. I think that I would be more comfortable using Iron Reach playing on mouse and keyboard, which is where I play the majority of D2 at the time, than I would be on controller. Then again, also going to depend on your weapon. So for example, the Reese Walker shotgun, is going to benefit a lot from Iron Reach, even if you play on controller, because a lack of stability on a shotgun is borderline a who cares situation. I mean, of course, it's going to be better if you had a lot of stability. Stability is not going to hurt your shotgun performance, but losing stability for range on a shotgun, a trade that a lot of people would be willing to make, myself included, because I think the benefits of range on a shotgun far outweigh the negatives of having low stability. So a perk worth your time and experimentation, especially if you're on M&K, depending on what PvP Iron Banner weapons come out in the future. Moving on, we come to Keep Away, increased reload range and accuracy when no targets are in close proximity. I love Keep Away. Great perk in PvP. I have 2 weapons which I use it a lot on. No, make that 3. One would be my crafted Round Robin, one would be my Adept Igneous Hammer, and the other would be my Phylotactic Spiral High Impact Pulse Rifle. Keep Away is a great perk in PvP, sorry. As I mentioned, my favorite perks in PvP are the ones that constantly help you for basically playing no differently than you normally would play. The range, as you can guess, the magic zone that we've mentioned many times today for other weapon perks, 15 meters. So as long as the enemy is further than 15 meters away from you, Keep Away will turn on. And I mean, yeah, that's great. Free range and a tighter accuracy cone for just shooting a guy who's a little bit farther away than you. And if I'm using a high impact pulse rifle or a 120 RPM hand cannon, I'm probably going to be shooting at a person further than 15 meters away from me. So again, great perk. Always looking forward to what weapons are coming down the pipeline in future seasons that may have access to Keep Away. Give it a shot. Moving on, we come to Kickstart. Gain bonus damage and charge rate during a slide after sprinting for a short duration. Kickstart is a fusion rifle perk that people have mixed feelings on, myself included. Some people are diehard Kickstart lovers. And to be fair, I have been smoked in PvP on more than one occasion by certain players who really, really go all in on Kickstart. After sliding, you have to sprint for like a second and a half, and then you slide, and then you get a 20% increased damage output and a 20% decreased charge time, which on paper sounds phenomenal, and it is. It's really good. The problem I have with Kickstart is that it changes my brain in the way I play PvP. A lot of the times, especially if I'm using a fusion rifle, I kind of play a little bit more reserved. I do a lot of charging up the fusion rifle around a corner and, pre-charging and stuff like that and waiting for the right time to strike. But when I'm using a fusion rifle with Kickstart, I suddenly get into this mentality where I have to be sprinting all the time because I know I have Kickstart. So if I'm using a fusion with Kickstart and I'm not sprinting, I'm basically convincing myself that I am wasting this opportunity to deal extra damage quicker. And the more I sprint, the more I often get into dangerous situations, which I probably would not have gotten into if I weren't sprinting. I don't know if that makes sense. Like, I just feel the need to run around the map like the Flash the whole time, which sometimes really will benefit you. But sometimes it will get you into dumb situations which you shouldn't just be in, but you're just so thirsty to get the value out of Kickstart. So if you can use it and maximize the potential without over-committing to spending half the match running around like a crazy person, then great, good for you. Use Kickstart. The value is huge, but don't be like me. Don't get into that mentality where you just have to sprint all the time. Otherwise, I'm wasting a perk, so try it out. Moving on, we have Kill Clip. Reloading after a kill grants increased damage. The OG, the original badass PvP extra damage dealing perk. If you are a D2 veteran, but you are coming back after a long period of time, know that Kill Clip was nerfed down to 25% damage output. I think before it was hovering around 30 to 33%, something like that. 25% now. Still very, very good and super hard to argue with. The duration is 5 seconds, which is great. It's classic. I mean, you can use it in PvE if you want, but a perk that I'm pretty sure was designed for PvP. Available on a wide variety of primary weapons, and they all appreciate what Kill Clip brings to the table. Get a kill, reload hopefully very quick, and then just smoke the next jabroni who challenges you within the next 5-second window. Nothing to say. Great perk, always helpful. Yeah. Moving on, we come to Killing Tally. Final blows increase this weapon's damage until it is stowed or reloaded. Improves magazine size. This is a good perk for machine guns. It is widely available on many machine guns, and oddly enough, one trace rifle, the Hollow Denial. More on that in a minute. But for machine guns, in general, pretty good. I think damage-wise, it is outclassed by Target Lock, which we will get to later. But there are 3 stacks of Killing Tally, 10%, 20%, and 30% more damage in PvE, and 5, 10, 15 in PvP. So on the PvE side, if maybe you're the team Divinity bitch, the old Div bitch, right? And you're using a machine gun to, for the most part, clear ads, because when you get to the boss fight, you're just going to use Divinity. Killing Tally, thumbs up for you, because you're going to be shredding ads with them, and you're going to get a couple kills, and bam, now you're sitting at a 30% extra PvE damage output until you reload or stow the weapon. That is really good. Nothing to sneeze at all. And of course, if you have a Hollow Denial with Killing Tally, I think I mentioned this with Forbearance. I love it when we have situations where a weapon perk exists on one weapon type primarily, and then there's like 1 or 2 exceptions. And Hollow Denial with Killing Tally, same thing. Awesome. Use it to burn through things in PvE, get that extra damage output, or hey, maybe PvP, get that extra 5%. Not a big number, but 5% on a trace rifle in PvP. It's primo. Yeah, rock solid perk for PvE. Again, for big boss damage, probably going to be outclassed by target lock, but by no means a bad perk. Next up, we have Killing Wind. Final blows grant increased mobility, weapon range, and handling for a short duration. That would be about 5 seconds. And during that window, yeah, you get mobility, you get handling, you get range, increased damage, fall off distance, and extra kills extend the duration. Killing Wind is a good perk for PvP. PvE, nobody cares. It's fine. Use something else. PvP, yeah, very fun to pair together with Kill Clip because one kill, now you've kind of skyrocketed the potential of your weapon. You're dealing more damage. You have better handling. You've got the further damage fall off distance. You're strafing a little bit better. It's just a fun perk for PvP. I would definitely give it a whirl. Again, Killing Wind has competition from perks that will benefit you 100% of the time in the neutral game that don't require you to get a kill. But just because it has that competition doesn't mean you should write off Killing Wind, because it is fantastic on a lot of weapons and worth your time to at the very least experiment with and see if you like that perk on any particular weapon in PvP. Kinetic Tremors. Sustained kinetic damage to a target emits a shockwave that damages any nearby targets. Nice. Quality perk for PvE and PvP. I mean, for PvP, sort of on the same level as like Firefly or Dragonfly, only will really help you if people are holding hands extensively. But when it does, nice. But for the most part, Kinetic Tremors should be considered for PvE. Nice little way to crowd control more effectively, shred those red bars. And it has a fun little pairing with Shoot to Loot. Shoot to Loot, as you know, if you shoot ammo or if you shoot an orb of power, you will automatically collect that by your Guardian. And if you pair Shoot to Loot and Kinetic Tremors, power up Kinetic Tremors, you get a kill. Kinetic Tremors, the explosion comes out, and if you generate an orb of power on that kill, Kinetic Tremors will automatically suck up that orb or that ammo brick or whatever immediately. It's a fun little pairing in PvE you should try out. Okay, moving on, we come to Lasting Impression. Rockets attach on impact and detonate after a delay. Increases blast radius and damage. So rockets passively gain 50 more blast radius from this perk, and overall, you're looking at an overall damage output buff of 20% for rocket launchers in PvE. This is a tricky perk, because it is extra damage output with no real activation criteria, which is nice. But the problem is the delayed activation. Of course, you're obviously going to have big competition from what else? Bait and switch, very good. But yeah, so the delay is potentially annoying. So if you're rocking rocket launchers in any DPS opportunity, the fear or the annoyance is that kind of like maybe you fire a rocket at the tail end of your damage window and you get damage gated and your rocket blows up after the damage gate. So not only have you wasted a rocket, but you've missed out on valuable damage that you would not have missed out on had you been using explosive light, bait and switch, whatever, right? So therein really lays the complication of Lasting Impression. If you're in a situation where you don't have to worry about time, enemies don't get damage gated, and you just have all the time in the world to do whatever you want, and you don't have a bait and switch rocket launcher or explosive light, you're too... Let the tryhards worry about that, man. I just want to deal extra rocket damage. Sure, good for you. Use Lasting Impression. It's again 20% extra damage without any activation criteria. It's nothing to sneeze at. But a lot of PvE players I know justifiably pass on Lasting Impression because they don't want to miss out on a potential rocket by a window closing. They want to do as much damage as they can in the shortest, tightest window possible, which is not Lasting Impression. If you use this perk in PvP, you're psycho. I have a friend, good friend, Jingleheimer. Check him out on Twitter. He uses Lasting Impression in PvP because he is a psycho. Moving on, we have Lead from Gold. Picking up heavy ammo also grants ammo to this weapon. This is a solid perk in PvE that I use on many a weapon. Double special loadouts will have your ammo granted halved, which is unfortunate but understandable. Not a lot of notes that I have on this perk. I have it on my Cartesian coordinates. I think I have it on my Chill Clip Riptide. Pretty sure. It's just a good weapon perk in general for PvE. You can worry less if you don't have enough room on your helmet, or if you want to make extra room on your helmet, you can take off a special ammo finder armor mod and just go heavy ammo finder. And that way, when you get the heavy ammo, you also get special ammo too. Or you could just put a special ammo finder on your helmet and just get even more special ammo for PvE. Overall, rock solid perk. Thumbs up. Moving on, we come to Loose Change, which is a new weapon perk added in Season of the Witch. Applying an elemental debuff to a target increases the weapon's reload speed. I was not really impressed by this perk. I feel like there are many easier ways to get extra reload speed in PvE, which I believe is where this perk was designed to shine. If you're using a 3.0 build that can easily dish out the debuffs, great. I think Loose Change will do well for you. Oddly enough, again, I mentioned this in my other YouTube video, I don't think this worked with Child of the Old Gods on the Void Warlock, which is a crime that it does not sync with that. Why? But sure, yeah, you could give it a try. I think it also is triggered by you using the Tractor Cannon in PvE, which is a pretty popular debuff in PvE these days. So you could give it a try, but so far I am not impressed by Loose Change. I will let you know in the future if that changes. Next up, we come to Moving Target. Increased movement speed and target acquisition when moving while aiming down sights. This perk should really just not be called Moving Target. It should just be called Target, because even if you are ADSing your weapon and you are not moving at all, you still get the aim assist buff to the gun, which is what I care about the most out of Moving Target. The increased strafe movement speed is nice, but quite minimal. Again, most people rock Moving Target for the buff to aim assist, including yours truly. I have Moving Target on a lot of hand cannons. And I know it's very boring, just a 10% aim assist buff. It's small, but anything you can do to improve the odds of you landing a headshot on another enemy in PvP with a hand cannon, that right there is a good perk. So yeah, go ahead and keep that one in your back pocket. If you're new to PvP, Moving Target has been around forever. It has been appreciated by PvP players since day one, and I don't expect that to change anytime soon. Moving on, we come to Mulligan. Missing a shot has a chance to return ammo directly to the magazine. So with a primary ammo weapon, that'll be 35%. Special and power weapons will be 20%. Fine. Some people use this perk as kind of a, we have the Revoker at home. PvP veterans from D2 back in the day will tell you all about the joys of the Revoker PvP meta. And you can use Mulligan on a sniper, again, as kind of a we have Revoker at home. Depends on the weapon. I'm not really crazy about Mulligan for either PvP or PvE. If that ever changes, I'll let you know. But yeah, not really a perk I care about very much. Next up, we have Multi-Kill Clip. Reloading grants increased damage based on the number of rapid kills made beforehand. Kind of a quirky little cousin to Kill Clip. So after you get a kill and then reload your weapon within 3-ish seconds of a kill, your windows of damage are, you can get 17%, 33%, and 50% for 5 seconds, depending on the amount of people that you killed before reloading. Really interesting perk. So Kill Clip is the more safe option for PvP. One kill, no matter how many kills you get, reload, 25% extra damage. So if you're only getting just one kind of kill at a time, which for 3v3 I would probably prefer regular Kill Clip over Multi-Kill Clip, But with multi-kill clip, if you're able to get 2 kills, you are now really sitting at a great hefty 33% damage output, which can be excellent for 6v6. If you like 6v6, Iron Banner, Control, whatever, multi-kill clip rather, might shine a little bit brighter for you, depending on how lethal you are and how often you get multi-kills before reloading after any given engagement. Again, I would say that for the most part, I prefer PvP to use kill clip, because just getting the flat 25% no matter how many people you kill is far more consistent. I enjoy that in PvP, but yeah, absolutely worth your time. Some weapons in PvP just don't get access to kill clip, but they get access to multi-kill clip, which is a fine alternative. It's just a-okay. So try it out. You might like it. Here's an interesting one. No distractions. Aiming this weapon for a short period reduces flinch. Let's explain the numbers here. Gives a 35% incoming flinch reduction after 1 second of ADSing your weapon without shooting. So if you are a new player, you might hear that and be like, wow, really good. Because veteran PvP players will often tell you how much they hate being flinched. I often will run double solar anti-flinching, maybe triple, if I'm running Igneous Hammer in PvP, because I'm crazy and I hate being flinched. A lot of people feel the same way. So no distractions, being able to reduce the amount of incoming flinch that you get on whatever weapon you are able to roll no distractions on. People usually rock this on a sniper, although there are other weapon types, I believe, that can get no distractions, most commonly found on a sniper. People like that perk. However, this might sound weird if you're a new D2 player, but the 1 second ADS activation timer, a lot of people feel like is too long. Yes, you heard me correctly. A 1 second activation timer might be too long. If you watch high-level PvP, if there's a tournament, those are rare, but they do happen. A lot of incredibly quick movement and quick shooting and quick ADSing and quick repositioning if you ADS and there's no enemy within your scope and yada, yada, yada. A lot of things happen very, very quickly. That being said, no distractions can absolutely help you. If you're in trials and you know what the popular lanes are and you know where the enemy team is and you do feel that they are probably about to challenge a very popular lane that you have beaten them to or whatever, you can ADS early, kick in no distractions, and then maybe try to get a headshot that you might not have been able to get before because you could have been flinched out of it. So there absolutely is viability to no distractions for sure. Snipers have a lot of perk competition like shotguns. Mostly people use snapshot, opening shot, moving target, stuff like that. But no distractions would be a fine choice on a PvP sniper for sure. Go give it a try. And then if you really want to have an interesting kind of experiment, go watch a high-level PvP sniper play on Twitch or YouTube or something, and then very carefully watch when they're sniping, when they ADS, how long they remain ADS'd for if they don't find a target right away. And then you can kind of be like, oh, I guess no distractions would have helped here, here, and here, but it absolutely would not have helped here, 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 and here. Just, again, good perk for PvP. Yeah, use if you want to give up a other perk on your sniper rifle, depending on how much you hardscope and lane challenge and stuff like that. Moving on, offhand strike. Final blows grant additional weapon range, stability, and accuracy when firing from the hip for a short duration. I've already mentioned earlier how I am not a super big fan of firing from the hip in PvP. Some people really enjoy firing from the hip, although I would imagine it's a very small number based on the conversations I have with other people who enjoy playing PvP. On a weapon kill, offhand strike will activate for 7 seconds, which is fairly long. 30 extra stability. The better accuracy cone is primo. This one is really going to depend on the weapon and the user. I feel like most times you're seeing people use offhand strike is when you're watching a Twitter clip of someone getting a fusion rifle kill from like 50 meters out while in a Lunafaction Warlock Empowering Rift, having secretly activated Offhand Strike. And they're like, oh, fusions are fine. Like, as if using Offhand Strike in a Lunafaction Warlock Rift is the fucking commonplace in PvP. I don't know. Just rent is due on Twitter for some of these clips. But yeah, I would say try Offhand Strike if you enjoy firing from the hip. Even when I use fusion rifles and stuff like that, I, like Lego, prefer to ADS when using my fusion rifle, despite the potential benefits of Offhand Strike. Could work fairly well on shotguns if you like to hip fire shotguns in general. Again, one of those perks where the benefits are definitely there. It is just going to depend on the player and the weapon and a bunch of other things. But yeah, worth experimenting at the very least for sure. Hey, look, I have a hoodie now. Okay, next up we have One for All. Hitting 3 separate targets increases damage for a moderate duration. So you have to hit 3 targets within a certain window of each other, and you get a 35% damage increase on your weapon for 10 seconds, which is actually quite nice. The bummer about One for All is that the perk duration cannot be refreshed, which makes sense, because if you could refresh it on a kill, that would seem to be a ludicrously good PvE ad clear perk, so they had to draw the line somewhere, I guess. In PvE, this works pretty much as you would expect it to work. You are just spreading damage around, not terribly difficult in PvE to shoot different targets, 3 different targets within a few seconds of each other, I think 3 seconds of each, and then you get that 35% damage buff, which, stellar. Highly recommend for PvE ad clear. On the PvP side, I don't hear a lot of people talking about this perk in PvP for good reason. I think the activation criteria is too difficult. The prospect of getting 35% more damage for 10 seconds on your weapon in PvP sounds great. But again, excuse me, you would have to shoot 3 different targets, which would probably happen by accident. Like if you were in trials and a lot of people were kind of challenging one at a time, peak challenging, and you had a perfect window of opportunity to get that done, that would be huge. You could intentionally try to shoot one guy, shoot one guy, shoot one guy, but that would be crazy, because if you shot one guy and then deliberately ignored him when you had an opportunity to potentially maybe kill that person, but you ignore that to try and activate One for All, that would be kind of dumb. So I don't think people use that perk terribly often in PvP for good reason. If you want to try, God love you, go try it. But I would say One for All, for the most part, does its job of PvE ad clear extra damage perk quite well. Moving on, we come to 1-2 punch. Hitting an enemy with every pellet in a shot increases melee damage for a short duration. So 1-2 punch has kind of had a very fun history over the years in D2. A perk that has caused a lot of trouble for Bungie because at the height of its power, I'm sure you could find clips on YouTube of people literally soloing Riven and stuff like that by like punching her in the paw and just doing wild things with 1-2 punch. So Bungie has kind of toned it down over the years. It no longer works with, I don't think it works with Liar's Handshake. I don't think it works with the Titan Bonk Hammer, the Solar Hammer Titan. The melee damage is 100% more for your unpowered melee, 40% more for your powered, at least according to what I've read. And damage against bosses can be increased by a further 25%. So there is definitely potential there. Last I checked, I've heard that the 1-2 punch perk does still currently have the ability to interact with a Banner of War Strand Titan, which is quite interesting. I think there are videos out there. What's that dude's name? I wrote it down. The Snazzy Rock has a video soloing Iryut with a 1-2 punch shotgun and a Banner of War Strand Titan. That is a really impressive thing to watch. I recommend you go check it out. So there's definitely high-end potential there. I think it might be a matter of time before 1-2 punch, before Banner of War Strand Titan joins Bonk Titan and Liar's Handshake in the Banned from 1-2 punch club, very exclusive club. But until it does, fun interactions if you're a Titan Punch Bro, and still quality perk in PvE if you are a big fan of shotguns. On the PvP side, believe it or not, there is a rare interaction where you might be interested in using 1-2 punch, and that would be for killing a Radiant Warlock or a Bubble Titan in Trials. That was a big strategy for a while. Usually you would rock whatever loadout you had until maybe the later rounds of Trials where you know that a Bubble Titan is about to get their bubble. End of the round, quickly put on your 1-2 punch shotgun. Obviously, the more impact, the better. Go in, hit them with every pellet, bam, powered up melee, and you have nuked them. That is going down in viability because we now have access to conditional finality, which is a supremely good option for nuking a Titan inside of their bubble. If you don't have a conditional finality, or if maybe you use a kinetic primary in PvP that you really enjoy, so you don't want to run double special in PvP, you could try to use an energy shotgun with 1-2 punch to rid yourself of a Bubble Titan, but I think for the most part, outranked by conditional finality. Moving on, we get to opening shot, improved accuracy and range on the opening shot of the attack. This is an excellent, excellent perk in PvP. It has been super good for a long time, and it will very likely continue to be good until Bungie, if Bungie ever decides to change it, which I kind of hope they don't, because I enjoy it so much. So for one bullet, you have 20 extra aim assist, 25 more range, a tighter accuracy cone, and a smaller accuracy cone growth for your shot. Now you can recharge opening shot by, it's a timer, a 3-second timer. So if you have a hand cannon with opening shot, you fire one bullet, you wait about 3 seconds, it will kind of glow. It'll be like swing. It'll kind of turn white for a second, which is the sound and visual indicator that opening shot has reloaded into the mag. This is very good on hand cannons. I have a lot of hand cannons that use opening shot, including my crafted round robin. I know some people are like, well, it's only good for one shot. True, but it's pretty much a guarantee that you will nail that shot no matter what. And improving the consistency of my neutral game is something I always appreciate. Opening shot is phenomenal on shotguns. It has gotten to the point where if a shotgun does not have the ability to roll opening shot, I will not use that shotgun in PvP. The one exception to that rule, as I just mentioned in the last perk, is conditional finality, which does not have access to opening shot, but it does have the fantastic viability, being able to take down a Bubble Titan or a Radiant Well Warlock or a Juggernaut Titan by hitting them with every pellet in the first round, causing them to freeze and explode, is just a great shotgun. That is the only shotgun in the game I will use in PvP that does not have opening shot. Does that mean shotguns without opening shot are bad? No, it does not mean that. It's just I've kind of become super addicted to it because it makes your shots stickier, pushes out the one-hit kill range a little bit. It makes it easier to land all your pellets because of the condensed accuracy cone a wee bit. It is just a wonderful goddamn perk. If you're like a new D2 player, you're like, I don't get the shotgun hype in PvP. Find a high impact shotgun with opening shot, and if you can, maybe something like threat detector, pair those together, go have a good time. Some people use opening shot on snipers as well. I don't snipe a ton, but when I do, I really appreciate the opening shot viability on a sniper. Snipers like the Defiance of Yasmin feel really good with opening shot. A lot of snipers feel terrific with opening shot. Again, I mean, the range, but also the 20 extra aim assist on that shot, which is pretty much guaranteed if you haven't fired your sniper in a couple seconds. So just an excellent perk in PvP. Long may it rain. GG. One more thing. If you feel like you maybe want a junior opening shot, if you're annoyed by the fact that it goes away so frequently, you can try Fragile Focus, which gives you more range until you reach a certain threshold of health if you're taking damage. Just be aware that Fragile Focus does not give the same level of buffs that Opening Shot does. Opening Shot gives significantly more than Fragile Focus. I don't think Fragile Focus affects your accuracy cone, I don't believe, or gives extra aim assist. It's just the range factor, so it won't feel the same. but you can use it for multiple shots on a hand cannon until you've taken enough damage for the perk to turn off. They're kind of like, those perks are like weird cousins, kind of. So if you're kind of feeling opening shot, but you want to try something different, try Fragile Focus. Okay, next up we have Osmosis. Using your grenade ability changes the weapon's damage type to match your subclass until you stow it, excuse me. So basically you have a weapon with Osmosis, you throw a grenade. So if you have a kinetic weapon, you throw an arc grenade. Now your kinetic weapon is arc for a little bit because you've taken advantage of the Osmosis perk. So this is a fun perk on paper in theory, but there's kind of a annoying hang up about Osmosis. So kinetic weapons get a damage bonus in PvE. And when you use Osmosis to convert a kinetic weapon to an energy weapon, you lose that damage bonus. So yeah, you're changing your kinetic into an energy, which is fun and can synergize fairly well with a bunch of 3.0 builds, but you're taking away your little extra PvE damage bonus that you get from a kinetic. So kind of a double-edged sword there, and because of that, I don't really use it very much. Mainly a PvE perk. I'm sure there might be super niche uses in PvP, but yeah, PvE, not really hot on it due to the weird interaction with losing the damage buff. Yeah. Next up, we have Outlaw. Precision kills greatly decrease reload time. This is a classic D2 perk. It has been in the game for a very long time. It has always been pretty good. I wouldn't call it maybe God tier or exceptional, but it is one of those perks that like has no real downsides to it and works well with certain combinations, especially in PvP. I mean, of course, you can use it in PvE if you want. It can help you shred ads a little bit quicker. But for the most part, Outlaw has been a good perk in combination with things like Kill Clip or Multi-Kill Clip or any other weapon perk where you quickly want to reload and take advantage of some buff that another perk or something is giving you out on a reload. You want to make that happen really quick. So again, the classic combination is Outlaw Kill Clip. In early D2, Outlaw Kill Clip was kind of ruling the landscape as the bread and butter, the peanut butter jelly perk combination of D2 PvP. Bless you. On a precision kill, you get 70 reload speed. 70 is quite good. That is even more than field prep, which is 50, I think. And yeah, and you have that reload duration multiplier for 6 seconds, which is quite nice. So yeah, good. I think these days, Outlaw might be a little power crept. I do appreciate the reload speed of Outlaw because they can get you out of tricky situations. If you're in a hot spot and you're fighting 3 people in trials, you want to quickly smoke one, reload, quickly get the other. You know, you don't want them to sense that you're reloading and have them collapse on you because they're like, oh no, my 120 RPM hand cannon is taking so long to load, and they just they fucking strand grapple in and start slapping you around. Yeah, so perks like Outlaw can prevent that. Although it does have competition with other perks, whatever else can drop in column 3. Usually Outlaw drops in column 3. Things like moving target and keep away, yada yada. So it does have more competition as time goes on, which is understandable given the state of the game and how many goddamn weapon perks we have. But yeah, still a good perk after all these years. Okay, moving on, we have Overflow. Picking up special or heavy ammo automatically loads this weapon beyond normal capacity. Yeah, as you can probably imagine, this is a very beneficial perk for PvE. When you pick up special or heavy ammo, yeah, you reflow from reserves and it will max out at 100% increased magazine capacity, which is great. So there are obviously instantly recognizable benefits of using a perk like this. Just get an ammo brick, which is not a rare thing to come across in PvE or PvP. Pick it up and your weapon with overflow, big, just huge kick up in the mag, and you can do fun things like, okay, so for maybe a ad clear weapon, you instantly overflow, and now you are just that more efficient at ad clearing because you're postponing the reload and you're just dumping off so much of your excess ammo. You could use something like a loaded question fusion rifle, and now you have overflowed the magazine and you can take advantage of reservoir burst, which is quite nice. There are weapons like the Heathen Vengeance rocket launcher, which you pick up an ammo brick and you've overflowed it. Now you have more mags in the rocket for your Heathen Vengeance. Just a really solid weapon perk across the board in PvE. Just a big thumbs up from me personally. Okay, moving on, we have Paracausal Affinity, a perk that really confuses a lot of new players. I'll read the exact description, you'll understand why. Final blows of energy types matching this weapon's alignment grant increased damage for a short period of time. Light final blows boost arc, solar, and void weapons. Darkness final blows boost stasis and strand weapons. Kind of a wordy perk. More words than Bungie usually gives, I'm sure. Here's how it works. Let me give you a hypothetical. Let's say you have a void shotgun with paracausal affinity. So void falling under the umbrella of light. So you have two umbrellas, light and dark. So under the light, we got arc, solar, void. And under the dark umbrella, we have strand, stasis. So because we have a void shotgun with paracausal affinity, we are looking for other options under the light umbrella. So all you need to do to activate the extra damage given by paracausal affinity is to get a weapon or ability kill with any other option under the light umbrella. So if you throw a arc grenade and get a kill with it, you just got a kill with a light ability and you have triggered paracausal affinity to activate on your void shotgun. So it's just that simple, I guess. You get 20% extra damage, I believe the number is, for 6 seconds. Yeah, 20 for 6 seconds. Yeah, there you go. Definitely a fine perk for PvE, considering how relatively generous that criteria is to take advantage of. I think some people might be better off with maybe easier to activate perks like Rampage, which can go even higher than Paracausal in the extra damage department and are easy to activate just because it's just, oh, get kill with weapon, unga bunga, like a caveman could use Rampage, right? But that being said, I don't think it is a bad perk at all. I think it's pretty interesting and cool, and I would like to maybe see more perks like that that offer kind of neutral game buffs instead of damage buffs, just because that would be interesting. But yeah, Paracausal in a nutshell. Here's a very interesting perk. Perfect Float. Being in combat for a moderate time increases airborne effectiveness and reduces flinch until you are out of combat. Perfect Float functions in the same way that Frenzy does. Basically, you have to be in combat as defined by Bungie for a certain length of time, and when you are, then the perks, the benefit of Perfect Float will turn on. The nice thing is that Frenzy with the ridiculous 12-second activation criteria, way too long for my liking. Perfect Float is half that. Perfect Float is 6. And the benefits, again, are reduced flinch and increased AE. So apparently you get 35% better flinch resist for 5 seconds once the perk has turned on, which is pretty good. I talked to a lot of people in PvP. We all share the same concern. Flinch is the devil. I am really happy at the moment of me recording today's video because I have access to harmonic unflinching in PvP, meaning they each cost 2 energy. So I put triple harmonic unflinching when playing a solar, so I get triple unflinching on my Igneous Hammer. Players will do anything to reduce incoming flinch in PvP, as well they should, because it goddamn sucks. So if you're trying to rock Perfect Float, I respect that, because if you are able to get it to proc consistently, you get pretty quality incoming flinch protection, which can really help boost your neutral game performance in PvP. Again, same thing regarding the perk Frenzy. If you are a hunter and you want to have kind of a silly, corny way to better guarantee your activation of Perfect Float, you can use the Gemini Gestures, which again will ping nearby enemies for 1 damage. So you can shoot someone, let a couple seconds go by, dodge with Gemini to get a ping and activate, keep the ball, the Perfect Float ball in the air, like the I'm still in combat because I dealt 1 damage to a guy 15 meters behind a pillar. Thanks, Gemini. Keep the ball in the air a little bit longer. You have now activated Perfect Float, and you have better AE and incoming flinch protection for 5 seconds. Not a bad perk in PvP. It's kind of too much of a hassle for me to use consistently, but I respect people who use it because I think it's a good perk. Moving on, we come to Perpetual Motion. This weapon gains bonus stability, handling, and reload while the wielder is in motion. Good perk for PvP, really good perk. The way it works are there are 2 stacks. Each stack, I think, gives you 10 of each. The first stack of Perpetual Motion is very easy to activate. I think it's only like 2 seconds or something like that. It happens really quickly. The next stack doesn't happen for a little bit longer. 10 seconds. Yeah, 10 seconds. So the first stack will happen right away because people, unless you're crab walking or, creeping around PvP, which you shouldn't be doing, you will get Perpetual Motion level 1 to activate basically right away. And if you're even remotely mobile or just running around, it will kick in sooner or later. And again, the buffs are pretty easy to understand. Stability, handling, reload. Couldn't be easier. A lot of people, it depends on the gun in terms of how much you enjoy this perk. If I have a shotgun with opening shot, that maybe I don't have a god roll enough RNG to get threat detector or something, I'll settle for Perpetual Motion because it does give a handling buff, which is quite nice. But yeah, especially if you play PvP on controller, you will get a lot of viability out of this. Maybe if you're a fan of pulse rifles would be a great example because not too difficult to activate Perpetual Motion. Pulse rifles appreciate stability a lot. Likewise for auto rifles, get that going and GG, Bob's your uncle. That's basically the way it is in a nutshell. I don't use Perpetual Motion in PvE at all. It could help you though. I mean, because again, it's going to improve your reload time. But I think if your goal is to have better reload time in PvE, there are way, way more perks that could probably help you out a lot more. But yeah, primarily a perk used in PvP. Next on our list, we have Precision Instrument. Dealing sustained damage significantly increases precision damage. This is a new perk introduced in Season 22, the current season as of me recording this video. So here's how that new perk works. Every time you land a shot with a weapon, the weapon that has the Precision Instrument perk on it, you will build a stack every time you shoot an enemy and you get a hit. The time window is very, very short. So it's not like you can shoot someone and like run away and you're like, nice, I have a stack. No, it's probably gone already. If you don't keep shooting, you're going to lose the stacks. The window is really teeny. And every time you build a stack, you are able to dish out extra damage, but only on a headshot. So in theory, if you had an Igneous Hammer and you shot someone, 4 times in the body, lightning quick, you got 4 stacks. But you're not going to be able to spend those stacks if you keep shooting somebody in the body. In order to spend the stacks, you have to shoot them in the head. There's a maximum of 6 stacks, and the damage caps out at about 25%, which is not too shabby. Extra damage is always nice to have, but be aware that the requirements are very, very strict. Very strict. If you miss a shot while building up stacks with Precision Instrument, you lose all of them. So if you have shot some guy 5 times in the body and you killed him and you're like, oh, sweet, time to turn on this guy. And, or maybe there's another guy right behind him as you just keep firing without breaking stride. I'm going to use all my stacks on that guy. And you whiff the first shot, all your stacks are now gone. So it is a very strict perk that I think the average PvP player might not want to invest, chasing for their god roll weapon. However, I want to make it clear that there absolutely is upside potential, absolutely, for Precision Instruments. I had this conversation with Defizzle the other day. It's probably going to be days ago by the time this video goes up, but on Twitter, he really enjoys the perk on Igneous Hammer, which I respect. I prefer perks that help boost my accuracy in the neutral game. But he brings up a good point that if you are able to output extra damage while consistently pinging somebody in the head, especially on a PvP weapon like Igneous Hammer, you are technically pushing out your damage fall-off rate. So you are more lethal to enemies at a certain distance. You have more punching power in terms of being able to put down maybe something like an overshielded Titan. So yeah, the benefits of Precision Instrument are there. Just make sure you're aware that it is a very, very unforgiving perk. But if you are a PvP player who already is incredibly accurate and you feel as though You don't need any extra help from things like moving targets or keep away or any of the other neutral game PvP perks. Sure, go ahead and try and get value out of Precision Instrument, because if you're already that cracked, yeah, it could probably end up helping you a lot, I would say. Yeah, keep an eye on it for PvE as well. It's just anytime you are able to get free extra damage is quite nice. If we ever find ourselves in, I don't know, maybe like, I'm trying to think of what meta Precision Instrument would take over, because right now it would be fun for PvE, but don't think of it as like, oh, free extra damage on top. Let's fucking go. Let's nuke some raid boss with it or something like that. 25% is good, but it's not going to compete with other perks which give more, like bait and switch, which I've probably mentioned about 100 times today. But keep your eye on Precision Instrument. Maybe we get a cool new weapon in the future that is able to take advantage of it better or something like that. You always got to keep your eye on extra damage dealing perks. Next perk, we have Pugilist, or as my friend Cool Guy would say, Pugilist. Haha. Never let him live that one down, even though I mispronounce things literally all the time. Final blows with this weapon generate melee energy. Dealing melee damage briefly improves this weapon's handling. So the value you get out of Pugilist is going to be directly tied to how much you like to melee. I don't really like to melee very much. That's just kind of the way I play. I don't know. I'll ape when the time is right. Maybe if I'm playing a filthy, dirty shotgun ape titan, that would come into play. But it's still not a perk I get a lot of personal value out of. Weapon kills give 10% melee energy. Kills with special weapons generate more melee energy. And when you deal melee damage, you get 35 handling for 3 seconds, which is not bad. It's definitely not bad. I would appreciate more handling from perks that don't have a requirement that I smack people. But again, if you have a very melee heavy build and you feel like you're getting a lot of mileage out of this perk, good for you. Keep using it, but it's not one that I genuinely use very often. Okay, next up we have Pulse Monitor. Automatically reloads the magazine and improves weapon handling when wounded, even when the weapon is stowed. I have such an interesting relationship with Pulse Monitor. It is by no means a bad perk. Again, love-hate relationship with perks that only turn on when you are wounded, which is odd considering how much I love Eye of the Storm, which usually I love so much because I'm taking advantage of it while I'm already in a 1v1 or a 1v2 duel. Pulse Monitor. So when you are below 110 HP, at or below, your weapon will activate, even if it is stowed. Pulse Monitor will turn on. You get 50 handling, and you get a faster ready stow animation duration multiplier, and you refill the mag from reserves. So there are, depending on the weapon that you have Pulse Monitor on, if you're being injured, you could turn around and potentially smoke the guy who is fighting you, which could be pretty great. It's very much kind of a panic button move. I think the reason I like Eye of the Storm better is because, again, I'm already actively using the weapon when the perk turns on. Whereas with Pulse Monitor, I feel like a lot of the time it's more like, oh, they've activated my trap card, turn around, getcha, because now the gun is auto-reloaded and I got the handling buff. They just function a little bit differently. There have been plenty of times in PvP where I did have my bacon saved by a weapon with Pulse Monitor. Again, it is by no means a bad perk, but just not one that I use very often. Maybe I'm waiting for the right gun. I don't know. I'm sure that there are probably going to be some people who chime in down below. Here, fun exercise. If you are a diehard lover of Pulse Monitor, please share your weapon and roll down in the comment section. I would love to hear from you. Do you have it on a backup plan fusion rifle? Do you have it on a shotgun? Or I don't know. Let me know. I would love to hear from you. I don't think it's a bad perk, even though I don't use it very often. Next up, we have Quick Draw. This weapon can be drawn unbelievably fast. Upon readying the weapon for 1 second, it will give you a ton of ready stow speed and handling, and a ready animation duration multiplier. A lot of fancy talk for just super ton of handling on demand. Quick Draw gives you a lot of it. It is super, super good. A classic D2 perk, I would say. Not bad in PvE. In the past, Bungie has run into trouble with certain strategies involving Quick Draw. We don't need to get into that. But PvP is where Quick Draw is mainly seen in the current day and age of D2, and where the perk really, really shines. Works great on special weapons, works great on primary weapons. It's not limited to a certain type or, archetype of weapon. It's just, hey, you getting tagged, you want to just whip out your weapon faster? Huge. It's like weapon handling is so important to, overall performance, in my opinion, in PvP. It's why so many people gravitate to Ophidian Aspect and stuff like that. It's just, Quick Draw is a super, super solid perk. If you are new to D2 and you want to get into PvP, try it out. You probably, knock on wood, won't regret it. One extra note on Quick Draw. Now, I haven't measured this in a long time, but I did measure it a year or two ago, I want to say, because I kept hearing the phrase, quote, Quick Draw gives you max handling, which I was kind of getting minorly annoyed, I guess, by that phrase, because extra handling, last time I checked, extra handling mods and stuff like that does stack with Quick Draw. Quick Draw does not give, last time I checked, the maximum ceiling amount of handling. If you record footage of you whipping out a gun with Quick Draw and you whipping out a gun with Quick Draw and, I don't know, Ophidian Aspect or whatever else will, buff that handling or ADS speed or whatever, and you go and analyze that clip in something that lets you go frame by frame, like Premiere Pro or whatever, you still go faster with all the other stuff stacked on top of it. It's super small, though. It's like only a couple frames. So yeah, for the most part, if you have Quick Draw, you don't need to pile a whole bunch of other stuff on top of it. You'll probably be pretty close to the goddamn ceiling. Just me being a little nitpicky with the phrase, max handling. Again, though, I haven't checked that in like 2 years. Could be different, but I would be willing to bet a large pile of money that it is not different. Moving on, we come to Rangefinder. Aiming this weapon increases its effective range and zoom magnification. Increased projectile velocity when aiming rocket launchers, grenade launchers, and bows. So, Rangefinder was a perk in D2 that was so good that Bungie basically decided this deep into the lifespan of the game that they needed to change fundamentally how zoom works in D2 because Rangefinder was such a good perk. Basically, any weapon that you would use in PvP would become unquestionably better with the addition of Rangefinder on top of it. So there were changes made to zoom. So zoom used to be tied to a couple of different things, and Bungie decoupled zoom from damage fall off. So zoom is no longer tied to damage fall off. If you have a weapon with much more zoom, you will damage fall off. The extra bonus you were getting from that zoom, no longer there. However, zoom has not been decoupled from aim assist fall off, and to a degree, the effect zoom has on your accuracy, and to a small degree, the effect that zoom has on your stability. So all those things, I think the most important one being the fact that zoom is still tied to your aim assist fall off, meaning that your weapon will feel stickier at longer if you have a weapon with higher zoom. That alone makes Rangefinder a still good perk in PvP to this day. I know a lot of people were worried and freaked out that like, oh, the zoom changes, Rangefinder is going to be bad. No, it's still a great perk. Use it on whatever you want. I love Rangefinder on hand cannons and auto rifles and SMGs and yada, yada, yada. The perk is definitely not as overpowered as it was in early D2, but it is still a thumbs up, solid perk in PvP. Next up, we have Rampage. Kills with this weapon temporarily grant increased damage, stacks up to 3 times. Rampage is, along with Kill Clip, one of the OG perks. It's a perk that has been around since the very beginning, and it has always been pretty good. There's no memory that I have where Rampage has been a quote-unquote bad perk. So the stacks of damage are 10, 20, 21 and 30. So 10, 21, and 33% for 4 seconds about, give or take. Great perk. I think for the most part, people have usually viewed Kill Clip as the defining extra damage perk for PvP, and Rampage as the extra damage defining perk for PvE. And that's just sort of the way it is. Rampage is a fantastically easy perk to take advantage of in PvE. It works wonderful on a whole series of red bar add clear weapons and other special weapons and stuff like that. If you have, a special weapon which is halfway decent at clearing adds, excellent perk. There's as time goes on in D2, there will always be more competition in the extra damage perk category because the game is super bloated at this point. We just have so many weapon perks, and some of the OGs are being pushed out by, new kid on the block. But for the most part, Rampage is just, after all this time, still a solid perk in PvE. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Put that on an SMG, go clear some red bars. GG. Moving on, we have Rapid Hit. Rapid precision hits temporarily increase stability and reload speed. Rapid Hit, a perk that I feel a lot of people don't put enough respect on, is a perk that I actually quite enjoy for PvP. Now, I do understand the complaints that some people have with Rapid Hit, just an improvement to stability and reload speed. Not really. I mean, some people would prefer boosts to range, accuracy, handling. Very valid forms of feedback, I would say. But for the weapons that Rapid Hit is good on, certain pulse rifles, many pulse rifles, and certain hand cannons, I say it does its job well. Now, one problem you may have is that when you're firing a weapon, you want to try to get into a consistent muscle memory with how that weapon kicks and where where it resets back to. You want to get into a rhythm. You want to feel out each gun so you develop that muscle memory for landing consistent headshots in PvP. A Rapid Hit may conflict with that muscle memory because with every hit that you are getting with the gun, you are building additional stacks of stability. So it may make the gun feel smoother the more you are landing shots with it, which, okay, I guess. But even that being said, Rapid Hit, a perk I very much enjoy. I have an Igneous Hammer. My OG Igneous Hammer, which I still love to use, is moving target and Rapid Hit, and I play on mouse and keyboard. So the benefit from stability on the Igneous Hammer, probably pretty minor, but there are times where over the various weekends where we've gotten new Igneous Hammers to drop, I've used them. Something has felt a bit off, which, to be fair, could also be the new deterministic recoil feature that Bungie has put into the game. That could also be affecting it. But there's times where I feel like I miss a shot and I'm like, I think I would have hit that with Rapid Hit. You know what I mean? Or like get a body shot that might have been a headshot with Rapid Hit. I don't know. It's a perk that some people feel differently about. I think it is worth your time and experimentation. For PvE, I mean, sure, it'll improve your reload speed, so I guess why not? I think there are much better ways to improve your reload speed than Rapid Hit in PvE. But for certain weapons in PvP, absolutely worth your time and experimentation with if you want to fiddle around with that perk. Okay, moving on, we come to Recombination. Elemental Final Blows increase the damage of this weapon's next shot. So, Recombination is a extremely rare perk in D2. It only lives on 2 weapons in the entire game, the Heritage Shotgun and the Succession Sniper Rifle, both obtainable from the Deepstone Crypt raid. It is possible that in the future, Bungie decides to put this perk on more weapons. They've done that before in the past. Things like Desperado, which only lived on 1 or 2 weapons, and then they decided to release it into the wild and put it on more weapons. So here's how it works. Every time you get a kill with an elemental weapon, then your kinetic weapon, which is the one which has recombination on it, is building up a stack in the background. Then when you swap to that weapon, you deal more damage with your next shot. So it's kind of like you're building up opening shot, but instead of more range and accuracy and aim assists, you are just going to hit very, very hard. So the perk maxes out at 10 stacks total, and in PvE, each stack is worth 10% more damage on your next shot, and in PvP, it is worth 5% more damage on your next shot. So in theory, if you got 10 elemental kills to boost recombination up to maximum power, in PvE, your next shot would deal a whopping 100% extra damage, and in PvP, your next shot would deal 50% more damage. Now, because the perk lives on a Heritage Shotgun and the Succession Sniper, that does open the door to potentially being able to super troll people in PvP with uber deep shotgun headshots and one-hit body kills from a sniper rifle, which people might not be expecting. But again, you'd have to get a lot of kills to build your strength up to that level, to the point where you would be able to achieve that kind of trolling in PvP. So for the most part, recombination is mainly seen as a PvE perk. Yeah, and it's fine. It's not bad at all. I feel like super niche because it only lives on 2 weapons in the game. But if you are using it for any given activity and you're just mowing down a bunch of ads, not very difficult at all in PvE to build up to a stack of 10. Then next time a mini boss comes out or a champion or something, you whip out your recombination heritage and you just blow their damn eyebrows off. Like, it just completely nuke them in one hit and then continue on with damage like normal. Not a bad perk, I would say. Just very limited usage for the time being. Moving on, we have Reconstruction. This weapon slowly reloads itself over time up to double capacity. This is a fantastic perk in PvE. I love Reconstruction. I have a Commemoration machine gun, which I got from my first run through of Deepstone Crypt, and my appreciation for that machine gun has only grown over time. You just put your weapon in your backpack, and Reconstruction always working for you, always generating ammo over time. 10% of the magazine recovered every 4 seconds, which can take a long time. It is not as instantly gratifying as something like Autoloading Holster, but the benefit of Reconstruction is, again, as in the description tells us of the perk, you can get up to double magazine capacity, and there are fewer greater feelings than being able to whip out a machine gun with like an insane mag capacity. So I know that rocket launchers are currently the DPS meta as of the recording of this video. But if you are the team div bitch, if you're rocking the Divinity or something like that, which happens often, you could not ask for a better ad clear weapon than a Reconstruction machine gun. It's like, oh, you're using a machine gun to ad clear? Yeah, dude, I'm the div bitch. When we get to the boss fight, I'm going to be blue beaming that sucker. You know what I mean? So why not use your Reconstruction machine gun? Just clear the landscape. Reconstruction is also the preferred perk on the crafted Apex rocket launcher, which is Reconstruction bait and switch. Auto reloads in your back pocket, up to 2 rockets in the mag. That is just sick. Yeah, Reconstruction is just a very, very good perk right now. Every time a new weapon comes out, it's one of those perks that I'm like looking in the API. I'm like, oh, does the new weapon have Reconstruction? I'm curious. I want to know. Not really used in PvP, I don't think. I mean, it's not a bad perk in PvP, but considering that reloading is the enemy across the board in PvE, Reconstruction is an excellent perk and will probably remain that way for the foreseeable future. Okay, next up we have another Deepstone Crypt weapon perk. This one's kind of odd. It's called Redirection. Damaging rank and file combatants increases damage against more powerful ones. Sort of a oddly complicated. Let me explain. So you shoot a minor enemy, red bar enemy, and you get 1 stack, and you can build up to a maximum of 20 stacks. Then when you shoot a major or a boss with that same weapon, you then spend those stacks to gain extra damage on that big boy target. 1 hit on a big boy target will take 5 stacks. So if you have built up a maximum of 20, then at the very most you are dishing out 4 shots on a big boy, each which deal 20% extra damage each. No, I'm good. It's mostly found on, primary weapons, I believe. And it's just odd, like just shooting a bunch of red bars to get a couple. I mean, it's free damage. Free damage is free damage, but just 4 shots for 20% extra damage each. You could do Rampage, just kill 3 red bars, and now you have 33% extra damage. And it's not limited to 4 shots, and it's extra damage for everybody. And it's way more, it's just better. I don't know. It's a complicated perk. It's just, I feel like it is outclassed by a lot of things in the field, in the land of PvE, but is what it is. Maybe one day Bungie will kind of tweak it or give it something better, but in the meantime, or they could just leave it alone, just be like, it's a Deepstone Crypt perk. Tried something new. Not every perk has to be great. Let it sit in the graveyard of mediocrity. Whatever. But I wouldn't be too, if you're a new player, I wouldn't be too worried about this perk. Moving on, we have Relentless Strikes. Landing 3 light attack hits within a short time grants sword ammo. Relentless Strikes is quite nice if you are big into swords, because hey, free ammo. Ain't nobody gonna complain about that. When you're damaging Crota, it is, a lot of people prefer the strategy with the surrounded sword, and you have to kind of damage Crota near that part of the bridge where the boomers are close enough to trigger surrounded on you. If you do it too far back by where you spawn, it's not going to work. And pairing with Relentless Strikes, quite nice. Get that ammo back and you're just spamming, light attacks for the surrounded. I've heard that if you just spam light attacks with that, this is very specific to the Crota strategy, better than throwing in heavy into the mix. Double check on that. Wandering off the beaten path here. But yeah, if you're a sword user and you use swords for one of their 2 major purposes, which I've mentioned, flying around like a crazy person or big boy DPS, Relentless Strikes is a quite nice perk. I feel like people have good things to say about it, and I like having it on the swords that I use to hurt big boys with. GG. Next up, we have Replenishing Aegis. Blocking damage partially reloads this weapon from reserves. This is a perk for glaives, and admittedly, I very rarely use glaives. I never touch them in PvP. Never, never, never. If I'm using a glaive, if you come onto my Twitch channel and I'm using a glaive in PvP, something has gone horribly wrong. Either there was a sub goal or I'm drunk. I don't know what else to say. I would never willingly bring... You probably would know that I would be kidnapped if I ever tweeted out, gosh, can't wait to play Trials with my glaive. Yeah, but I mean, if you're very into glaives, I occasionally use them in PvE if I feel like I really am in a situation where I need to take advantage of that incoming damage reduction in PvE, which is the primary factor, I would say, in people bringing a glaive into difficult PvE content. If you are big into glaives and challenging PvE content for the DR, I can imagine that this perk would be quite nice for you to have, but super limited, like to all 12 of the glaive users down in the comment section get together and discuss the viability of this perk, because I don't use it very often. But again, if you're using glaives, if you enjoy the DR, I can imagine this being a beneficial perk for you. Next up, we have Repulsor Brace. Defeating a void debuffed target grants an overshield. Gives an overshield with around 45-ish health for 8 seconds. And actually a solid perk in PvE. I have a Unforgiven submachine gun with this perk. Likewise, Hero's Burden, I believe is the name of the Iron Banner SMG, which has that perk. Very nice. If you're playing a Void 3.0 subclass relatively frequently, you could get a lot of value out of Repulsor Brace in PvE content. The viability of the perk is also going to be partially tied to what you have available to you in the seasonal artifact, I would say. So if we are in a season where maybe there's not a ton of Void stuff and it's leaning more towards Arc or Strand, then yeah, it's still going to be a good perk, but you might be using it less than normal because you might be, digging that flavor of the month for a Strand or whatever. But if we're in a season where we have a lot of Void stuff on the seasonal artifact, then hell yeah. Repulsor Brace is going to be even better than it is right now, which I think is pretty damn fine. So try to get a fun, I would recommend if you're new, try to get a fun Void primary weapon. You can try to get the Unforgiven submachine gun if you're a new player and ballsy enough to raid. Good on you. Try to get that. There's a lot of good options that you can get. But again, if you play a lot of Void and you want to take advantage of that overshield, if you're consistently able to debuff people relatively well, which a lot of Void 3.0 builds allow you to do relatively consistently, then you will get good mileage out of this perk. Moving on, we come to Reservoir Burst. When the battery is full, your next burst deals additional damage and causes enemies to explode on death. This is a fusion rifle perk and a very fun one in PvE. Cover PvP in a minute. The extra damage output is 25%, which is pretty good. And you cause the enemy to explode. Now, this is one of those perks where it is pretty good, but almost always requires it to be paired with something else in order to really reap the benefits of that perk. For example, in the case of Reservoir Burst, if you have Envious Assassin or any way to potentially overflow the magazine of your fusion rifle, you are going to have a damn fun time with Reservoir Burst. Because you get Envious Assassin going, you have overflowed the mag to over higher than normal capacity. And now your next couple shots are going to deal 25% more damage, and on a kill, you are going to make the enemy explode. So I don't really think I need to explain to you that that sounds really fun. In PvE, it's absolutely worth fiddling around with. Try to find something like Overflow, or as I mentioned, Envious Assassin. Excellent. A lot of good shenanigans to be had with Reservoir Burst. In PvP, again, very fun, but you're probably not going to get to a point where you're getting it to be helping you in PvP on the regular. If you do, you're probably already fighting a team that you're probably bullying and shoving into a locker, because you're going to be needing to get a lot of kills on the regular and then, you know, gobbling up their special ammo off the ground in order to get enough in your mag to the point where you are now able to take advantage of Reservoir Burst. If you're in a game of PvP and you're procking it on the regular, good God, man, let them breathe. Don't be smurfing. You've already won. They're already dead, Jim. Just let it go. But yeah, a fun perk for PvE. Check it out. Next up, we have Rewind Rounds, or as I frequently read and hear everywhere, We Wind Wounds. I'm not really sure where that meme came from. Somebody knows the history of that meme. I would love to hear it. But We Wind Wounds. When this weapons magazine is empty, it refills from reserves based on the number of hits. Quality perk in PvE, I would say. Anything you can do, again, I've said this a million times, I'll say it a million more times, to delay the inevitability of needing to reload your weapon in PvE, it's probably going to be a stellar perk. And it can have some nice, fun little interactions, like the new machine gun from the Crota raid, the Song of Ir-Yût. If you have rewind rounds, and if you get one with rewind and target lock, that could be pretty fun, because your teammate maybe would put a divinity bubble on an enemy, and you're just blasting into him with your Song of Ir-Yût, and then you get to the very bottom of the mag, and then you hit them X many times, automatically Rewind Wounds kicks in, and bam, like you don't got to reload just yet. You can keep firing away and taking advantage of target lock, which is quite nice. Yeah, I do believe that Rewind has some competition from other perks, probably like Reconstruction and whatnot. But overall, quality perk. Check it out for PvE usage, I would say. If Bungie ever kind of decides to pull a big sneaky and 86 or severely harm Reconstruction by dragging it on up to the old chopping block, I feel like Rewind will be waiting in the wings to gladly go up in viability even further. Okay, moving on, we come to Shield Disorient. Breaking a shield with a matching element disorients nearby combatants. Another, if I'm correct, retired currently weapon perk, meaning that you will not find it on weapons in the game moving forward. You may be able to comb through your vault and find a weapon with Shield Disorient, but not really a perk I would recommend. I mean, yeah, it's going to be helpful for those moments where you de-shield a shielded enemy and bam, everybody kind of gets disoriented. Disorienting enemies in PvE is really good. But if your goal is to routinely disorient the enemy, damn, you could go way harder. You could just put on a blinding grenade launcher with either autoloading holster or slide shot or slideways. That would be excellent because then you would have the most consistent ability to repeatedly disorient groups of enemies over and over and over. So yeah, not a bad perk, I would say, for PvE, but like, yeah, just heavily outclassed by the existence of a blinding or, disruption, I think it's called now, grenade launcher in PvE. Not a bad perk if you have it on your vault on a primary weapon or whatever. Maybe it'll help you out every now and then in a strike, but yeah, outclassed in my opinion. Moving on, shoot to loot. Shooting an orb of power picks it up. Shooting an ammo brick picks it up and automatically reloads all of your equipped weapons from reserves. Fun perk. I feel like I see shoot to loot a lot in solo PvE or low man difficult PvE content, or, day one raids and stuff like that. Anything when you're really scrambling, fighting the clock. Especially low man content. It's like things happen you have to be so quick with your timing, depending on if you're trying to solo or duo or triple a raid boss. So you see a brick of ammo on the ground, you leave it there for later. When the time is right, shoot it, bam. Not only do you get the ammo and you don't need to run all the way over there to get it, all your reserved weapons are now reloaded, which is nice. Fun perk for PvE. It does get competition if you're a regular, normal, casual player. It does have competition from, what is that new armor mod? Powerful Attraction. Is that new? I don't know. Powerful. He doesn't know if it's new or not. What an idiot. Powerful Attraction, where you use your class ability and you just vacuum in all by nearby orbs of power directly to your Guardian. Obviously, it's going to be a little competition for shoot to loot, but that still does not harm the viability of the perk. I still think it's pretty fun. Relatively, I don't think a lot of players are going to gravitate to it instead of other options. But again, the people who really appreciate the value of shoot to loot, especially those doing interesting PvE challenges, are going to keep using it, as well they should. Also, a fun little interaction, I think I mentioned this earlier, between kinetic tremors. Hope I mentioned this in the kinetic tremors portion of the video. Long video, y'all. If you combine shoot to loot with kinetic tremors, and you shoot an enemy and an orb pops out or a brick of ammo pops out, kinetic tremors also activates, and that little kinetic explosion is just going to suck up the brick of ammo or the orb of power instantly. Just a fun little interaction between those two perks. Moving on, we come to Shot Swap. Final Blows build and store charges, which allow you to swap and stow this weapon at a faster rate. Shot Swap is very, very interesting. I've gotten into many a discussion with many a PvP player about the viability of Shot Swap. I believe it was designed to function as a PvP perk. Could be wrong about that. I don't know a lot of people who use this perk, but the viability is there. I feel like Shot Swap is kind of a beefed up quick draw, which you can use not as frequently, but it's very, very potent. So you have to build up and store charges, and then when the time is right, or when you swap to your weapon, bam, the handling's there. And it can really be helpful. I just think that the reason that a lot of PvP players, or the majority of PvP players, don't use Shot Swap is just because of the activation requirements. They want something that, even if it's less potent, they want something that is going to be more consistent in giving them a handling or, stow draw speed buff, right? Threat detector, and like if you're talking about Shot Swap on a primary weapon, then you're going to get competition from every other normal perk you would find in column 3, which would, help you land your shots easier. Things like moving target and keep away, and on certain weapons, rangefinder in column 3, yada, yada, yada. So I don't think that Shot Swap is a bad perk. I will always consider it. But again, I think the average player finds it, for the most part, to be maybe too complicated, or too many strings attached, not as free as some other perks in the game. But that being said, it would probably be worth your time, especially if you've been playing D2 for a long time. I know a lot of PvP veterans are kind of set in their ways. I'm one of them for sure. My ramblings about the only 3 perks I'll use on a goddamn shotgun are a dead giveaway of that. But there are certain perks I would say that it would be time to maybe break out of your shell a little bit and do a little experimenting with. And I think Shot Swap would be one of those perks. Yeah, so weapon kills grant 2 stacks, granting 100 ready stow speed, which is just a lot, maximum of 8 stacks, and you only consume 1 when readying or stowing the weapon. So that's pretty generous. 1 kill is 2, and then spending it is just 1 stack at a time. So you can build quicker than you spend. So I would say if you're a PvP player, give it a try. You might be surprised. And if you don't like it, well, you've really lost nothing. And you can go back to using Quick Draw or, you know, whatever else you want to use. Moving on, another perk that I argue with people about, not argue, have passionate discussions with friends all the time, is Slick Draw. Significantly increases handling, decreases target acquisition. Slick Draw is such an interesting perk that I never, ever, ever use. And here's the thing. If you are a top 0.00001% PvP player, you are, if even Walla watches you play PvP and he's like, damn, that motherfucker can shoot, right? Then you might have a rare, fun opportunity to get good viability out of Slick Draw. Because Slick Draw gives you a bunch of free handling and there is no activation criteria. It's more like being a warlock in D&D and signing a deal with the devil. And the devil has taken away some of your target acquisition, which if you're a new D2 player, aim assist. So basically you have way more weapon handling for free, but your shots won't have as much aim assist, which is a big, big requirement. It's a big ask, right? It's a big ask. As a PvP player, again, I never, ever use this perk. Even if I whiff a shot and it was clear that I was just wide or whatever, I grit my teeth like Timmy's dad, cursing Dinkelberg, right? He's like, Slick Draw, made me miss that shot. But again, if your aim is cracked, there is a lot that you can gain from using Slick Draw. You just have to be really confident and you have to kind of practice a lot. There are other uses for Slick Draw too, rather than just straight neutral game shooting with one weapon or whatever. If you are one of the lovely individuals that do things like bow hand cannon hot swap in PvP, you might get extra viability out of Slick Draw because your goal may not be accuracy. Your goal is to hit somebody really hard with a hard-hitting arrow and then swap as fast as you can into a hand cannon for another hard-hitting shot to clean up an enemy very, very quickly. Depending on what bow and hand cannon you use, Slick Draw might be a play for you. Or if you are a fan of blinting people or encooching people, to use a term to really date myself, which means you're kind of body shotting, like you're being very quick snappy with a sniper shot. You're hitting them with a sniper shot. If you don't hit the head, who gives a shit? Your plan is to tag them with big damage in the body with sniper, hot swap to a primary, bam, dead. It's like, you know, that's what blinting is. If you're really into that, you might not care as much as having your target, your aim assist harmed on a weapon, because your goal is just lightning quick handling to blint into a kill. If that sounds like something that would be interesting to you, then you can definitely check out Slick Draw. But for the most part, for me, every time I get a gun with Slick Draw, it is borderline an instant dismantle. I recognize the potential is there. I recognize the potential viability. It is just not a perk for me. If you use it, I wish you all the best. I might be a little afraid of you, depending on what loadout you're using, but it is a deal with the devil perk. Try it out for PvP. All right, moving on. We have Slide Shot. Sliding partially reloads this weapon's magazine and temporarily boosts range and stability. This is a great perk, which has viability in both PvP and PvE. I will start with PvE. So there are weapons in the game that are super good in PvE. I've mentioned them in today's video, I'm sure. A auto-loading blinding grenade launcher. Any form of disruption or blinding grenade launcher in PvE is terrific because you can completely shut down entire groups of enemies and they'll just walk around rubbing their eyes and being dumb, making them very easy to be cleaned up. Now, what you don't want to do is, I mean, it'd be fine if you had no other option. If you could fire a grenade, blind them all, and then manually reload your grenade launcher, but that's just labor intensive and ain't nobody got time for that. So the two options around that are auto-loading holster. So basically you fire your grenade launcher and then put it in your, you stow the weapon and then just give it a, 2 seconds. It will auto reload thanks to auto-loading holster. And then you can just whip it back out and then fire it again, which is great. Or you can use slide shot. I think certain weapons like the ignition code have access to slide shot, but they don't have access to auto-loading holster. So the play there would be fire a grenade into a crowd and, manually trigger the detonation, and now they're all blinded. And then you just quickly slide and you have now auto-refilled your magazine. Because even though slide shot only refills a portion of the magazine, a portion of 1 in the Land of Destiny 2 is 1. So you just slide real quick to auto-load your blinding grenade launcher and you're back in the game. And now you can fire another grenade off in a different direction and blind another group of PvE enemies. And there you go. On the PvP side, slide shot is great. I've probably been babbling a fair amount of times in today's video about how there are probably only 3 perks I will ever consider using on a shotgun. For the most part, those being opening shot, threat detector, and surplus. There's kind of a secret 4th perk, which depends on the shotgun and what other exotics I'm using at the time, and that would be slide shot. Sliding in PvP is nice. Manually reloading your shotgun is just a pain in the butt. Same for reloading primaries and stuff like that, but shotguns especially, because you just never want to be caught dead up close without a shotgun. And slide shot gives you both stability and range. Now, I've talked about before about how extra range on a shotgun is beneficial. I would rank extra impact and a better accuracy cone and a better handling, even to a degree, above extra range on a shotgun once you hit a certain point. But even still, if you have slide shot on a shotgun, you can definitely extend your one-hit kill range to a noticeable degree. When I am killed from very deep in PvP with a shotgun, basically the tip of the spear of how far it would be considered normal to gank somebody with a one-hit pellet shotgun, I open up and inspect the enemy guardian, and 99 out of 100 times that happens, they are using a shotgun with slide shot. So it kind of depends. You do have to give up something in order to put slide shot on to get that extra range. But yeah, if it's in column 3 and you are using something like the Ophidian aspect for the Warlock, or if you're comfortable that your weapon handling is already up to a acceptable degree and you're not feeling that taking away something like threat detector is detracting from your PvP shotgunning experience, then by all means, slide shot is fine. You can put it on other weapons too, available on some primary weapons and stuff like that. It is just a solid perk for use in both PvE and PvP. It's sort of mostly on a, per gun basis, depending on how appealing it might be to you, but absolutely worth your time and experimentation. All right, next up we have Slide Ways, which is kind of a, cousin to slide shot. It basically does close to the same thing that I just mentioned. So sliding will partially reload the weapon's mag and boost handling and stability. So slide shot does range and stability, and slide ways does handling and stability. So given the choice between the two, I would prefer slide shot because depending on the gun, I would probably value the range over the handling. I really wish that there was kind of a third option that did the other combination, which would be range and handling. That would be really interesting if we had a shotgun in the game that could do slide, I don't know, come up with a new word for it. Slide 3 way, I don't know, slide ways with a 3 instead of an E, and that gave range and handling. That would be superb for shotguns. I would use that over slide shot. But, Slideways, again, not bad. There are grenade launchers, I think, that also have access to Slideways, but not Slide Shot. Like the Malicious Birthright has access to Slideways, but not Slide Shot, but it also has access to Autoloading Holster. So if you get depending on the grenade launcher that you might have, if you get one to drop, but your RNG isn't good and you don't get Autoloading Holster, if you get Slideways, that's just as good. All the same benefits I mentioned for Slide Shot, except put in handling instead of range. Still a quality perk that you should experiment with both in PvE, especially for a blinding grenade launcher, and PvP, depending on the weapon, if you don't mind that you're getting, handling instead of range. Moving on, we have Shattering Blade. If your heavy attack consumes the last of your sword ammo, it deals significantly increased damage, excludes aerial attacks. Shattering Blade is an extremely rare sword perk. It is only on one non-sunset sword in the game right now, which is the Honor's Edge sword. Outside of that, you're only going to find that perk on weapons that have been previously sunset. So the extra damage is 67% more if you use a heavy attack that consumes the last bit of your sword ammo, which is appealing. I will say that is definitely appealing. It could be a really funny, perfect, quick kind of FU to any mini boss or champion or whatever that might be rolling up in your grill, and you just kind of notice that you're low on ammo and you just want to give it the bam, like the sure you can attack there. But just because it is such a rare weapon perk, it's almost really not super worth discussing unless Bungie decides to bring it back in popularity and put it on a bunch more swords. I think more people would probably be more interested in more consistent extra damage dealing perks on swords. Things like Surrounded come to mind immediately, like on swords like the Bequest. But for what it's worth, a very interesting perk that you could take advantage of given the situation, but I don't think it would become super meta just because, again, it will only trigger on that final hit of your sword mag. And people would probably be more interested in bigger, more consistent DPS options for damaging a big target. Next up, we have Snapshot Sights. Faster aim down sights. Very, very easy description, super easy to understand. This is a PvP perk. If you're a new player, I don't think that anyone would care about this perk in PvE. The creation of Snapshot has been a big boon for a lot of PvP players, primarily used on snipers. Although Snapshot on pretty much any primary would be fine. If I got a brand new hand cannon that came right out the gate and I got Snapshot on it, great. I mean, that would be better to me than something like in PvP. That'd be better than something like Grave Robber, or, I don't know, any other perk that was not designed for PvP, led from gold or something like that. It's a fine perk. What it does is it decreases the ADS animation duration. So for primary weapons, it's going to get cut in half by 50%, and for special weapons, it's going to get cut in half. It's going to be reduced by 25%. So the reduction in that animation is going to be more beneficial on a primary weapon than it would be on a sniper or any other special weapon. But that being said, it is still a completely goated perk for snipers. I mean, sniping in D2 PvP, you want to usually do really quickly. Yeah, you might miss out on something else in column 3, like moving target or no distractions, but it's really hard to argue with Snapshot on a PvP sniper. Very difficult to argue. Been around since the early days, and unless they continue to hurt it more, which I hope they don't, it should be a viable PvP perk for seasons to come. Okay, next up we have Sneak Bow. Increases hold time and reload speed and prevents radar pings from shooting when crouched. I am not a big bow guy in PvP, but when I do use bows, which does happen from time to time when the mood strikes me, I do not care for Sneak Bow. I know other people who are bow mains in PvP who use them far more often than I do. They are not fans of Sneak Bow. For the most part, the people who I've talked to, I have yet to talk to one person who is really, really down with Sneak Bow. It just kind of promotes weird passive gameplay, which I'm not super down with. I feel like if I'm in PvP and I get hit with a bow, my immediate thought is, first of all, I probably know the direction it came from. Either I saw the guy ahead of me shooting me, and I know where he is, or I don't see where they are, and I'll just assume somewhere behind me. But I'm not going to turn and engage because I'm probably really hurt because bows hit very hard. Probably just going to take cover, and I, again, probably know the general direction from which I was shot anyway, if you know the map and you know the popular lanes, and yada, yada, yada. Yeah, it's just, I would rather have more of a perk that would help me do a different thing with a bow in PvP than a sneak bow. It doesn't really drop on a ton of bows to begin with, I don't think. But again, I think where it does drop, there would probably be better options to you. But if you want to do your sneaky little rogue Robin Hood cosplay thing in Crucible, Lord knows I'm not going to stop you. Moving on, we come to Stats for All. Hitting 3 separate targets increases weapon handling, stability, reload, and range for a moderate duration. I have a big problem with this perk. Kind of a cousin of One for All, and whereas with One for All, the immediate appeal in PvE is there because when you hit 3 different targets within a certain time window, you get that extra damage buff on your weapon, which is excellent for PvE and probably what most people would want for PvE, stronger damage output for better ad clearing or what have you. With Stats for All, you instead, with the same activation criteria, you get 10 stability, 35 handling, 10 range, 5% increased damage fall off distance, 35 reload, yada, yada, yada. When I mentioned One for All, I mentioned it was more of a PvE perk, not just because of the damage buff, but because the activation criteria is very annoying for PvP. Now, if you're in Control or Iron Banner or any given 6-player activity, yeah, there's a higher chance that you're going to get that perk activated, but you have such a short window. It's 3 seconds. You have to damage, every time you damage a new target, you have a 3-second window to damage another target. So in the event that you're in PvP and you're able to do this, you either have to kind of be lucky by having people be in the right area at the right time, where you're able to like, oh, shoot that guy and either he runs away or I kill him. And then I move, oh, there's another guy, I shoot him, he either runs away or I kill him. Or I shoot that guy, he runs away or I kill him. Now you've got it activated. But between getting 10 range, 10 stability, the increased damage fall off distance, which again is nice, and the extra damage output offered by One for All, which is 35% damage output, I would rather have One for All. Again, if I'm going to jump through weird hoops to get that perk activated, I'm going to go One for All over Stats for All, probably like 99% out of the time. I mentioned again in One for All where you could, if you wanted to, try to intentionally proc this perk by shooting a guy and then ignoring them so you can find another target to shoot to try and activate the perk. But that is like a borderline irresponsible playstyle in PvP. If you see a guy and you shoot him, and then rather than continuing to shoot and kill and finish that guy, you're going to intentionally not shoot that guy to try and find a different guy to activate a unique weapon perk. That's like borderline irresponsible Blueberry teammate behavior to try and activate one perk on your weapon for just 10 range, 10 stability. It doesn't compute in my brain. I'm taking One for All over Stats for All if I had the choice between the two, and if I had a different choice between both of those for PvP, I would probably take that one a lot, 99% of the time. And if I'm going PvE, I definitely want One for All over Stats for All because it's easier to activate in PvE. And if it's easier to activate in PvP, I want the extra damage, not the extra weapon stats. So you see the problem that I have with Stats for All, hopefully. Not a perk that I'm very wild about. I'm pretty firm on this one. If there is some kind of unknown strategy about this thing that I don't know about, please get at me, I guess. Bungie, let me know. For PvE, but there's, increased reload speed. That's good for PvE. Yeah, but it's only 35. And there's other ways that you can get faster reload in PvE. It's just, I don't know. It's not a perk for me. I don't like it. If you want to give it a whirl, please go right ahead. But not a perk that I genuinely use very often. Next up, we have Steady Hands. Kills provide improved handling for all weapons for a short duration. On a weapon kill for 8.5 seconds, you get 100 handling and a multiplier for your handling animation duration to all weapons, which is nice. And additional kills while the perk is active refresh the duration for 6.5 seconds, which is pretty cool. So Steady Hands, not a bad perk, used primarily in PvP when used, which in my personal experience is not very often. If I'm thinking about using that perk on a primary weapon, I've said this a lot, I will continue to say it, I would probably prefer perks on my primary weapon in PvP that give me a better chance at connecting with shooting the other guy. So perks like moving target, keep away, rangefinder, the ones that I'm going to keep throwing at you over and over. Does not mean that Steady Hands is a bad perk. Handling in PvP is chef's kiss. Again, it's just a situation of there's a fair amount of competition on perks already in PvP. And there's also competition from perks like Quick Draw. So it's a perk that you can definitely look into. And I would recommend if you have a weapon that you enjoy using and you have a variant role with Steady Hands on it, I would recommend going into PvP and trying that weapon that has Steady Hands on it and seeing if the perk is right for you. It's like one of those doctor commercials. Go ahead and see if Steady Hands is right for you. Give it a whirl. I haven't really found a weapon where I crave Steady Hands on it yet. Maybe that will change in the future though, but for right now, a perk I don't use terribly often. Moving on, we have Subsistence. Defeating targets partially reloads the magazine from reserves. So refills 10% of the magazine from reserves on a weapon kill. SMGs and auto rifles kill, though, will refill 17% of the magazine, which is great because most of the weapons that I use Subsistence on are auto rifles and much more frequently SMGs. If you want a solid PvE red bar ad clear weapon for any given PvE activity, I guess, a Subsistence SMG is a really rock solid pick in the current meta. You can have Subsistence in column 3 and then whatever extra damage dealing perk or beneficial perk that you might want in column 4. It is just a very reliable, straightforward combo. It will allow you to shred more red bars in the middle of a fight while, prolonging your reload, which again is always going to be beneficial in PvE no matter how you slice it. So yeah, if you're a new player and you want a reliable red bar killing weapon, try to maybe go on D2 Foundry or something and find out what SMGs, or if you're an auto rifle person, an auto rifle, are able to roll with Subsistence and a decent perk in column 4 and try to target one of those, craft if need be, and you will be sitting pretty for the most part if you are an ad clear person. Moving on, we come to Successful Warm-Up. Each final blow increases charge/draw speed. This is a weapon perk for bows and fusion rifles, and most fusion rifle mains in PvP very much love this perk. I use fusion rifles some of the time, but if I do have the option to use Successful Warm-Up, it is quite nice. It's a 37% decreased charge time for 6 seconds on a final blow. 6 seconds is pretty damn generous, considering other perks like kill clip and stuff are only about 5. It's a fair amount of time to find another person and charge up your fusion and give them the old voopy-doo. I would say that if you're already a fusion rifle player in PvP, you probably already know about this perk. And I do know that fusion rifles have a lot of perk competition right now with things like Under Pressure, Tap the Trigger, Firmly Planted. Those are all very, sexy perks on a PvP fusion rifle. But Successful Warm-Up is definitely worth your time. I think the extra value brought from Warm-Up is probably going to be from fusion rifles with slightly longer charge time, so you can take that normal weakness off the table. There are some fusion rifles that already shoot very quickly that have access to Successful Warm-Up, and you can definitely rock that. There's nothing wrong with that. You can borderline turn a fusion rifle almost into a shotgun with how quickly you can prepare and potentially nuke another guy who rolls up on you. But solid perk. Good for bow users too. Of course, there's nothing wrong with Successful Warm-Up on a bow. I feel that fusion rifles are way more outspoken and probably get more value out of this perk, I would say, than, I mean, depending on how you play PvP, right? If you're a regular, normal bow user, then yeah, it's if you're Hawkeyeing people, I always have to remember there's multiple ways of using a bow in PvP, right? If you're a regular Hawkeye sort of dude and you're just kind of pew-pewing people one at a time, yeah, warm-up is going to be a thumbs up. That's going to be the normal, solid way to take advantage of the perk. Recommended if you really enjoy bows. If you're a savage who does the bow, hand cannon, hot swap, you are probably going to get little value out of this perk, but you probably already know that, so I'm probably preaching to the choir. But overall, a thumbs up perk for PvP for the Voopers and the Robin Hoods out there. Moving on, we come to Surplus. Increase handling, reload speed, and stability for each fully charged ability. So, depending on how many charged abilities you have on your Guardian at any given time, you are going to be getting a bonus to all those things I just mentioned: handling, reload speed, and stability. So the numbers, there are 3 stacks, and for stability, the numbers are 5, 15, 25. For handling, 5, 25, 60, and reload is 10, 25, 60. Those are all quite nice. If you are a shotgun player, I recommend this perk a lot. I think that I would put Threat Detector above Surplus because there obviously is inconsistency in how much handling this perk will give you at any given time, and that can completely F with your muscle memory, which is unfortunate. I feel like most PvP players want to kind of really dial in their muscle memory on things like a shotgun or a fusion rifle or whatever that they're using with Surplus. But if you have nothing else available to you on a PvP shotgun, let's say you got a nice shotgun with opening shot in column 4 and no threat detector, but you got Surplus, that is good enough. You should absolutely take that. Anything you can do to boost the handling of your shotgun in PvP, excellent. If you're a class that has multiple charges of an ability, Surplus is recommended even more because you're more likely to get good value out of Surplus because it doesn't care what the percentage of your abilities are fully charged. It is just looking for 1, 2, or 3 full charges of any ability, meaning that if you are a Strand Warlock with your little needle melee charges, or if you're a Strand Hunter with, 2 melee shuriken charges, it is going to count each one of those individually fully charged abilities as 1 stack of Surplus. So again, if you're a Strand Warlock, you have good potential to take advantage of Surplus probably more than the average player would due to the amount of charges you have going on under the hood. So absolutely worth consideration when trying to figure out what extra handling perk you want to prefer based on what class you want to play. And of course, in PvE, also not bad at all because it also gives you additional reload speed essentially for free, depending on how much of your abilities you are spamming. I think, you could probably get more value. If you're up to 60 reload speed, that would be great in PvE. That would require you to basically not use your abilities, which can be annoying. So probably not the best perk on the table for additional reload speed in the land of PvE, but some free reload speed is better than no free reload speed. But I personally value Surplus much more in PvP than I do in PvE. But, that's just me. I am not you. So go forth and experiment on, whatever weapons. And if you're trying to get into shotgunning in PvP, give Surplus a look if Threat Detector is not available to you. Moving on, we come to Surrounded. This weapon gains bonus damage when 3 or more enemies are in close proximity. You will get, prepare yourself, an extra 40% damage for most weapons. Swords will get 35%. But that is a lot of extra damage, seemingly for free. Of course, there are going to be annoying situations where you'll have to maybe do a different strategy than you normally would, or have to be less lethal in terms of cleaning up random nearby adds to make sure that you have the ability to proc Surrounded. So a great example of that would be if you're doing the Crota's End raid. If you want to take advantage of using Surrounded on Crota for a free 35% extra damage per hit, forever, You have to damage Crota at that part of the bridge where you're close enough to the Boomer Hive Knights on the balcony there, and you have to leave them alive. So that way you have the 2 Boomer Knights and you have Crota meeting the requirements of 3 enemies, and then you whack away. That can be annoying. Intentionally leaving nearby enemies because they could damage you and flinch you. Yeah, you have a Warlock Radiant Well, but being flinched is annoying. They could damage and break the well. Crota could damage and break the well, and now you have extra annoying people shooting you. But even with those headaches and complications, Surrounded is absolutely not a perk to be ignored in PvE. Always worthy of a discussion for extra damage in any way, considering the numbers are just so laughably high. 35 for swords, 40% for other weapons. Just ridiculous. This perk, apparently, by the way, also works with Wolfpack rounds, which is an entirely interesting can of worms that you could open and dive into. Because there are other perks in the game that give you extra damage that do not interact with Wolfpack rounds, but Surrounded does. So much potential there, but the bad part is it might be very risky, because unless you have 3 random enemies nearby you who are unable to get to you, you might want to consider not using Surrounded for a rocket launcher with Wolfpack, because if you're damaging, if the 3rd enemy giving you extra damage output is the one that you're damaging, they're going to be right in front of you, and you have the ability to kill yourself with a rocket launcher, which is no good because then you're not helping anybody. But yeah, it's worth consideration at least. I think most people are probably going to go for the non-complicated bait and switch for a rocket launcher, because I don't think that works with Wolfpack rounds. I'll have to double check. But yeah, you don't run the risk of having the enemy be this freaking close to you and having you kill yourself because you're jonesing for that extra damage output on your Wolfpack rounds. So it's a little funny situation there. In PvP, no. You could try. I do believe that if you have 3 people close enough to you in PvP to the point where you're going to proc Surrounded on whatever weapon you are trying to proc, you're about to get mollywopped. You're about to get shoved into a locker. You might get extra damage on one guy, but then they're all going to team shot you and you're going to die. And if you're in a situation where there are 3 people that close to you and for whatever reason they are not able to team shoot you and bring you down before you have killed all 3 of them, then you're fighting Yukon Golds, bro. You're fighting russets. You're fighting potatoes, bro. It probably wouldn't have made a difference to begin with, in my personal opinion. If you really want to go F around with Surrounded in PvP, be my guest. But for the most part, a excellent damage dealing perk in PvE, worth your consideration for any given opportunity. Moving on, we come to Swashbuckler. This weapon gains increased damage from melee kills and kills with this weapon. So this is kind of the cousin to Adrenaline Junkie, except for melees instead of grenades. You have 5 stacks, and getting a weapon kill will activate 1 stack at a time. But if you get a melee kill, you automatically ramp up to tier 5. And just like Adrenaline Junkie, at max power tier 5, you are looking at a 33% increase to your damage, which is rock solid in PvE and PvP. So if you're in PvE, obviously you're going to have a much easier time activating this perk. Just find some random schmuck red bar and just punch them in the face if they're weak, and then bam, you've got the extra damage output, which is excellent. Buff duration is refreshed on weapon or melee kills too as well, which is great. So you can either take your pick. You can, kill 5 red bar ads and then just keep refreshing over and over, or you could just, kick it up to level 5 right away with a melee kill, and then now you're refreshing over and over when you're killing with a red bars with your swash activated weapon. On the PvP side, this is potentially a cracked weapon perk depending on your loadout and your playstyle. If you are an Arthur's Embrace throwing knife hunter, or just a very accurate throwing knife hunter in general, if you are a knockout Arc Titan, which probably a lot of you are, if you are a Peregrine Greave shoulder charge Titan, if you are any class with a deadly melee attack that you are comfortable with using and can refresh relatively quickly, you have good potential to turn the hurt on a lot of people very quickly who might not be expecting it. The Arthur's Embrace Hunter in particular, I really do enjoy with Swashbuckler. Very fun combination if you have Swash on a pulse rifle. Because you kind of kill people with a pulse rifle to begin with. You're ramping up the power of the weighted knife on your Arthur's Embrace. You get a silly wall bounce knife kill, which is so much easier to achieve than people realize. And then you now have Swashbuckler activated on your pulse rifle, and you just turn around and decimate somebody with 33% better outgoing weapon damage that they are not prepared for. So viability on both sides of the fence. Definitely easier in PvE, but in PvP, potentially worth fiddling around with depending on what class you play and how comfortable you are with a melee-heavy build. Moving on, we come to a new perk introduced in Season of the Witch, which would be Sword Logic. Final blows with this weapon grant bonus damage. The strength and duration of the bonus increases when more powerful targets are defeated. So here's the way it works. There are 4 different stacks of Sword Logic, and they don't climb by you just getting a kill repeatedly, like with, maybe something like Rampage or Swashbuckler. The only way to climb from one tier to the higher tier is to defeat a tougher tier of enemy. So if you are out in the world patrolling and you are just killing red bar enemies in PvE over and over, you are only ever going to be in tier 1. Even if you kill 100 enemies red bar in a row with a sword logic weapon, you are only going to be in tier 1 because tier 1 is only achievable by killing weak enemies. So you have tier 1 miners, elites, and players in PvP are going to be tier 2. Mini bosses and players in their super in PvP are going to be tier 3, and then tier 4 is bosses. And the damage is quite good. 15% world PvE first, 15% tier 1, 25% tier 2, 35% tier 3, 50% tier 4. If you're in PvP, tier 2 from killing an enemy guardian is going to be 20%, which is still quite good. Kill one guardian and now you have a 20% damage perk. Less than kill clip, more than rampage for killing one person. And the duration is going to be 7.5 seconds at tier 2. So if you have a sword logic weapon in PvP, you kill a guy, 20% more damage output for 7.5 seconds. And the duration of the buff is refreshed on a weapon kill. So for PvP, you can keep going in tier 2 forever, 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 as long as you are killing people and taking advantage of that 20% extra weapon damage. Great on the Crota auto rifle, by the way. I am not an auto rifle guy. That Crota auto rifle with sword logic and PvP, worth you trying to F around with for sure. Now, here's something that is really interesting on the PvE side for sword logic. If you kill... it doesn't matter what tier enemy you kill. Let's say you kill a boss. Let's say you kill a boss and you're now in tier 4, meaning you get that 50% extra damage. Now, anytime you get a weapon kill on any type of enemy, you don't fall down tiers, but you do refresh the duration of the perk. Meaning if you kill a boss and you're at 50% extra damage output at level 4 and you just kill a bunch of red bars, every time you kill a red bar, you're refreshing the timer, but you're remaining in tier 4, which is incredible. So you can consistently keep a ball in the air for 50% outgoing damage output with sword logic. And if you manage to hit stack 4 in PvE, you have 15.5 seconds to refresh and kill a red bar and keep that 50% extra damage ball in the air. I really wish that sword logic would come out on more weapons in the game, Season 23 and beyond. I don't think it will. If you're a lore person, you know that like sword logic is really tied to the Hive, and I think this is super particular on weapons that are going to be in Crota's End, just because of, again, how sword logic is and where it comes from. Such a bummer. I really love this perk. I think it's got such fun potential. Obviously, I would understand why it wouldn't come to more weapons in D2, because it would just shine so brightly. It would put a lot of other weapon perk options under the table, but definitely worth your time and experimentation in both PvE and PvP. Check it out. Moving on, we have Sympathetic Arsenal. Reloading after a final blow also reloads stowed weapons. So passively gives 20 reload speed to your weapon with that perk, and then, you reload after you get a kill, and then the weapon in reserves are reloaded, which is pretty good for PvE. I think a fine perk for just kind of getting to the boss. If you're hoping that there's some kind of interesting strategy going on when you're DPSing a big raid or dungeon boss, I mean, in theory, you could try to save a red bar or something to quickly take out your arsenal weapon and then, kill him, and that'll just kind of take care of that. But I guess in the time that you could do that, you could just manually reload the gun anyway. I don't know of major DPS strategies that take advantage of sympathetic arsenal. Maybe that would change in the future, unsure. But yeah, a good perk to have in PvE, but not an end game raid DPS type strategy. More of a nice to have while mowing through the activity and getting to the final boss, I would say. And in PvP, no one cares. Moving on, we come to Tap the Trigger. Grants a short period of increased stability and accuracy on initial trigger pull. This is one of those perks that for PvE, literally no one will care about. But for PvP, this is an excellent perk, especially depending on what weapons you prefer using and your input method. Although it is great on both input methods, I would say it is better on controller. I need to give a reminder to my fellow M&K bros out there that I know that people on controller talk a big game about Tap the Trigger, but don't sleep on it if you play M&K, because remember, even though I think controller is more appreciative of a stability weapon buff, you still get the 10 accuracy cone, like the better, tighter accuracy cone, which we all greatly appreciate. And that happens immediately on pulling the trigger. Talk about a forehead, no thought required. Even your dumb little kid brother can take advantage of it weapon perk. Hold the trigger down, pull the trigger, and bam, the perk helps your weapon. What could be goddamned easier than that? So the type of weapon is going to greatly appreciate Tap the Trigger. Weapons like auto rifles, SMGs, fusion rifles, those are going to be very, very thankful for perks like Tap the Trigger. So if any of those weapon types are weapon types that you enjoy using in PvP, you got to look for Tap the Trigger. Now, in the past, this used to be a completely disgusting, goated perk for PvP fusion rifles. Bungie, it was kind of one of those perks that was up on the Mount Rushmore of good fusion rifle perks. Bungie realized that was the case, that many other perks were kind of living in the shadow of Tap the Trigger, and fusion rifles now only receive 25% of this buff because, again, just really, 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 really good. So, kind of a bummer, but still getting a benefit to how your fusion rifle performs in PvP simply for touching the trigger. It's hard to ignore. It's not like a perk that you need to get a kill in order to take advantage of. It is literally always helping you in PvP. So I would still recommend it for fusion rifles in PvP. If you notice that it helps you a great deal, then yes, keep using it on whatever fusion rifle that you're using. I believe one of the problem Zur ingredient fusion rifles, maybe two of them actually, because there's been more than one, benefited from Tap the Trigger, which is quite nice, or maybe drove you crazy. But yeah, if you're a big fusion person, I would always try to experiment with Tap the Trigger, and if you feel like it helps you a lot, great, you are where you need to be. And if you try it and you feel like, you know what, I feel like I'm vooping people a consistent amount without help from this perk, great, use a different perk, use something else. But it remains a excellent PvP perk on SMGs, auto rifles, and fusion rifles. Okay, next up we have a very complicated perk, which I'm going to do my best in explaining in a way that new players can understand and hopefully not making any mistakes, because it is very easy to make a mistake when talking about this perk. That perk is Target Lock. Damage increases the longer this weapon remains on target. Okay, so basically, the more you shoot a target without missing, and you have to be holding the trigger down the whole time, you can't be like tap shooting or nothing like that, you will eventually ramp up and deal more damage per bullet, depending on what tier you hit. There are 5 tiers of Target Lock. The activation criteria is having connected with a certain percent of the overall magazine. So, for example, here are the numbers. Sorry. For tier 1, it's connecting with 12.5% of the mag, tier 2, 35.5, tier 3, 54% of the mag, tier 4, 74.5% of the mag, and tier 5, 110% of the mag. Yes, 110%, meaning that the only way to achieve target lock tier 5 is if you have kind of one of those ways of pumping, ammo back into the mag during firing, which we will get to shortly. So on the PvP side of the fence, target lock is viable. It's going to, if you're only focused on PvP target lock, I would only focus on like the lower tiers, tier 1, tier 2 of the damage ramp up, because that's pretty much all you're, for the most part, ever going to see. If you're using like an auto rifle or an SMG with target lock, it's basically what is going to happen is if you're connecting with every shot, then eventually you're going to break into tier 1, and depending on how far away you are from your target, eventually tier 2, but for the most part, it'll probably end with tier 1. And you're going to slightly make your time to kill better, because after connecting with X number of bullets, you ascend to tier 1 and you deal a little bit more damage with your bullets, and it will probably lower your time to kill by, however much. You're probably saving yourself maybe 1 bullet, depending on the resil of the enemy player. Now, that might not sound like a lot, but with certain auto rifles that are you can lower your time to kill to 0.67 seconds if you are accurate and you have target lock, which is pretty damn good. If you're a good shot, it's going to just make things more consistently good for you. And target lock is worth consideration in PvP for SMGs, auto rifles, worth consideration. Again, if you're an accurate player though, if you don't have good accuracy with your SMG or your auto rifle, you're just not going to get value out of target lock. And the value is there, but it's again very teeny. But the players at the, high end of the skill bracket know the value in lowering your time to kill, even by a smidge, can be very helpful in a 1v1 duel. On the PvE side of the fence, target lock is really, really good in dealing damage with certain weapons, like machine guns are big for target lock, especially if you have somebody on your team who is able to apply a divinity bubble to a target. You're going to make it so much more likely that you're not going to miss a shot, especially you're not going to miss a crit shot because you get that big blue bubble. It's so easy to connect with. And you're going to ramp up your damage with a machine gun pretty consistently, provided you're not getting your ankles bit by a thrall or anything else that would flinch you or make you otherwise whiff a shot, in which case you would have to, you would fall down back in the tiers of target lock. So this is a very popular weapon perk on machine guns that have the ability to kind of continually pump up their mag depth mid gunfight. So a great example would be the Song of Ir-Yût machine gun from the Crota's End raid. Target lock in column 4 combined with either reconstruction or rewind rounds is going to be an exceptional damage dealer. Because again, in the example of reconstruction, all you would have to do would be to whip out your gun after it has reached double capacity, and bam, you are clean in house. And you can hold down the trigger for a long time on that divinity bubble and ramp up the damage. And then in the event of rewind rounds, you would kind of be tagging the enemy, get down in the mag, and then bam, when you hit the 0 threshold, rewind rounds kicks in, and you can keep firing your machine gun, which is great. So according to a Reddit thread, which I will try to remember to link in the video description of today's video, someone had gone into exceptional detail about learning the intricacies of target lock. And in terms of hitting the 110% of your mag threshold, certain things do contribute to hitting that number. Magazine increasing perks like Tactical, Appended, and Extended are counted by that, and things that are not counted are things like 4th times the charm or reconstruction or overflow, which I think is for the best, because in theory, if you had a reconstruction machine gun, you would have to go much, much deeper into the mag to hit that tier 5 damage number. if it counted reconstruction. So it's a good thing that it does not count reconstruction. So I will try to remember to link that down in the video description. But the key takeaways, if you're just overwhelmed by me talking about this perk: PvP, shorten your time to kill by a hair if you're accurate, which can be appreciated. PvE, throw it on a machine gun or any other weapon where you're just kind of holding down and beaming the trigger, pair with Divinity for easy big boy damage. GG no re. Moving on, we come to Threat Detector. Increased reload stability and handling when enemies are in close proximity. I've probably mentioned this a couple times during the course of today's video, but Threat Detector is one of those perks that I personally really, really adore on shotguns in PvP, to the point where if a shotgun does not have Threat Detector or any other perk capable of giving me a handling boost in the neutral game, I will really strongly consider not using that shotgun. Depending on the handling stat of the weapon by default and maybe what other exotics or armor mods I'm using at the time. So a number that we've talked about on a number of perks comes into play today, which is the 15-meter radius. So as long as an enemy is within 15 meters of you, Threat Detector will turn on. That is good. I mean, on a shotgun, because yeah, if you're trying to shotgun somebody who is further than 15 meters away from you, you might be having a fever dream. Not sure what you're doing, but yeah. So there are 2 levels, and it depends on how many people are within 15 meters of you. And unlike perks where maybe like Surrounded in PvP, where I think if you're within 15 meters of 3 people, you're probably going to get shoved into a locker. I think if you're within 2 people within 15 meters and you have a shotgun, you actually have a pretty good chance of killing them both, depending on what they are currently doing at that moment. So one of those perks where, yeah, you kind of want, it's okay for people to be around you. Yeah, the level 2 stack of Threat Detector takes things up to 100 handling, by the way, which is really good. Tier 1 is only 25 handling. But again, a free 25 handling basically every time you're going to attempt to shotgun a guy in PvP. Pretty damn good. It's if you see a tryhard PvP player with a Matador 64, if they are worth their grinding, if they're worth their salt, they've probably grinded out a 5 out of 5 Matador, which includes both Threat Detector and Opening Shot. So if you are a PvP player and you're looking for a God roll shotgun, the forehead can't F it up combo is Threat Detector, Opening Shot. In the land of PvE, it's going to be fine for any close range weapon. It's, free reload at tier 2 of your weapon with Threat Detector activating. You are getting 60 reload for tier 2, which is good. That is more than field prep would give you. So I would recommend this for sure for maybe ad clearing perks on the PvE side. And again, for PvP, one of the hands down best shotgun perks available in the current meta to use. Moving on, we come to Thresh. Killing combatants with this weapon generates a small amount, keyword small, of super energy. Apparently, weapon kills grant an additional 1% super energy, and kills with sniper, shotgun, glaives, fusions grant 1.5% instead. So, Thresh is a perk that for the most part, I really ignore. On the PvE side, this is an interesting conversation. A lot of people who go really ham in PvE lower their intellect stat intentionally in favor of pumping up their resil or their recovery, because it is so easy to get your super in PvE by just killing ads and playing normally that, again, most people don't bother with pumping up their intellect. It's fairly ignored in the land of PvE. In PvP, yeah, I mean, I'd much rather have a weapon perk that is going to help me do other things like, shoot better or shoot more accurately or yada, yada, yada. So, I think if I had to pick between the two, gun to my head, maybe sure I would pick PvE, because then I would be getting my super back a little bit quicker. Because I mean, yeah, even though you get your super back very quickly from killing ads in PvE, I guess you could make it even faster. And even though 1% seems tiny, if you're killing a lot, and you're, I don't know, you're killing 20 red bar enemies. That's 20% more than you wouldn't have gotten before. So I guess, gun to my head, I would probably take it for PvE. But still, if you're in an activity where you really need to use your super a lot, and I'm not sure what that would be, then yeah, go for Thresh, I guess. But I would prefer other perks on weapons in PvE, I would say. And definitely I would prefer other perks for PvP. Moving on, we come to Tilting at Windmills. Blocking damage with your shield increases movement speed while shielding. This would be a Glaive perk, and the viability is going to depend on how much you enjoy using glaives. I've mentioned, I'm pretty sure in today's video by now, that I don't use glaives a ton. If I do use a glaive, it is going to be in PvE to take advantage of the ridiculously good damage resist factor that glaives offer the Guardian. In PvP, hell to the no. No. If you turn into Twitch and I'm in PvP with a glaive, something has gone horribly wrong. Unless, of course, glaives receive a gigantic buff, or maybe there's a new glaive that kind of breaks the meta somehow. Unless something changes significantly, I am not going to use a glaive in PvP. So apparently the reduced movement speed penalty is by 20%, which is actually pretty good on paper. And I guess if you're using a glaive in PvE because you really enjoy the DR factor, then this could be a pretty good perk, because if you're taking damage and you're trying to get out of a hotspot, you obviously want to be moving faster out of that hotspot, and having the movement speed penalty reduced by 20% is quite nice. So I could see this being a viable perk in PvE, depending on how much you enjoy using glaives to get out of a tight situation. So kind of take that for what it is, and if you're a glaive user, give it a try, and if not, if you're like me and you don't really care, just ignore. Okay, moving on, we come to Timed Payload, which is kind of a variant of Explosive Payload and Exploding Head, or whatever the bow perk is called, Explosive Head, whatever it's called. Projectiles attached to enemies explode after a short delay. So Timed Payload is Explosive Payload with a delay on the explosion damage. So this comes with upsides and downsides in PvP. In PvE, who cares? You're dealing, I think, a smidge more, a hair more damage with the explosion. And of course, the explosion is helping you fight the effects of damage fall off, which I'll get to in a minute in PvP. So in PvE, sure, I think there's other, maybe more consistent perks that you can take advantage of, which might be more attractive than Timed Payload. Let's talk about Timed Payload in PvP. So the upside is there are two. So one of them is your damage number when split into two different numbers. One is the impact number, one is the explosion damage number. The impact number will be affected by damage drop-off. So if your enemy is very, very, very far away from you and you are shooting them with a hand cannon, the further away they get, the impact number will get lower and lower. The explosion number will never get lower, which is nice. So if you're fighting someone who is further away from you than they should be, but you want to keep shooting them, Timed Payload will help you deal better damage over longer ranges. Not perfectly, but it will help you fight the effects of damage drop-off, which is nice in PvP. The second thing that Timed Payload can offer you is slightly more visual flinch. So if I'm being shot by somebody with a Timed Payload hand cannon, I'm going to flinch from the bullet impact, and then quarter of a second later, or however long the delay is on the explosion, I'm going to get visually flinched again from the explosive factor. I remember one time I was playing Rumble and I kept going up against a guy with a Timed Payload 7th Seraph hand cannon, and I was ridiculously frustrated because he just kept shooting me. It's a very quick firing hand cannon, and the flinch was overbearing to deal with. It was very frustrating. Here's the downside of using Timed Payload. Because the portion of the damage that you're dealing to the other guy is happening on a delay, you are technically extending your time to kill on another person who might have been otherwise killed if you were not shooting them with Timed Payload. So if your hand cannon takes 3 shots to kill and you shoot them 3 times in the head, a hand cannon without Timed Payload will look at that kill the second that the third bullet hits the head. Meanwhile, the Timed Payload one will not, because you're waiting for that delayed explosion damage to finish off that guy. Now, that could not make a difference if you got the first shot way before they engaged with you, but you could end up dying because you're giving your enemy a little tiny extra window to kill or trade with you while you're waiting for them to die due to that timed payload damage. So comes with good and bad. Use it if you want to flinch people in PvP or have a more generous time shooting people at distance with the fighting the damage drop-off. But understand the risk in using timed payload, I would say. Moving on, we have Tireless Blade. Sword ammo granted for every other powered sword kill. Said it before, say it again. Swords are, for the most part, used for just two things: flying around the map like crazy, or speedrunning, or eager edging, or trolling, or, or dealing big boy damage to a big target. So, Tireless Blade would only come into effect if you were using your sword for killing random trash enemies with a powered attack. I guess you could use it sorting red bar enemies, finish a major or something with a powered sword kill. But again, that doesn't really fall under the umbrella of what you would normally use a sword for. But I guess if you're a diehard sword lover and you're just going to bring a sword into any PvE activity, regardless of what that activity is, then Tireless Blade could be a fine pick for you. I don't really much use it a lot. It's not really for me, but again, for the diehard sword people out there, you live your best life. Moving on, we come to Tunnel Vision. Reloading after defeating a target greatly increases target acquisition and aim down sight speed for a short duration. Do not sleep on Tunnel Vision. I know that for the average new D2 player, if you were to study perks that would benefit you in PvP on a kill, you might immediately and understandably go to something like Kill Clip. However, I may have to sneeze. That might be good. I think we're good. The benefits from Tunnel Vision are really nice on paper. It's not going to shorten your time to kill the way that multi-kill clip or kill clip would achieve, or whatever damage dealing perk. But for 5 seconds after a kill, 20 aim assist and a 20% shrinkage of the accuracy cone size and better ADS and handling. It's really good. It's going to help you be way, way, way more lethal. Again, it's like, I know, hard to argue with extra damage dealing perks like Kill Clip. Some weapons, you actually have the ability to pair Tunnel Vision and Kill Clip together, which is really spicy. So I would say if you're a PvP player and you're new, do not sleep on Tunnel Vision. You good? Excuse you. Don't sleep on Tunnel Vision. How did my sneeze go to you? Don't sleep on it for PvP. Yeah, great, rock solid weapon perk. Moving on, we have Turnabout. Using this weapon to break the shield of a combatant or a guardian using their super will grant you an overshield. It's fine. I mean, I don't know anyone in PvP who would be excited about this perk ever. So rare. Oh man, I break the shield of a guardian in their super. I got a little overshield, 30 HP. Woo! Probably a little more popular in PvE. And even still, how often is it going to be helping you? There's got to be better perks that you can bring to the table in PvE. I'm not really excited about Turnabout in PvE. Yeah, I think there's better perks you can bring to the table. Maybe in the future, if the perk gets a glow up, I will return and give it a more favorable review and explanation. But for now, I am pretty whelmed by Turnabout. All right, next up we have Trench Barrel. After a successful melee hit, this weapon gains increased damage handling and reload speed for a short duration or until 3 shots are fired, sort of a whichever comes first type situation. If you're a new player, Trench Barrel is completely exclusive to shotguns, if you didn't figure that out by the icon and name of the perk alone. That could change someday. I always think it's really funny when perks that belong on one weapon type somehow sneak into the neighbor's yard, so to say, and get on a different weapon type. Actually, not a bad perk in PvE. It's if you're trying to deal big damage to a sizable, beefy boy in front of you, and for whatever reason you're not dealing, traditional big DPS like rocket launcher DPS or machine gun or sword to any given raid boss that would normally require that strategy. Trench barrel, it's pretty good. It's limited to 3 shots. That used to be different back in the day. Bungie kind of had to slap the wrist of trench barrel a little bit because it was quite freaking good, and people were using it hardcore. So it's changed a little bit over the years. Only limited to 3 shots, but I mean, you can just kind of trying to keep taking advantage of it. Not a goated PvE DPS raid perk, whatever, but solid extra damage, especially if you like using a shotgun. I would not turn my nose up at it at all. On the PvP side, again, shotguns have a lot of perk competition, so not really a perk that I use in PvP at all. In theory, though, I mean, you could use a melee hit to finish off a weak Guardian, and then for a 5-second window, because you have extra damage output, you could really shock somebody by having a deeper one-hit kill range, because with that extra damage, you're now slightly extending your one-hit kill range in PvP. That could be a thing that you could do. I don't think I would prefer that over something more consistent like opening shot, though. So, yeah. Moving on, we come to triple tap. Rapidly landing precision hits will return 1 round to the magazine. Kind of the original version of the alt perk 4th times the charm, but you're going to get 1 ammo refunded after landing 3 precision hits instead of 2 for 4. Again, like 4th times the charm, which is very similar, a great perk for PvE in general. You can find it on primary weapons, you can find it on special weapons, you can find it on power weapons. Probably the play would be, again, to find a good power weapon like a machine gun or something like that. If sniper rifles ever become meta again for any reason, triple tap could be fun because, you're shooting a target with triple tap, and the more you tag the head or the crit spot or whatever, you're going to get those, you're going to delay your reload, which is excellent for PvE. But yeah, machine gun, triple tap on a divinity enemy, delay that reload, yeehaw, partner, GG. PvP, nah, it's a PvE perk. Enjoy it in PvE. Next up, we have Underdog, a perk that has been retired, as I'm pretty sure. Maybe they'll bring it back someday. I don't think they will. This weapon gains a boost to reload speed as your health gets lower. I'm only laughing because I have a unique history with this perk that I won't get into. When below 113 HP, you linearly get up to 100 reload speed and a better reload duration multiplier. So I feel like there's no reason for Underdog to ever come back because Pulse Monitor is now just Underdog, but better. Underdog versus Pulse Monitor. Pulse Monitor kind of wins each and every time without question. So rest in peace, Underdog. Rest in spaghetti. Never forgetty. Don't come back. Moving on, we come to Under Over. Deal bonus damage to targets with overshields. Deals a small amount of bonus damage to combatant shields. Okay, so you get increased damage against shielded targets in PvE. That is going to translate to 125% increase against combatant shields. And for PvP, 20% increase against player overshields. And for body shots against players with woven mail. So, okay perk for PvE, but it's really going to depend on like what activity you're doing and how many enemies you're fighting who are shielded or, Lucent Moth shielded enemies. So viable in that little niche window, depending on what activity you're doing in PvE. I think you would probably know before going into any given activity if you would get benefited a lot from under over. So make that decision on your own, I guess. I think me personally, I would rather just use something different for PvE. I've never gone into an activity specifically being like, time to whip out under over. But you do you. In PvP, I think there is a very teeny window. Maybe if you go in and you're fighting a bunch of Void Titans who are all spamming barricades and giving each other overshields, then you could get viability out of under over, but you'd probably have to use a weapon that you're already really comfortable with under over, and I would probably rather use just whatever weapons I'm already bringing to the table. So again, potential there, but really tiny niche window, so make your own decision on under over. Next up, we have Under Pressure, improved stability and accuracy as the magazine gets lower. PvE, no one cares. This is a weapon perk designed for PvP, and although it can help you on primary weapons, the primary use of Under Pressure is on fusion rifles in PvP. So as the magazine drops from 50% to 1, you gain a 25% decreased accuracy cone size and up to 30 stability. And because you spawn into PvP with only 2 rounds in your fusion rifle, that is pretty much going to be a guaranteed activation on Under Pressure every time you spawn into PvP. So that is pretty high quality. Under Pressure is, again, one of those perks that most fusion rifle mains already know by heart, and they look for it when they can because it's quite good. So I'm probably preaching to the choir. I would only really be saying if you're like a new player and fusion rifles seem fun to you, yeah, try and get one with Under Pressure. If you have a primary weapon or something with Under Pressure on it, you could theoretically bleed the mag intentionally to shoot the floor or the wall or your buddy. You're just like, shooting you, hilarious, until you get to 50% left in the mag, and then you would have more stability and a better accuracy cone, which is somewhat viable. It's not a bad strategy. It's just that you would have to do that every single time. Every time you spawn in, bleed the mag, bleed the mag, bleed the mag. And then your magazine size would be really teeny. So if you got 1 kill and clutched up and murdered a guy with your hot Under Pressure buffed primary, oh no, now there's another guy, but I already bled half the mag being a jerk. So now you have to reload in order to engage with the other guy. So yeah, I guess there is something there, but it's kind of a silly strategy, mainly used on fusion rifles, but go nuts. Moving on, we come to Unstoppable Force. Blocking damage with your shield increases projectile damage for a short time. So you block and you get 20% better damage on your Glaive projectile. And out of everybody watching today's video on YouTube, all 12 of the PvP Glaive mains are at home being like, yes, thumbs up, yes to that perk. Yeah, if you use Glaives in PvP, being able to hit a little harder might be, appealing to you. If you're using it in PvE, you're probably going to get shot a lot, considering blocking with Glaives is like your bread and butter, and you're improving your damage output seemingly for free, because it's not like you need to get a kill. Just take a little damage, shoot him back, hit a little harder with your projectile. Yeah. A good perk for Glaive users near, far, wherever you are. There are dozens of us. Moving on, we have Unrelenting. Rapid kills trigger health regeneration. Guardians and more powerful combatants count as more than 1 kill. Unrelenting is a really nice perk in PvE. I have it on my Callus mini tool, which is a faithful ad clear weapon I've had for quite a while. And yeah, if you're looking for just a better way to stay in the fight, obviously it's going to work better if you kill stronger combatants. You get more progress for Unrelenting, but ain't nothing wrong with just using it to shred red bars only in any given PvE activity. I give this perk a thumbs up. Good for me on any ad clear PvE weapon, worth your time if you're a new player. PvP, sure, there's viability there if you're playing, sixes or whatever, or I guess if you're trying to have a hero moment in a 3v3 type situation or a 1v3 type situation, yeah, there's viability there. I would say for the most part, I would prefer to use Unrelenting in PvE, but I will not look down on you if you try to take advantage of Unrelenting in PvP. Moving on, we have Valiant Charge. Receiving enemy damage while guarding temporarily increases sword lunge distance. This is better known as We Have Eager Edge at Home. It's just, it'll help you move around quicker, which is one of the things people value swords for as a movement tool, but I think the vast majority of people would probably prefer just using Eager Edge and being done with it. Valiant Charge is the little brother of Eager Edge. Come on, guys, let me play. No. Don't tell mom that we didn't let you play. Just use Eager Edge. Moving on, we come to Volt Shot. Reloading this weapon after defeating a target overcharges this weapon for a short period of time, causing it to jolt on its next hit. This is a great weapon perk for PvE. Extremely fun for ad clear and just dealing chip damage to everybody in the room. So fun. Obviously a better perk if you are playing an arc class, if you're playing like an arc hunter or something and you want to get more viability out of a weapon with Volt Shot. It's like, yeah, it just synergizes really well with arc. But hell, even if you're not running an arc build, Volt Shot is fun in PvE. You reload and you got 7-second window to take advantage of that Volt Shot. That's great. It's just extra damage literally for free by just shooting and killing people, which you would be doing normally. The Ikelos SMG is a great example of a PvE ad clear weapon that uses Volt Shot very well. In PvP, not really used. You certainly could, but again, not really a thing that I see very often. I think that people in PvP would probably rather use a more consistent perk than something like Volt Shot. But again, absolutely very fun and worth your time in PvE. Oh boy, next we get to a very sad one. Vorpal Weapon. Increased damage against bosses, vehicles, and guardians in their super. Vorpal Weapon, if you're a newcomer or you've only been playing D2 for a little bit, Vorpal Weapon used to be the king, the end-all, be-all in early D2 of this was the perk. This was the perk that you would look for extra damage dealing and hitting big boys harder in difficult PvE content. Oh, how the mighty hath fallen. Bungie recognized that Vorpal was just too good, too everywhere, too mandatory, and they decided to change the amount of extra damage given depending on what type of weapon you're using. If you're using a primary weapon, any weapon that uses white ammo, 20%. If you are using a special weapon, any weapon that uses green ammo, 15%. If you are using a heavy weapon, 10%. Those are PvE damage numbers, by the way. Let's quickly talk about PvP. No. There are only going to be a couple times per game where you are going to be able to take advantage of a weapon with Vorpal Weapon. Maybe if you're really trying to min-max PvP, you could play, like if you're in Trials, for example, you could play a couple rounds like normal, and then you get later in the game, oh, the enemy's getting their super, I'm going to change to a Vorpal Weapon gun. Sure, that is fine. A great one weapon which is really good at shredding guardians and their super is a Vorpal Weapon Dead Man's Tail. That is an excellent gun to shred a roaming super. So I shouldn't say hard no. There are situations where Vorpal Weapon on certain guns can help you liquefy a roaming super, which is nice. But again, I would say if you're going to do that route and min-max it, whip out those weapons later in the game when supers are more likely to appear on the field. But when you're beginning a game, in the neutral game, you're just starting a new game of Trials, whatever, just use a normal weapon. Unless, again, you're using something like DMT, which you're probably going to take to the sky anyway. You could have two DMTs, one with Vorpal, one without. I'm getting a little too lost in the weeds here. But yeah, Vorpal Weapon, okay, sure. Definitely has good viability for PvP in later rounds when supers are popping on the field. The primary weapon damage buff on an enemy in their super is 40 to 50% in PvP, which is nothing to sneeze at. In PvE, back to PvE side of the fence. Sure. I mean, depending on the weapon, I would really only recommend it for like primary and special. And maybe if you're a new player on a heavy weapon, if you have nothing else available. 10% for free is okay. It is better. It's better than 0%. But in the current day and age, in the current meta, Vorpal weapon on a heavy weapon is outclassed by many, many things. And you rarely see it at the top level. If you're trying to be perfect and deal awesome, godly damage to a dungeon or raid boss, if you're using Vorpal weapon, it probably means that your options are limited. You're a relatively new player, or you haven't gotten that bait and switch god roll to drop just yet. So pour one out. Vorpal weapon, still viable depending on the current situation, a shell of its former self. Moving on, we come to Well-Rounded. Throwing a grenade or hitting a target with a charged melee grants a stacking bonus to weapon stability, handling, and range. Using a super grants the maximum number of stacks. Grenade ability usage and powered melee will give 1 stack, and a super will give 2. So each stack is 10 range, 10 stability, and 10 handling per stack for 15 seconds. I will give credit to Well-Rounded that 15 seconds is a very long period of time. If this were something like 5 seconds, I'd be like, get the F out of here with that trash. Are you kidding me? 5 seconds for like just a range stability buff? I mean, it's not bad, but considering how low, infrequent the activation requirement is, you have to throw a grenade or hit a target with a charged melee. So that's not going to happen a ton, depending on the build. If you're like a young Ahamkara Spine Hunter, you're probably going to get a lot of grenade charges because it's very easy with 100 discipline to regain your trip mine energy back on young Ahamkara. So there are certain builds that will do pretty good with this. But again, yeah, it's directly tied to how often you're landing charged melees or how often you're able to throw a grenade to begin with. So there's potential there for PvP for sure. I wouldn't recommend this perk for PvE. But for PvP, yeah, there's viability there. But I would 9 times out of 10 probably go for a different perk that is not tied to me having a certain ability ready to go at any given point in time. Again, I will make a consideration for the very long duration of the perk. I'll at least consider using it depending on the weapon it drops on. But again, for the most part, I would usually opt for a different weapon perk. Moving on, Wellspring. Kills with this weapon generate ability energy. This energy is divided between your uncharged abilities. On a weapon kill, grants 8% ability energy split equally amongst all of your uncharged abilities. Abilities with multiple charges, so like a Warlock, Strand Warlock with the needle charges, or a Shuriken Stasis Hunter, will only receive 1/3 of the ability energy normally split to them once they have a full charge ready. In PvE, if you have a ability spam 3.0 build that you enjoy just full-on shenanigans with, this is a great perk. Considering how easily and quickly you can kill enemies in PvE, just carve through a bunch of red bars, you can get a ton of viability out of Wellspring. That is an exceptional perk. In PvP, it's fine depending on what your loadout and general gameplay is. I keep using the young Ahamkara Spine Hunter as an example, as a pretty good example of a ability spam PvP class. So let's say you throw your trip mine and, oh no, you didn't get a hit with it, meaning you don't get free 90% grenade energy back right away. And you want to really make sure you get more energy back. Well, you could get it back a little bit faster with something like Wellspring. But I think for the most part, I would say that mainly a PvE focused perk. If you're using a lot of abilities in general, maybe if you're like a Bakris, Mask of Bakris Stasis Hunter, and you're using all of your abilities pretty frequently, Wellspring could help you get that back in combination with, I don't know, maybe another perk like Demo or something like that. Yeah, it depends on the player, depends on the build. But for the most part, I would say that Wellspring is probably more popular in PvE. And again, rock solid if you have a ability spammy build that you want to take the most advantage of. Moving on, we have Whirlwind Blade. Rapid sword strikes increase this weapon's damage for a short duration. Guarding ends the effect. So, hits with your sword give a 3% damage buff every time you land a strike, and you can get up to a maximum of 10 stacks, meaning that if you just keep whacking away, you can get up to a 30% damage buff, which is nice. Blocking will remove all stacks, though, so keep that in mind. So this is a good perk in PvE. This is a good perk. Surrounded is better if you are able to proc Surrounded in an easier way. Again, if you're like a ballsy player, a great example is the Crota's End Raid. You want to use Surrounded on Crota. You got to leave the Boomer Knights alive, which can be annoying. If you get it to proc, then you're getting primo damage for free, which does not require any buildup the way that Whirlwind Blade requires buildup. But if you find that Surrounded is too annoying, you don't like the fact that you're intentionally leaving nearby enemies alive and they're hitting you and they're flinching you and they're pissing you off, yeah, I would say that Whirlwind Blade spamming is quality. It's a slow burn, slow buildup compared to the instant gratification of something like Surrounded. But yeah, it's a thumbs up from me, dog. It's there's ain't nothing wrong with that, baby. Just yeah. I got nothing else to say. It's a long video. Final perk on today's video is Zen Moment. Causing damage with this weapon increases its stability, allowing better accuracy. So for a long, perk has kind of a funny history. For a long time, people were kind of confused as to what it did because the wording would imply that, you know, dealing damage would give better stability. But it sort of doesn't do that. It reduces weapon recoil and it reduces weapon shake as you deal damage. So in early D2, it was kind of like, oh, well, the wording is kind of wrong. And based on what we know about the perk, it is a perk more beneficial for a controller because weapons with controller players have more of an issue dealing with, you know, recoil and weapon shake, visual weapon shake when firing a weapon like an auto rifle or an SMG. So for a long time, the perk was kind of written off. And not too long ago, Bungie buffed it. So they made it stack faster. The effect can stack and ramp up faster on certain weapon types. And more importantly, they added incoming flinch reduction to Zen Moment. And that final change to that perk is what has kind of taken Zen Moment. You ever see Not Another Teen Movie? Where it's like, oh, just take the girl and she took off her glasses and she got rid of the ponytail. It's a wonderfully stupid movie. That's kind of the Zen Moment glow up. It is a great weapon perk now for PvP. I would not recommend it in PvE at all. But in PvP, simply dealing damage to an enemy repeatedly is going to help reduce the amount of incoming flinch that you take when being shot. That is primo, my guys. Primo. I've mentioned it before, and this is the last time I'm going to mention it because it's the final perk in today's damn video. But anything you can do to reduce the incoming amount of flinch that you are taking in a PvP fight is a thumbs up. And getting it literally for free with Zen Moment is something that I think a lot of people who may have written off this perk justifiably long ago are sleeping on. If you have laughed Zen Moment off before, laugh no more. Give it a shot. If you haven't used it since the glow up, I'm telling you, take that perk out and put it to work in PvP. It is going to help you. You're going to be like impressed. Today's video took a comically long time to put together. If you are new or have not done so yet, I would really appreciate you subscribing to the channel. It would help me out a lot, or clicking the like button. If you have a friend who is new to D2, or maybe someone who took a break for a while, came back, maybe there's a weapon perk they don't know or don't understand, feel free to share this video with that player. If I made any mistakes, and in a multi-hour video covering hundreds of weapon perks, I'm sure I have at least made a few mistakes. I would be blown away if I didn't. Please let me know down in the comment section. I will try to, make maybe a pinned comment or something like that to address potential corrections or addendums to maybe if there's a really niche use for a weapon perk that I think is worth including in a pinned comment. Not like, oh, Sympathetic Arsenal made me run this Lost Sector 4 seconds faster. Like, okay, I'm proud of you, but like, I don't know. Yeah. So thank you for watching today's video. Really appreciate all of you. I hope that some of the information in today's video was valuable. And if you want additional long form videos from me, I am happy to deliver. They might take a while, but let me know what your recommendations are for those long content videos down in the comment section. Thank you very much for watching. See you on stream.